who's behind this murder.
When detectives reach out to Lee's closest friends, they express concerns that Jacqueline had begun to take advantage of the carefree lifestyle her husband provided.
She stopped working when they got married, when he bought the bar. She would come in the bar all the time. I knew that was the owner's wife. She'd come in, tell me to give her $50 out of my drawer, and I would give it to her.
But according to Lee's friends, his patience with his increasingly freeloading wife had begun to wear thin.
She was very rude and obnoxious. She would start fights. She would get drunk and cause a real big scene.
It was causing patrons to not want to come to the bar. So there was a conversation that Lee had with Jay. She's not allowed at the Hops Inn anymore.
Had Lee wanted Jacqueline out of his life, too?
When you really kind of scratch the surface, you realize their marriage was not wonderful.
It was all starting to slip away. Who would want to give that up? How far would you go? To what lengths to keep the life you had?
Detectives are eager to confront Jacqueline Martin, and they know exactly where to find her. Lee's girl.
Had bad feelings that was going to happen. I noticed undercover cops. They were there.
I was outside saying goodnight to somebody who was leaving, and all of a sudden, all these vehicles, all these cop vehicles, my heart stopped. They arrest Jackie, start reading her rights, and she says, "Mommy, I didn't do this. Mommy, help me."
Jacqueline is transported to Baltimore County Police Headquarters, where detectives immediately turn up the heat.
Why would your brother kill your husband?
You wouldn't do that.
He did do it. Your brother, Robert, killed me.
I know, brother.
You set this whole thing up.
No.
Yes, you did. Because you thought you were going to get everything. Deeper into the interview, she started to talk about how this was all Rob's doing and she had nothing to do with it. Why would your brother kill him?
They take care of me. Robert's always the one that was protecting us, protecting the girls and the family.
When did you give your brother the card and the PIN number? A couple weeks ago. You gave him the card and the PIN number.
Their baby needs diapers.
Okay. And then what did you do? Just give him the card? It's just a yes or no. Did you give him the card?
Yeah.
Next, detectives confront Jacqueline about her recent banishment from Hops Inn.
Why would a man bar his wife from his bar? According to everybody else you know.
I just didn't know it.
You don't get it. You just don't get it.
According to everybody else.
I
couldn't stop me from going in my own bar.
It wasn't your bar.
I just didn't
You're only married to him. It's not your bar. No, it wasn't. You had a prenuptial agreement, correct?
And I just didn't do it. He didn't want me to go there, and I was fine with that.
It's all someone else's fault. She really took no responsibility whatsoever for any of this. There was obviously more to that story. Why did you lie to the detection code and say you were asleep the whole time? Why did you lie?
Because I was sleeping.
You weren't sleeping, huh? You were awake because you were back and forth talking to your brother from 2:07 in the morning until 2:20 in the morning.
You chip away, slowly but surely, at the little things. Her whole story just kind of crumbles.
Coming up, a desperate motive exposes how far someone will go just to take it easy.
If Lee divorced her, she knew she'd go back to the struggle. She knew she couldn't let that happen.
I think she saw her lifetime spiraling out of control.
Detectives in Baltimore, Maryland have discovered that just before Lee Martin was murdered, his 29-year-old wife Jacqueline was on the verge of losing the easy life she'd always wanted.
Her marriage was going downhill, and she was going to lose her place, but that was house. If he was going to divorce her, she was going to get what was due. And killing him seemed to get her a lot more than divorce would have done.
She knew she'd go back to the struggle. She knew she couldn't let that happen. She had lived that life before, and she was not willing to go back.
When investigators confront her with this motive, Jacqueline scrambles.
She eventually admits that, yes, she wanted him hurt, didn't know that he was going to be killed.
You want her? How bad did you want her?
I just wanted to know what it was like to walk around with a blood stain.
She does paint this story up. He beat me, had black eyes, everybody knew it.
According to Jacqueline, the abuse had been going on for about a year.
She said, the abuse started somewhere in 2009, 2010. I was upset with my sister. I was mad.
She claimed that he had put his hands on her.
Despite Jacqueline's alleged intentions, detectives place her under arrest.
I do think that she was reporting that to her family, that he was abusing her, but there were no police reports to say that. In Maryland, even if she just asked him to hurt him, she's still on the hook for the murder.
Jacqueline, her brother Rob Garner, and his two 19-year-old accomplices, Storm Davis and Brandon Ross, are all charged with first-degree murder.
They each kind of make a little bit of statements towards one another, so we were going to try them separately.
But before their days in court arrive, the two youngest defendants are quick to strike deals with the state.
Both Storm Davis's and Brandon Roth's attorneys had approached us early on that they wanted to cooperate. They certainly were not the mastermind of this. They got sucked in, and so we did offer them key deals where they would testify against the two of them. And in exchange for that, they got lesser time.
As the two remaining trials approach, another defendant decides to fold.
A year and a half goes by, and Rob wants to tell the whole story. Rob completely 100% implicated Jacqueline in this.
Robert Garner had said that Jay had asked him to take care of Lee, and she would pay him $10,000. She wanted him to make it look like an accident, corroborate on that.
Jacqueline gave Rob the ATM card and the PIN with the instructions to withdraw the money out of the ATM, to purchase a firearm, but only do so if he was serious about completing the act.
While Jacqueline stayed in bed, Robert says the plan was for him to do her dirty work.
The plan is to kill him, and he did. He sticks with the story that his sister was abused and he did it for his sister.
In the back of my head, I kind of knew that he was involved somehow, some way.
As prosecutors prepare their case against Jacqueline, they build a theory for her motive for the crime.
They were still living in the house together, but they were essentially preparing to split up.
You start to think, what do I have to do to keep this lifestyle? I can't let this slip away. She was desperate. She had him killed before she could lose out on his assets, her easy life, before he could divorce her, and she would lose everything.
But in order to keep living in the house and not work, Jacqueline would need money.
There was a life insurance policy on him for $300,000, so she would have gotten that.
Though they're confident in their case, the state still offers Jacqueline the chance to avoid trial.
We ended up making her the same plea offer we made him, which is the first degree murder, life to spend off at 60 years. What we offered, they took.
On January 13th, 2012, Jacqueline enters an Alford plea.
An Alford plea is when a defendant acknowledges the fact that you have an overwhelming amount of evidence against them, and they're not admitting guilt, but they know that they would be convicted.
Though Jacqueline's conviction offers some sense of closure, Lee's death is still keenly felt by those who knew him.
Her daughter lost a good dad, and the boys, they lost a good dad. He was a good man, and he would do anything for anybody, and he would deserve that.
I love my sister, I love my brother, regardless of this incident. I don't condone it, not one ounce. There is no perfect person. We all live a life of sin. However, we have choice. And it is our choice to do right. I think she wanted the easy way out.
She felt like his death was going to free her. And I think instead it did the complete opposite.
Jacqueline Martin is serving her sentence at the Maryland Correctional Institution for Women. Her brother Rob Garner is at North Branch Correctional Facility. Storm Davis and Brandon Roth served their sentences and were released in 2016 and 2015.
For more information on SNAP, go to oxygen.com. She was a beloved school teacher dedicated to her students.
This was a kindergarten teacher that was so well loved. I always told her she looked like Snow White.
But when gunshots ring out on a warm spring day, friends and family are left speechless.
I was shocked. It didn't make any sense.
Detectives learn this educator may have been caught in the crossfire of a forbidden love affair.
Somebody had specifically targeted her.
As police race to identify their shooter, they discover a string of lies, threats, and a frightening ultimatum.
She started going through a divorce, and people started to see the change in her.
He portrayed her as a troublemaker that had to go.
After years of tracking a killer, a shocking development will finally reveal the truth.
It was the piece that the state needed in order to go forward on the case.
It just seems to tie everything together. These two people had sociopathic tendencies.
She is sleeping with the devil, and the devil has a mistress.
May 26, 1993. It's 4 p.m. when 29-year-old Jim Guevara arrives at the San Antonio, Texas apartment he shares with his wife, 32-year-old Velia Guevara.
He entered the apartment. There was a hallway leading off toward a bedroom. He calls for his wife, and he doesn't hear anything. He goes to a couple of different rooms, and he encounters her body in a hall.
He saw Velia on her back. She was unresponsive and stiff and pale. He called 911.
As first responders arrive at the scene, Shelley Stelzer, an assistant apartment manager and friend of Velia, is drawn outside.
There were fire trucks in front of Velia's apartment. When my manager went to ask what had happened, one of the firemen did tell her there was an accident or a heart attack. I was shocked. It didn't make any sense. How could she have a heart attack when I just saw her earlier that morning and she was fine?
Velia Acosta was born in San Antonio, Texas on November 22, 1960. One of 3 girls, Velia and her sisters were raised in a childhood steeped in faith.
We went to a really very small Catholic girls' school called Providence. You have to know that if parents take the effort and the time to send their kids to Catholic schools, then you know that that plays a big part in their overall family life, the way they believe.
Bright and beautiful, Velia easily made friends.
She was just lovely. That's the only way to describe the person that I remember. She was very lively and bubbly. She had beautiful fair skin and black hair. I always told her she looked like Snow White.
After graduating from high school, Velia attended college where she earned a degree in education, eventually finding work as a kindergarten teacher.
This was a kindergarten teacher that was so well loved. And when you walk into school when you're 5 years old and you have your first teacher, and it's somebody who is as sweet and as caring and as gentle and soft-spoken as Velia, think of what that does. It's a foundation for every other year after that.
Velia dreamed of having children of her own one day, and when she met the handsome Jim Guevara, she thought that dream may come true.
They had known each other for a little while. He thought she was so pretty, so he finally just kind of said, no, I really want to go out with you. And they started going out, and, they seemed really happy.
He was a very ambitious fellow. He wanted to move up in the world. He was always looking for ways to work contacts, to play the corporate game, so to speak.
Jim worked for a prominent newspaper in town, the San Antonio Light.
He was a very funny guy. He was very easygoing, and he was very nice. She loved him very much.
In 1990, after a couple years of dating, Jim popped the question.
She was so happy when they got engaged, but when they got married, she was elated. All I remember is her bringing the ring to church at choir practice and showing everybody. We were all very happy for her.
For Velia and Jim, it was an exciting time. The newlyweds rented a charming apartment in downtown San Antonio and began dreaming of starting a family.
She wanted to have children. She was very much looking forward to becoming a mother.
But becoming parents would have to wait. In early 1993, the newspaper Jim worked for shut down.
We had two newspapers here in San Antonio. He worked for the one that ended up getting essentially bought out, and so he was out of a job.
I saw her every week, twice a week, and out of the blue, she just started crying, like just broke down in tears and just put her head on my lap and bawled her eyes out. And I was in shock. I didn't know what was going on. She was a private person and didn't want to trouble people with problems, especially about marriage. But she was just very sad. It was really hard.
However, Jim felt confident that he would soon find new work, and the couple hoped that better days lay ahead.
They were living in an apartment at the time, so I know they wanted to buy a house eventually. I know she wanted to have children.
But on May 26, 1993, the couple's hopes for a bright future fade when Jim finds Velia unresponsive in their apartment. When first responders approach her body, they quickly realize it's much too late to help Velia.
When her lifeless body was found there on the floor and EMS check her out, there's an initial pronouncement of death right there at the scene. Velia was shot 3 times. She had to have been dead for several hours.
It's clear this death was no accident.
When I arrived, I could see what appeared to be 3 gunshot wounds to the abdomen. I didn't see any kind of struggle at the scene, so I suspected that Velia maybe knew the person who shot her. We also suspected that maybe she had walked in and the person who shot and killed her had already been there, basically waiting for her. There was not a lot of blood, which would indicate to me that she died very quickly after being shot. There were a lot of questions, obviously, from the initial crime scene. We wanted to know what would have led somebody to kill this young lady.
I didn't know what could have happened, but who would want to murder her. I thought that had to do with, a crime of passion, maybe.
Coming up, police attempt to piece together what happened inside the Guevara home.
Whoever got in there just walked right in.
And detectives track down their first suspects in the case.
My gut instinct was that the husband might be involved. I asked if he was having any kind of affair.
She seemed to be kind of watching the building where Valia's apartment was.
On May 26, 1993, San Antonio police descend upon the apartment complex where 32-year-old Valia Guevara has just been found shot to death.
She was shot, I believe, 3 times. And she did have rigor mortis at the time, so she had been there for a while.
After an initial examination of the scene inside the apartment, Detective Daniel Gonzalez moves outside to speak to Valia's husband, Jim Guevara.
James was basically saying, look, we had no problems. It was the standard happy couple story.
My gut instinct was that the husband might be involved. He said he had come home from a day of playing golf and having found his door ajar, went inside and discovered that his wife had been shot and killed. We had to check it out, obviously. It was something we needed to look into.
When a quick phone call confirms that Jim was at the golf course earlier in the day, police asked him for other potential suspects.
He said there were some problems in the apartment complex with burglary.
Operating on this tip, investigators survey the crime scene.
There was no sign of any kind of forced entry to the apartment. The door had not been pried. There were no windows broken.
Whoever got in there just walked right in. And they didn't find any valuables missing.
It didn't look like an apartment that had been the subject of a burglary or a robbery or anything of that type. So that immediately caused the police to believe that that was not what happened here.
Detective Gonzalez and his team take a closer look at the victim.
The initial evidence that was obvious to us at the scene, there were 2 bullets recovered that had gone through Valia's body. She was shot 3 times. We also found a single 9mm shell casing near the body. It was on a couch nearby.
Police fail to find the remaining 2 shell casings, but they do find ammunition elsewhere in the home.
In a closet, we found spent 9mm shell casings. Casings had already been shot.
All of these had been expended. It had been processed through a handgun or handguns before, but they no longer had the gunpowder or the packing in it. Whenever there's a shooting, the initial thought is to look for the gun and track what kind of gun it was that would have fired these bullets.
They got a consent to search James's car, and inside his car they found other 9mm shell casings.
Also, when we searched Jim's car, we found a pawn ticket receipt for a 9mm handgun in Jim Guevara's name. This heightens suspicion that he might somehow be involved.
The discovery prompts detectives to invite Jim back to the station for a more detailed interview.
Basically, we started asking more probing questions once we got down to the homicide office. I asked if he suspected his wife was having any kind of affair, and he said he did not. I asked if he was involved with anyone, and he said he was not.
When Detective Gonzalez confronts him about the spent casings found at the scene, Jim explains that he retrieved them while using a rented 9mm gun at a local shooting range.
He claimed he had picked up the shell casings that he had fired because his brother-in-law actually reloaded ammunition, and that's why he picked up the shell casings. He explained that the shell casings in the car were from that, and the shell casings in his closet were from that also.
As for the pawn receipt recovered from his car, Jim admits to detectives that he was in the process of purchasing a gun.
The explanation that he gave was that he had a 9mm gun on layaway, and he was planning on getting that gun.
Another detective actually called the pawn shop and confirmed that the gun in question was still physically at that location at the time.
With a seemingly credible explanation, police begin to view Jim less like a suspect and more like a grieving husband.
There was really no new red flags at that time. We told him we'd like to continue speaking with him and that we would stay in touch, and if he thought of anything to call us.
Back at the crime scene, Valia's body is transported to the coroner's office for an official autopsy.
The information from the autopsy would help us focus the investigation a little bit.
Next, officers canvass Jim and Valia's apartment building for any possible witnesses. Speaking with the building's assistant manager, Shelley Stelzer, they learn the management office received some odd anonymous phone calls earlier that day.
She had received one or two phone calls from somebody claiming that the victim's car lights were on in the parking lot.
I just thought that was strange. That someone had left multiple messages about a car having its lights on in the parking lot, which is not really something most people are concerned enough to leave more than one message about. It seemed kind of puzzling to us in the office why that was so urgent.
Shelley tells police that when she phoned Valia about the calls, she reached her answering machine.
A little bit later that morning, Valia came by my office. She was walking her dog. She said thanks for the message. She was actually not working that day. It was some school holiday.
Valia came to the leasing office and reported to them that she went and checked on her car and the lights were not on. And that's the last time they saw her. She went off walking with her dog.
According to Shelley, when Valia left their office around 10 a.m., everything seemed fine.
She was cheerful, upbeat. She was poised that way when we saw her.
Ms. Stetzer also said that at about 10 o'clock that morning, a lady had come in to ask to use the telephone at the office. Some woman that she'd never seen before.
She seemed kind of startled when we asked if we could help her.
After speaking to Shelley, police learned the maintenance man also saw the same woman on the apartment property.
She seemed to be kind of watching the building where Valia's apartment was.
We felt that this woman might somehow be involved. We needed to find her.
Coming up, could a bitter ex-employee be responsible for Valia's killing?
Jim gave this explanation that he had been involved in a firing of somebody and that this person had not taken it well.
And investigators uncover a secret life built on lies and irresistible temptation.
They started out as friends, but she had other intentions.
In the spring of 1993, investigator Daniel Gonzalez is determined to find the person responsible for killing 32-year-old elementary school teacher Valia Guevara.
There were some people who saw this woman at Valia's apartment. There was another piece of the puzzle. It was just a matter of finding the person that did this.
His focus now is to try and identify the mysterious woman seen at Valia's apartment complex on the day of the murder.
Someone was prowling the parking lot. At some point, she went into the lease office and asked to use the phone, but she says she doesn't want to use their phone and she leaves.
While the woman's identity remains a mystery, detectives hope Valia's autopsy can shed some light on her death.
She was shot 3 times in the abdomen area, and one of those ended up severing her spinal column.
A 9mm slug removed from the body is consistent with the projectiles found at the crime scene.
When I spoke to one of the investigators, he estimated the time of death between 9 o'clock and 11 o'clock in the morning that day.
This information coincides with the time the unidentified woman was seen at the apartment complex.
It made us believe we were on the right track, that somebody had specifically targeted Valia.
Digging deeper into Valia's background, detectives reach out to the school where Valia worked. Speaking to the principal, investigators learn that Valia was being harassed prior to her death.
Valia worked at a school. This person would call and ask for her, usually hang up when Valia got on the phone. Sometimes she would speak with her.
was always a female that was doing this, would say things like, hello, 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 pretending that they can't hear when Delia is trying to speak to them. She was getting these at work often, so there was this harassment in the background that was going on.
The principal said she could see that whatever was said obviously upset Delia.
To try and determine who may be behind the disturbing calls, detectives bring in Delia's husband, Jim, for an additional interview. But as the conversation begins, police are alerted to a surprising development when yet another caller comes forward with details on the case.
During the interview, another detective interrupted me and said there was a phone call for me, so I went and took the phone call, and it turned out to be Tina Timmerman.
Detective Gonzalez learns the caller is one of Jim's former co-workers from the San Antonio Light newspaper. Tina claims to have some important information for investigators.
She told the police, you might want to know that James Guevara, the husband of the woman that you found murdered, has been having an affair with this woman, Minnie Salinas, for the last 3 years.
Tina told me that Jim and Minnie had been co-workers. Minnie was a secretary at the San Antonio Light at the time, and then she noticed that Minnie was flirtatious toward Jim, and that after a while that Jim and Minnie had become involved.
Obviously, it was kind of scandalous. They started out as friends, but she had other intentions, and he was willing to go along.
So once Tina told us this information, I went back and continued the interview with Jim and brought these things up, and at which point he admitted the affair.
He said that he began an affair with Minnie Salinas prior to the time that he was married to Delia. And in fact, the first time that Jim Guevara and Minnie Salinas engaged in sexual intercourse was 2 or 3 days before Jim and Delia were married.
Given this startling new information, police must consider if Jim's mistress could be behind Delia's murder.
Jim was adamant to us that he didn't believe Minnie had killed Delia. When asked who he thought might have been harassing Delia or causing these kind of problems, he mentioned Eva Perez.
Jim gave this explanation that he had been involved in the firing of somebody a few years back at the newspaper where he was working, and that this person had not taken it well, and so he believed that was the person that was actually doing this harassment.
He portrayed Eva Perez as a troublemaker that had to go. Like, she was very angry about him firing her.
Hearing Jim's indictment of Eva, police now have 2 new suspects to consider.
Eventually, I located Eva Perez and I interviewed her. She was very cooperative.
I was like pretty scared because I was like, what do you mean they think I did it? Like, I haven't even talked to this guy. I don't even know what he was doing at the time.
Eva tells detectives that Jim was her boss and confesses they had an adverse relationship.
He was very hard to work with, really hostile, very rude, male chauvinist, just really hard to get along.
The friction he had with Eva Perez, she believed it was because she was trying to organize a union.
But Eva tells police that when she left her job, she harbored no ill will to Jim or the company.
There wasn't any disagreement or anything. I left in good standing. Didn't really think anything of it.
Most importantly, Eva is able to provide police with a rock-solid alibi for the day of the murder.
I actually was in California, so I had to fly in. They started to ask me questions about where I was the day that his wife died. And I'm like, I've been in California this whole time. I've not been in San Antonio.
She did not seem to me to be holding any kind of grudge against Jim. Eva had nothing to do with this murder.
With Eva cleared, police decide it's time to take a long look at the other woman in Jim's life, his mistress, Minnie Salinas. Born on December 13, 1963, Minnie Bronte Salinas grew up in the small town of Sebastian, Texas.
It's just a tiny little farm community in the middle of nowhere. When she was a young woman, she wanted to study, to work with deaf children.
Eventually, Minnie decided to take a different career path, one that landed her a job in the circulation department of Jim Guevara's employer, the San Antonio Light newspaper.
She was an executive secretary at the Light, so she had administrative skills. She was married, had 2 kids, and it looked like she and her husband got along well.
But soon after starting her new job, Minnie's marriage was on the rocks.
She was very reserved, very quiet. And then I think she started going through a divorce, and people started seeing the change in her.
Minnie started dressing more provocatively at work and flirting with coworkers. Well, obviously, that's how she ended up getting involved with James shortly before he actually married Delia.
After the newspaper shut its doors, Minnie found work with a local insurance company. Despite the new job, Minnie still managed to carry on her romance with Jim.
Minnie was having an affair, a long-time affair with James Guevara for the last 3 years.
The information obtained by police shoots Minnie to the top of their suspect list. Now, they just need to find her.
They wanted to get answers. And they thought the best way to do that was to get Minnie on the record.
Coming up, detectives catch up with Jim's combative mistress.
That was like flipping a switch. Her demeanor totally changed.
And the motive for Valia's death comes into focus.
She says, "You got till June 1st to tell her and file for divorce, or I'm out of this relationship."
San Antonio detectives are working the theory that Jim Guevara's 29-year-old mistress, Minnie Salinas, may be responsible for the murder of his wife, Valia Guevara.
We've got the name of his lover. We've got the mystery woman at the apartment complex. The next step would be to see if we can get Minnie Salinas identified as that mystery woman.
Police attempt to locate Minnie at both her apartment and the insurance company where she works to no avail. Instead, they speak to her employers to learn more about her whereabouts on the day of the murder.
They had a magnetic card system there that it recorded when she came into the office and when she left the office.
The security system said that Minnie had arrived to work at 6:41 on the morning of the murder. And the next entry into the security system said she had arrived at work at 10:41. In that 4-hour period, there was no corresponding exit from the location. That seemed odd. If you're going to log in to a building, it's going to log you out when you leave as well. So that indicated to me that she had logged in at 6:41, but had never actually entered the building, and then logged in at 10:41.
Even more intriguing for police is that the 4-hour time gap aligns with the time of Valia's murder.
That means that Minnie Salinas had the opportunity to have committed the murder. She was not at work between the hours when the murder occurred.
Before leaving Minnie's work, detectives obtain a copy of her employee ID photo, along with pictures of 5 of Minnie's female co-workers, and head to Valia's apartment complex on May 28th.
Detective Rupp showed Shelley the 6 photographs that he had prepared or that he had picked up.
He asked me if any of those were the woman who would come in the office and ask to use the phone that day. And I picked out Minnie Salinas from the 6 photos.
With a positive ID on Minnie, on June 1st, a second attempt by Detective Gonzalez to locate his suspect finally pays off.
I went to her workplace, asked if she would be willing to come down and speak with me, and she agreed. Once I began interviewing her, she readily admitted the affair. She said that she had given Jim an ultimatum by June 1st to decide about their relationship, whether Jim wanted to be with her or whether he wanted to be with Velia.
Minnie denies ever making any threats to Velia. As for her whereabouts on the day of the shooting, Minnie has an answer for that, too.
She said she was at the doctor's office at the time that this was committed, which would have been consistent with the fact that she only put the card in at her workplace for entry purposes and then decided to turn around, is because she felt that, even though she went into work a few hours later.
Minnie even offers up a printed record of her time at the doctor's office.
It shows, at May 26th at 9:30 or 10 o'clock in the morning, when we all believe, and the evidence shows that Velia was murdered in her apartment, that Minnie Salinas was at a doctor's appointment.
Despite the fact that Minnie attempts to provide an alibi, detectives confront her with the fact that she was spotted by a witness at the crime scene within hours of the murder.
That was like flipping a switch. Her demeanor totally changed. She got very belligerent, very angry, basically denied that she was seen there, started cussing me out.
At that point, she storms out of the interview because she's free to go at that point. She's not under arrest.
With Minnie currently free, police work to solidify their case against her.
We found one of Minnie's friends, a young lady by the name of Perla Velasquez. I spoke with Perla and learned that Minnie Salinas had contacted her the night of the murder. Perla said Minnie was very nervous, very upset. She'd come over to Perla's apartment. The news was on. Minnie said police suspected it was a burglary, and Minnie also told Perla that it had happened about 10 o'clock in the morning. This is significant because the autopsy revealed that that was probably the time the murder occurred, but that was not public knowledge. We didn't release that to the media. She also told Perla that she had to get rid of Jim's gun, so she admitted to Perla that Jim had a gun. In fact, I think she said that she had to get rid of Jim's 9mm.
The call from Perla directly contradicts Jim Guevara's statement that he didn't yet own a 9mm handgun. A forensic analysis of shell casings recovered from the crime scene adds further suspicion to Jim's story.
The 2 of the 3 shell casings found in Jim's car matched the shell casing that we believe was from the murder weapon.
When detectives analyze the medical note that shows Minnie at the doctor on the morning of the murder, they make another shocking discovery.
You got a nurse who can tell us these are doctored records. These look like they've been in some way changed, and the date and the time had been changed.
Investigators now believe Jim and Minnie had been planning Velia's murder for some time.
I think they both had the same ultimate goal, was that Jim and Minnie wanted to be together, and I think Velia stood in the way of them being together.
There are a lot of reasons why spouses stay with each other. A lot of times it's religion. Having been raised very strictly Catholic, we don't get divorces. That's the way we believe. So in Velia's case, it's very possible that it had everything to do with the way we were raised.
Detectives believe that Jim set up his golf game on the day of the murder so that he would have a solid alibi, while Minnie went to their apartment complex.
While James was at the golf course, there were several calls that came into the apartment complex indicating that the lady in Velia's apartment had left her lights on her vehicle. Velia left the apartment door unlocked, and while she went down to check on her lights that were not on, then Minnie Salinas snuck into the apartment and waited for her to return. Upon Velia's return, she murdered her.
The working theory was that James came into the house, saw 2 cartridge casings laying on the floor, which he picked up and took to his car and dropped off, and missed the one sitting on the couch.
Everything about the investigation pointed to James Guevara and Minnie Salinas as being the perpetrators of this crime. It was decided we would just walk the warrant on Minnie Salinas. Since Jim obviously didn't pull the trigger, he might have knowledge of it, he might be involved in it, but I think the DA's office at the time was not confident that they could proceed with the case against Jim at that time.
On August 30th, 1993, Minnie is arrested at work.
She was basically silent, cold as ice. She wouldn't answer any questions.
Minnie's reluctance to cooperate puts the heavily circumstantial case in jeopardy.
The DA's office dismissed the case. I didn't agree with it. I thought that it was a good case. I just thought that the DA's office at the time just didn't want to try a tough case.
Daniel, he shelves the case, but he doesn't close it out. He leaves it as an open case and he waits. He just bides his time.
I felt we had the right people from the start. We just needed somebody with the will and the political backbone to take a tough case to trial.
Coming up, a shocking development resurrects a long, cold case.
It was important in connecting them up and showing that there was this plan and this conspiracy.
And an unprecedented decision in court stirs things up.
She requested to the judge if she could go pray on the matter.
I've been prosecuting for 25 years, but this is a first.
In the fall of 1993, the case against 29-year-old Minnie Salinas for the murder of San Antonio schoolteacher Velia Guevara has just been dismissed.
After the case got dismissed by the district attorney's office, I was still in the homicide unit, so I kind of worked around the periphery. I would make phone calls to the family members and people who had knowledge about the murders, see if any new information was received over the years.
In 1995, an important detail related to the investigation is exposed in a seemingly unrelated court case involving Jim and Velia's family.
Time goes by and James makes a claim to the insurance company for Velia's insurance policy.
He was trying to claim the teacher retirement fund as the spouse, the surviving spouse. Velia's parents weren't having it. So they got an attorney and they brought suit against him.
Velia's family fought James Guevara over the life insurance, the teacher's life benefit.
It was a modest amount of money. It was $50,000. They settled a suit and the parents get 25 grand. He gets 25 grand.
While the settlement brings an end to the lawsuit, something said during Jim's deposition reignites the case against him and his alleged lover.
As part of that suit, James was given a deposition where their attorney was able to ask him questions. And part of those questions included, have you talked to Minnie Salinas? When's the last time you talked to her?
He indicated that he had not seen Minnie Salinas for years. He didn't know where she was. He had no contact with her.
Once the settlement occurs, which I believe was on June 21st of 1995, so James gets his check cut from that settlement.
10 days after the settlement of that lawsuit, Danny Gonzalez discovered that James Guevara and Minnie Salinas were married in Las Vegas, Nevada.
And I think at the time, when he married her, she was 7 months pregnant with his child. So now the state knows that he has lied in the deposition about even being in contact with Minnie Salinas. It was the piece that the state needed in order to go forward on the case.
It just seems to tie everything together that the motive for this murder was about what Jim wanted to be with Minnie.
Armed with this new information, Detective Gonzalez is given a second chance at finding justice after a new DA is sworn in 1999.
I took the case over again to the new district attorney basically with no new information. What I had filed in 93 was pretty much the same as what I had filed in 99.
We kind of talked about the case, and everybody kind of looked at each other wondering, why didn't we file on James Guevara? He seems just as guilty because it looks like they got together and did it.
This boosted the case forward towards a grand jury indictment, and they were formally charged.
In February of 2000, nearly 7 years after Valia's murder, Jim's lawyers do their best to defend a client that cheated on his spouse.
They went into a lot of other points as far as what the evidence was, but my biggest issue I still remember was like, yeah, the guy's a son of a bitch, but that didn't mean he killed anybody. The defense attorney basically told the jury there needs to be more proof than this, and thankfully the jury found him guilty in short order.
With Jim's trial over, prosecutors moved to try Minnie in July of 2000.
Minnie's case was different because our theory was that Minnie was the shooter and James was a participant. So now the focus is just on Minnie, but the same evidence is used.
Shelley, the assistant manager, was crucial as far as being able to ID Minnie Salinas as being at the location, because that's the closest thing to direct evidence that you have.
But Minnie's attorney argues his client's guilt cannot be based solely on this one witness.
There was nothing to put Minnie at the scene except these very obscure identification issues. There were no prints. There were no firearms recovered. So there was really no forensic evidence to tie Minnie to this offense at all.
Following 7 days of compelling testimony, the jury begins deliberations. But after 16 hours, they are unable to reach a unanimous verdict.
It ended in a mistrial. It was like there were 2 holdouts.
There were clearly people who sided with Minnie and who were not afraid to show they did not believe Minnie committed this offense.
So they dismissed the jury, and I believe in March of the next year, 2001, she went to trial again.
When it's time for the new jurors to begin deliberation, the trial once again takes a surprising turn.
I believe it was a female juror, was struggling with, some very heavy decisions regarding the guilt or innocence of Minnie Salinas, and she requested the judge if she could go pray on the matter at the San Fernando Cathedral, which is right across from the courthouse.
I've been prosecuting for 25 years, but this is a first, and it's the only time it's ever happened. They did go there, and they were there, let's say 30 minutes, and they came back, and probably after another 30 minutes, sent a note with the bailiff back to the court saying we have a verdict.
Prosecutors now wonder, will divine intervention ultimately decide the verdict in the murder of this woman of faith?
She was found guilty of murder, and the jury sentenced her to 50 years for that murder.
50 years is a long time to be in prison. I think it's a just sentence.
The tragedy of this case is, of course, Delia. She is sleeping with the devil, and the devil has a mistress.
These 2 people had sociopathic tendencies. They only cared about what they could do for each other and be damned the rest of the world.
Though the end of the trial brings relief, the pain of losing Valia never fades.
Delia was a very sweet, gentle, beautiful soul who didn't deserve what she got. All the children that she should have taught missed out on a great teacher. All the friends that she had missed her very much. And her family, I can't imagine.
In 2000, Jim Guevara was sentenced to life in prison for his role in his wife's murder. Due to a trial error, his conviction was overturned in 2005. The following year, he was retried and convicted by a second jury. He is currently serving a life sentence in Brazoria County, Texas. Minnie Salinas continues to serve her 50-year sentence in Texas prison.
and their vehicle had seemingly been set on fire intentionally.
With Kevin Lee missing and his car on fire, Jeff Hill and his team asked, what could have happened to this man? Then, early the next morning, 10 miles from the burnt-out car, a dog walker makes a gruesome discovery.
Kevin's body was found face down in the ditch, and he was wearing a women's cocktail dress.
This victim has received 5 stab wounds to the chest, and there is the appearance that he has been sexually assaulted.
Local journalist Steve Briggs attended the scene.
We do maybe 2 or 3 murders a year that happen in Peterborough. But I can't remember another case where a body has been dumped in this way. This is very unusual. Very unusual.
Police have discovered Kevin Lee's body, but who is responsible for his tragic death?
We learned a lot more about Kevin Lee as the investigation progressed. Kevin had a business which was associated with the rental of properties to people who were on benefits. There would be within that community people who did have a criminal record.
So in doing the due diligence to find out who our victim is, these detectives, they find out that there is an associate of Kevin Lee's named Gary Stretch.
Gary Stretch was 7 feet 3 inches tall and had a long and violent criminal history.
So in the course of their investigation on Stretch, they find video from a gas station where Stretch had been inside. This video is going to put Stretch in possession of Kevin Lee's car. And now he's got a female with him.
Following Gary Stretch into the gas station is an unidentified woman driving a second vehicle.
So now one of the challenges here is to get this unidentified female identified. Well, what do we discover? We discover that she is also one of Kevin Lee's tenants, Joanne Denny.
Denny and Stretch were working as sort of painters and decorators around the houses and doing them up. We didn't know much about Denny at the time, if anything.
Officers rushed to bring Gary Stretch and his female associate, Joanne Denny, in for questioning. But neither individual can be found.
Police put out what is called a BOLO. Be on the lookout, because this is critical. We need to find these people as soon as possible. And the license recognition equipment that we have, it knocks off the license plate on Stretch's car 150 miles away from the scene.
By now, the police were on their trial, using CCTV, telephone communications, tracking devices.
The detectives want to forewarn the officials in Hereford that they have a possible murder suspect in their midst. Well, by the time they contact them, we already have another victim.
Around 3:40 p.m., a man in his 60s was stabbed on West Daly Street in Hereford. The man remains in a critical but stable condition.
The victim, Robin Bereza, survived 5 stab wounds and phoned police to report the unprovoked attack himself.
It's wholly unusual for an attack on a complete stranger randomly in the middle of the day. Is unprecedented, particularly for a place like Hereford.
What's remarkable about our victim now in Hereford is that he's giving descriptions of who stabbed him, and as the reports start to come in, detectives, officers are getting very excited that this has got to be Stretch. Well, it turns out it's not Stretch. He is very specific about a female with a tattoo of a star on her face.
Investigators make the connection. Robin Bereza's attacker is Stretch's female associate, Joanne Dennehy.
It was a big surprise when we learned it was Dennehy. It really did change the entire story for us.
So who was this slight 5-foot woman viciously attacking a passerby in broad daylight? And why was she doing this? At the time of the attack, police weren't the only ones with questions about Joanne. 150 miles north, her estranged daughter Cheyenne was also wondering what had become of her mother. Cheyenne and her sister hadn't seen Joanne for 4 years after moving away with their dad.
My memories from around 9, 12 were like a normal upbringing. I had friends, go to school every day, just normal. But I wanted to know what she'd been doing for years and why she hadn't reached out. As a kid, it's like, why is she not here? Why am I not good enough kind of thing. I'd hope that she would knock on that door, but I knew I was kidding myself.
At this juncture, Cheyenne has not seen her mother for 4 years. She has no idea what's going on in her mother's life, and obviously, she has a lot of questions.
As Cheyenne wondered what had happened to her mother, 150 miles south, police were trying to arrest Joanne Dennehy for a violent knife attack.
In the middle of the chaos to take care of this first victim, we get a report 10 minutes afterwards that there's a second victim.
In a really, really short space of time, that's 2 horrific attacks on 2 completely innocent members of the public, randomly on the street. Immediately you start thinking, crikey, this is escalating. Multiple victims now, multiple scenes that you've got to deal with, dealing with a marauding attack.
With innocent lives at stake, can police catch Joanne Dennehy before she hurts anyone else? And should investigators reconsider her part in the brutal murder of her landlord, Kevin Lee?
She wants to become Victoria.
That is satanic. That is pure evil.
Serial killer. How many bodies are there?
Joanne Dennehy is on the run from police after stabbing 2 innocent dog walkers, Robin Bereza and John Rogers.
This, now, we've got a real sense of urgency. We want to get her off the street before she as quickly as possible.
How can somebody randomly stab 2 innocent people? And making sense of that is very, very difficult.
Although both stabbing victims survived, reports from the second scene suggest John Rogers' injuries were particularly grave.
Witnesses in the area are seeing Joanne walk away from the second victim after 40 stab wounds. And she is now licking the knife that she used.
To go and stab somebody 40, sometimes 40 times, and then lick the blood off of the blade and walk away giggling, that is satanic. That is pure evil. I cannot even begin to explain how dangerous this woman is.
But with two brutal attacks taking place within 10 minutes of each other, can police track Joanne Dennehy down in time to stop any more bloodshed?
You've got a couple of people here, Stretch, Joanne, that have been getting very good at going underground. Whatever they're doing is making it difficult for officials to find Joanne.
To catch a predator, you have to think like a predator. And so the hunt is on.
Hard-working detectives doing the footwork that needs to be done. They find Stretch's vehicle at the house of an associate while he is offloading stuff that he stole. And they find Joanne sitting in the car by herself.
When the police finally catch up with Dennehy, they find her in a car. She's covered in blood. She has a blood-stained knife. Put myself in that position, and I've been in the position of a responding officer many, many times earlier in my career. Gotcha is the first thought.
Now, remarkably, they walk up to Joanne. They speak with her. She gets out of the car. She's very compliant. They put her in handcuffs, and they walk her back to the van and put her in custody. And she doesn't move a finger to resist. While this is going on with Joanne, Big Boy Stretch has seen what's happened to her, and being the noble person he is, he's out of there. But officers get on him pretty quickly, and he is arrested.
Stretch and Dennehy are taken into custody, along with several high-value items found in their possession, presumed stolen. Shortly after Joanne Dennehy's arrest, her estranged family are contacted.
I was at a sleepover that night, doing normal sleepover stuff, baking, making videos, funny ones, you know, doing it. Then my dad called me home unexpectedly. I got home, and as I closed the door and turned around to him, he was kind of like, I got some really bad news. Okay, what's wrong? What's happened? And he turned around to me and said, I've just found out your mum stabbed someone. And at that point, I just kind of lost all kind of senses, and I just fell to the floor and started crying. And the first thing I said was, will I turn into her? Like, will that be me? The days after my mum was arrested, it all came crashing down. Obviously, there was media outlets at the front door. I had to be escorted to and from school by the police. I had to be escorted to the train station by the police to get away. I was very depressed, yeah. I remember nights where I'd cry myself to sleep, or I'd cry myself so hard that I just had nothing left to cry. I was scared because that's not the person that I grew up with, and for her to just flip, I was like, I've lived in the same house as that woman. I have held that woman's hand. I have kissed her goodnight. I wanted to know why she'd done what she'd done and what drove her to do what she'd done, and why she hadn't thought about the ripple effects on everyone else.
To be told that your mother has been arrested for attempted murder has to be one of the most shocking things you could possibly hear. And trying to then go back to school, to friendships, to life is unimaginably difficult, because what do you talk about? How do you relate? How do you even keep your head out of what's going on at home? You can't. So disturbing, distressing, concerning, and must have raised some questions around, is there some genetic here that I'm going to be like this? Is this going to be passed on somehow to me?
150 miles south of Cheyenne, in Hereford, Joanne is booked on the charge of 2 attempted murders. But what about Joanne's possible role in the death of her Peterborough landlord, Kevin Lee?
In investigative profiling, we look for consistencies and patterns that would suggest typologies. But these 2 criminal incidents are entirely different. One was premeditated murder, and the other was this frenzied, spontaneous attack. It's as if they're committed by 2 entirely different people.
Together, Cambridgeshire and Herefordshire police need to uncover exactly who they have in custody. Is Dennehy a frenzied attacker or a calculated murderer?
Now the investigation is really going to start. Because now we have to find out who in the heck is Joanne Dennehy.
Detectives on Kevin Lee's murder case are preparing to travel 150 miles to interview their suspects, Joanne Dennehy and Gary Stretch. But as Joanne Dennehy is booked into custody, the situation quickly changes.
Joanne's responses make police realize that she is a potential danger to herself or others.
In England, because she has talked about having these particular ailments, symptoms, she must be assessed.
UK law requires anyone in custody presenting mental health concerns to be evaluated right away, ahead of any police interrogation. And when Joanne Dennehy is assessed, the results are revealing. She is diagnosed with a condition called paraphilia sadomasochism.
A paranoid sadomasochist suffers from a paraphilia, or a sexual disorder, in which they get unusual, abnormal sexual arousal, in this particular case, from committing pain or harmful actions against another person, that's the sadism, or pain against themselves, that's the masochism.
This is a very dangerous combination. Personally, looking at Dennehy, she clearly has a developing personality disorder, what we call borderline personality, with swinging moods, vacuous sense of self, often self-harming and clamoring for attention.
After this diagnosis, Joanne is removed from police custody and committed to a mental hospital for 10 days. There, doctors can assess her and determine whether or not she understands the crimes of which she's accused and can participate in the criminal justice process.
Not being able to interview Joanne for 10 days while she was sectioned and being assessed was slightly frustrating. You got the sense that there was a manipulation of the system.
Dennehy, if she was so minded, could have decided to fabricate a story to give account for her actions and some of the evidence that she would have known that we had had.
But although being unable to interview Joanne for 10 days was frustrating, detectives used this time to find out more about Dennehy's connection to Kevin Lee. They know he was her landlord, but could there have been more to their relationship?
So as the detectives start to dig into who is Joanne Dennehy, they really start to dig into it, and they find out, they talk to Kevin Lee's wife. She brings up the fact that she believes that Kevin and Joanne had a thing going on. So now she's carrying on an affair with a married man and we know how Kevin ends up.
Could details of Joanne and Kevin's sexual relationship provide any clues to his demise?
It certainly appears that violence and kink was part of the sexual connection between Kevin Lee and Joanne Dennehy.
So Kevin Lee, on the day he was killed, he told a friend he was going to house for sex. He said he was going to be dressed up and raped when he got to the house.
He was, after all, found in that ditch wearing a woman's cocktail dress, and he had been positioned face down with the dress pulled up over his waist, his buttocks in the air, in a very humiliating pose.
But just as Kevin Lee's murder starts to make some sense, this investigation takes a massive turn.
So in the middle of everything going on at Kevin Lee's scene, at the scenes in Hereford, two more bodies pop up.
In a further development, the bodies of two men were discovered at Thorny Dyke yesterday morning. There will be extra police officers out on patrol in the areas where the bodies were discovered. And we have a large team of detectives working on the investigations into all three deaths.
Now the question becomes, is Joanne Dennehy responsible for these two? And we have somebody else out here that's gone off the rocker.
She is the master puppeteer.
Joanne invites him to the Black Widow's web.
Once you've got her cornered, you struggle to get out.
Less than 24 hours after Joanne Dennehy's arrest, police in Cambridgeshire receive a devastating call.
On the Wednesday morning, one of the detectives in the office said there was a telephone call needed to take. So I went across to the phone, spoke to somebody in the control room who told me that two further bodies had been located in a ditch.
So these two new bodies that have popped up, farmer finds them, they're together, they're stabbed.
The bodies are found just 5 miles from where Dennehy's landlord, Kevin Lee, was discovered.
It was an easy assumption to make that given the fact that three bodies were found within a very short distance of each other, all within dikes, within a short space of time, that they are likely to be connected. But I was also very conscious not to make assumptions that they were.
But with suspects Joanne Dennehy and Gary Stretch in custody on the other side of the country, how could they be responsible? And if Stretch and Dennehy didn't kill these men, who did? Despite investigators proceeding with caution, news of the discovery soon spread.
At about 3:30, we had it confirmed that there were two more bodies out at Thorny Dyke. We go out there, we see the scene, we speak to as many people in the area as possible, and we're trying to find out what the similarities are to the Kevin Lee case.
In those circumstances, we would have been under immense pressure by the media. That would have been very difficult to investigate.
With the press reporting Kevin Lee's killer has struck again, can investigators prove they have the right suspects in custody?
At that early stage, we didn't have any identification of these individuals. We didn't know who they were, how they'd been murdered, and why they'd ended up in the ditch. I went out to the scene with another one of my senior detectives, saw that in the ditch there were two bodies. They were partially submerged. We could see that
They look to have been there for a little while.
The detectives take a portable fingerprint scanner to the scene to scan and hopefully get these people identified.
The first body was identified as Lucas Slaboszewski.
Lukas Slaboszewski was a 31-year-old Polish national who moved to Peterborough in 2005 to work as a delivery driver.
I don't think Lucas was reported missing until quite late on. I think it's because he's part of the Eastern European community who travelled here. I don't know how many people he knew actually in the Peterborough area.
Here we have a young, attractive man, newly arrived in town. He doesn't know anyone. He's a stranger in a strange land.
Initially, they don't find any particular connection between he and Joanne. But then they come up with a text from him that refers to a beautiful girl.
He phoned or texted his family, I've met this beautiful girl, I'm meeting her tonight or tomorrow, I'm happy, she's beautiful.
Could Joanne Dennehy be the beautiful girl in Lukas's text? Could they have been in a relationship, just as Joanne was with Kevin Lee? Could seduction be part of this suspected serial killer's MO? As a child, Joanne's daughter Cheyenne does recall her mother seeking male attention.
I remember as a child, she would walk down the street and she'd wear like clothing that was revealing. You could be, again, walking down the street and my mum would be flirting with a man right in front of my dad. As I started growing up, we would go out for walks and I thought, that's another, walk with my mum, have fun. But it started turning into using me as an excuse to go to other men's houses and sleep with them while I was in another room and played with their children. Like, the other friends would have birthdays, but it was getting to the point where I'd never get invited anymore, even if I was friends with them, because they'd be too scared because of my mum. So I really missed out. Or she'd sleep with us.
It's really tricky when young children start to see worrying, concerning behaviour in a parent. However much she might have understood things were going wrong and mum was getting less well or becoming more unpredictable, she wouldn't have had an adult understand that.
She knew what she was doing. She was using her wiles to get what she wanted from people. And I don't know, the way she'd present herself to people, they'd like fall in love with her and do whatever she wanted. And it's like, how and why? You know what I mean? And it's the same with just everyone around her. She's like, once she's got her claws into you, you struggle to get out.
Detectives suspect Joanne may have lured Lukas Slaboszewski to his death. But how can they be sure she's the beautiful girl in his text?
So this text in and of itself is not going to be a real solid connection. There's a lot of implication here.
We already know that Joanne Dennehy is in a relationship with her landlord, Kevin Lee. Everywhere she goes, she leads with her sexuality. In short, she's just a seductress.
With no conclusive connection between Dennehy and Lukas, will details of the second victim in the ditch prove Joanne Dennehy's involvement and confirm Joanne Dennehy is the rarest of criminals, a female serial killer?
New plot, like a Bonnie and Clyde escapade.
Someone who is engaging in hedonistic lust killing.
She's out hunting.
Investigators are trying to establish whether Joanne Dennehy is connected to two bodies discovered in a ditch near where her landlord and lover, Kevin Lee, was found murdered 5 days earlier.
So we've got some strong circumstantial stuff. But, at this point in the investigation, there is no direct evidence.
Without a direct connection, it's still possible another killer could be on the loose. But at this stage, police have yet to identify the ditch's second body. Could he provide the missing link to Joanne Dennehy?
So again, we use the portable fingerprint scanner to get Lucas identified, and now we also are able to use that equipment to get John Chapman identified.
John Chapman, he was ex-Navy. He had been married, his wife had died. He was on Skid Row. He was becoming reliant on drink. His only hobby was carp fishing. I interviewed the local shopkeepers and neighbours, and they thought he was a lovely, harmless guy. However, he lived in a house that was owned by Kevin Lee.
The second identified victim now, John Chapman, is also one of Kevin's tenants. And so it's not a far stretch, and it's not too difficult to connect all of these dots.
Police are now convinced Joanne Dennehy is responsible for all three of these murders, but they need proof. When and where did these murders occur? And how did Dennehy's proposed triple killing spree play out?
We started to put all the pieces together, particularly around the last sightings of individuals. And we were able to establish that those two victims were murdered way before Kevin Lee was murdered.
So as a result of all the forensic evidence gathered at the scene, at Lucas's murder scene, the authorities were able to determine that Lucas was the first victim of Joanne Dennehy. The interesting thing about Lucas's murder, it's clear that he is killed in one place and then the body is dumped in another place.
Forensics suggest Lucas's body has been moved. But if he hadn't been in the ditch for 2 weeks, where exactly had Lucas been?
Fortunately for investigators, Dennehy makes a classic mistake. She is so proud of her crime, she wants to gloat about it.
As the detectives begin to investigate Lucas's murder, they come up with this witness that can tell them what happened.
The anonymous witness explains Joanne told her everything that happened on the night of Lucas's murder and paints a terrifying picture for police.
That they meet at a mall, and then Joanne invites him to the Black Widow's web.
Dennehy lured him to a house which was rented by Kevin Lee. He went in the evening. In the kitchen area, she pulled out a small lock knife, stabbed him through the heart. Again. She got his body with Stretch, who was waiting in another room in case something went wrong. And they took this heavily built Polish man and they put him in a wheelie bin in the backyard for about 4 or 5 days.
She shows the body in the trash bin to a local teenage girl. This is someone who has absolutely no sense of guilt or remorse. She's actually bragging about her crime. She wanted to see the reaction on that teen's face to know what she had accomplished.
John Chapman was last seen alive 9 days after Lucas's death. But at 59, he was significantly older than 30-year-old Joanne. Had Dennehy also seduced him?
The murder of John Chapman is decidedly different. He's an older man, an alcoholic, completely vulnerable, harmless, stabbed to death in his bed while he's sleeping. In killing Lucas Slabajewski, Joanne Dennehy had essentially just taken the lid off, and she had discovered that inside the jar is somebody who is capable of murder and who quite enjoys it. So her second victim, Mr. Chapman, he's somebody who is, for her, quite an easy kill. He's somebody who is easy to dispatch and get rid of.
Neighbours had complained about lice, and Lee wanted Chapman out, but he wouldn't go through this court process. He would send round his enforcers, Dennehy and Stretch.
She'd actually been placed in this accommodation to intimidate him, to frighten him.
While there's no relationship necessarily with John, other than the fact he's a tenant in the same spot, this is all starting to build in her.
The crime scene of Chapman is like something out of a horror movie. You cannot imagine what that room was like.
She stabbed Lucas 5 times, and she stabbed John Chapman 10 times. It is interesting to watch the pattern of behavior, the pattern of the attacks. Joanne's method is remaining the same, but her technique is changing and it's evolving.
With Lucas killed on March 19th, John last seen on March 28th, and Kevin Lee found 2 days later, did Kevin Lee's death make sense as the culminating act in this 10-day timeline of escalating violence?
When we look at Dennehy's murder of Kevin Lee, I think she would consider it to be the jewel in the crown. She has gone from somebody who was killed for the thrill and then killed for the experience to someone who is engaging in hedonistic lust killing.
We are now seeing this sexual component of this thing starting to escalate as well because of the condition that we find Kevin's body. So this is really an interesting case of watching a person just fall into the black pit of evil.
But if Joanne Dennehy murdered the last of her 3 Peterborough victims on March 29th and was arrested 4 days later, 150 miles away, what crimes could she have committed during the 4 days she was unaccounted for? Can police really be sure there aren't other victims?
You know, when you have that number of bodies, the first thing to start going through your mind, not serial killer, how many bodies are there?
We've got this 4-day gap. Who knows where we have another body that pops up.
Joanne Dennehy has now been connected to 3 murders in Peterborough and 2 stabbings in Hereford, but police can't be certain there aren't victims still to be found.
Now that we are finding bodies popping up, the question becomes how many bodies are out there that we don't know about.
Could Stretch and Dennehy have harmed anyone else in the 4 days between Kevin Lee's murder and their arrest?
As is common when we have something like this going on, these little crime sprees that involve murders, there are other crimes being committed. So there's a burglary that they commit, and Joanne is found with a camera stolen out of that burglary. We've got an actual camera where Joanne has been documenting in a pictorial the activities that her and Stretch have been involved in. This is awesome. This is a gold mine of information.
This is absolutely critical to our inquiry. You've got it stolen in a burglary in Norfolk. And then you've got like a Bonnie and Clyde escapade recorded on this camera of their journey.
The camera's 29 remarkable images map out a 200-mile journey showing Stretch and Denny on the run.
These photos are as if they're on a tour to the Grand Canyon or something. They're posing with silly smiles, and it shows a complete disregard to the reality of what they've done. But moreover, they're loving and basking in the attention.
Reflecting on the images on that camera, it's almost as if she wanted to capture that journey for posterity, knowing what she'd done, knowing that she would be captured at some stage. There was a record of it to be used, and she controlled that.
The camera's images led police to various associates who could account for Dennehy and Stretch during their 4 days on the run. With a clear understanding of Stretch and Dennehy's every move, police could now be confident no further murders had been committed.
Because of the information that the detectives were able to get from those pictures off of that camera, they were able to determine that there were no other victims in Joanne's crime spree and murder spree.
The associates that Stretch and Dennehy met while on the run also described Joanne's shocking reaction to news of her own manhunt.
We heard that when the story was on the news, her name was mentioned, her face was shown. She celebrated and was jumping up and down on seeing that. So I think she wanted to be connected to these crimes.
She has such a kind of grandiose sense of herself at this point in time. She's really loving the fact that the eyes of the world are upon her.
But whereas Joanne was seen to revel in her notoriety, news coverage only served to increase her daughter Cheyenne's pain.
I was 13 at the time, and obviously it's a very big thing, and my dad was trying to protect me from it, but you can't protect me from something that big when other people are going to find out. It's in the news, in the papers. I was really kept away from it until it was in the media, and I walked into a co-op, and I'm curious if it is, so I was like looking for newsstands. I was looking for it, so that wasn't my own fault. And on the front page was her with a dagger and saying that she'd murdered, and I just froze. Like, all I knew is that she killed someone. That's all I knew. And then I read it, and I broke down, and I had to take it out of the shop, and then I did read it all over it, like what had been said, and it was a lot. Yeah.
Had Cheyenne been warned, it wouldn't have made the information any better, but it would have meant that she was prepared for what was on that newspaper, that she would have known that there was a risk she'd see it, that information was out there. The fact that she had no knowledge of it prior and it just came and hit her while she was with her friends would have sent her into such a state of turmoil.
I found one article, and that just led to a deep dark hole of the rest of them. All basically the same story, just worded differently. Monster, murderer, just them words just always stood out for me, and it broke my heart because essentially she is that, but I think I'm like, I don't know where is that.
As Cheyenne learned of her mother's crimes in the press, many details remained unreported. And for investigators, crucial facts remained unknown. More than a week after her arrest, Joanne was still unavailable for an interview.
In my line of work, interviews are crucial. There are a lot of questions that I certainly would have had, and I'm sure the detective would have had for her, but in England, she must be assessed. They cannot speak to her for 10 days.
Could the case change as the result of an interview with Joanne? What if she claimed she'd been coerced to kill by Gary? With Joanne's 10-day hospitalization nearing its end, will investigators finally get the chance to interview her and find out?
She's engaging in conversations with the doctor, quite freely admitting the fact that she killed people.
This woman is completely lost in her own craziness.
Is she gonna kick off? Is she gonna have a meltdown? Is she gonna make a joke about it? I can't predict.
British police have built a detailed picture of Joanne Dennehy's terrifying crime spree, but they have yet to question Dennehy or officially charge her for her crimes. Then, on April 12th, 10 days after her arrest, doctors finally deemed Joanne Dennehy fit for an interview.
She went through some really comprehensive assessments, independent assessments by medical professionals, and was found to be not only fit to be interviewed, but entirely fit to make her own plea.
Investigators have been waiting to hear Dennehy's explanation of events. Will she claim innocence, or will she confess to the brutal crimes she allegedly committed?
A serial killer, in most cases, they're narcissists. They will begin to share with you the ins and outs, and they'll tell you the story with a straight face. They'll show no emotion. It's like they're reading a bedtime story to their kid. They are proud of what they've done. Let her tell her story.
But when officers finally question Dennehy, she simply says, no comment.
On one hand, there was that surprise, I suppose, but then the suspects do have a right to remain silent, don't have to say anything, so you have to be ready for that eventuality.
She's doing this intentionally. She's doing it because she is enjoying the little cat and mouse game here that we're playing now with the police.
Although Dennehy's silence is unexpected, by now it doesn't really matter. Having had time to build a solid case, police charged Joanne with 2 counts of attempted murder and 3 counts of murder.
There was some very, very strong forensic evidence that linked suspects to the crimes. There was some very comprehensive CCTV footage. So the case was a very strong one.
But a strong case is no guarantee of a conviction.
On these types of high-profile cases, the stakes are so high. But despite actually running a large number of major inquiries, this one was quite daunting for me, and that's where you have to have a really, really professional team, because the slightest difference can mean so much in terms of what somebody could be proven to be guilty of, or not, or maybe a lesser charge.
I don't think you ever find yourself in a situation where you say you have a watertight case. When it came to progressing this matter to court, we were fairly confident that we would, by presenting the evidence to a jury, that we would hopefully get a conviction. But you never do know.
As the trial approaches, investigators have one principal concern. Will Joanne Dennehy assert an insanity defense to avoid criminal responsibility?
One of the risks throughout this case is obviously that Joanne could have been looking to plead diminished responsibility.
I was concerned that somebody may take a view that she couldn't necessarily form the intent, the criminal intent to commit these crimes, and I was concerned of the impact that would have on the family and their right to justice.
It was clear that she had some mental health conditions. Did they rise to a level of a diminished capacity or an inability to understand the nature and consequences of her act? Should she be punished in a different way, or did she choose to commit those crimes?
On November 18, 2013, Joanne Dennehy takes the stand at London's historic Old Bailey. But in her fight against these charges, will Joanne Dennehy claim criminal insanity as expected?
Ever since Dennehy's arrest and from her behavior in police custody, she has been manipulating the process.
She doesn't want to be manipulated by the system. She's never been manipulated by anybody. She's the manipulator. So Joe is going into that court cocksure she doesn't give a damn.
November 18th, 2013. The eyes of the world are on serial killer Joanne Dennehy as she arrives at court to plead her case.
But this is as serious as it gets. You're facing 3 murder counts in the Old Bailey. It doesn't get any more serious than that.
Joanne Dennehy is expected to plead not guilty on the grounds she was mentally incapable of fully understanding her actions.
We thought it's just going to be a straight not guilty plea, set a date for trial, and where we will go. And that's what everybody in the courtroom thought, apart from Joe.
What does Joe do? Joe walks into that court, the co-defendants are in the dock, and she tells them, I'm guilty, and she tells the judge to F off.
Joanne Dennehy's guilty plea sends shockwaves through the courtroom.
When Joanne Dennehy pled guilty, she had all of her legal team scrambling around, everybody kind of really shocked that she'd done this because that was not what they were expecting whatsoever.
Her defence team tried to stop reports of that coming out. The judge said, well, I'm afraid the cat's already out of the bag, because obviously as soon as she pleaded guilty, with tweets and things, we'd reported that.
The fact that Joanna Dennehy decided to admit murdering these 3 men and denying them a lawful burial took the whole of Court 2 by surprise, including her defence barrister, who said that proceedings weren't going as anticipated.
But was Dennehy's plea an acceptance of responsibility, or was it just another distasteful bid for attention and control?
The fact that she went guilty was just her way of securing her notoriety.
By pleading guilty, the scene stops on the terms of Joanne Dennehy. There will be no trial, there will be no bringing out of all of this evidence, which might actually burst her delusional bubble. She knows that everything from here on is not as she has fantasized. And so, on her own terms, she closes the curtain.
Although Joanne Dennehy temporarily succeeded in keeping details to herself, 4 months later, Gary Stretch appeared in court.
Because Gary Stretch had pleaded not guilty to their parts in the crime, we knew that all of that would come out in a trial.
And during Stretch's trial, shocking unknown facts come to light.
Following the stabbing death of poor Mr. Chapman, she was ecstatic with joy. Drenched in blood, she phones Gary Stretch and tells him what she's done. She's singing a song to him over the phone.
She calls Stretch and starts singing the Britney Spears #1 hit, Oops, I Did It Again. This woman is completely lost in her own craziness.
That's how cold-blooded she was.
So, when you think about Joanne Dennehy, you realize that she is the master puppeteer, getting all of these men to do her bidding. And that sense of control is part of what drives her.
On February 28th, Gary Stretch and Joanne Dennehy were sentenced. Gary Stretch received 19 years for his part in selecting Dennehy's Hereford victims and helping her dispose of 3 bodies. But with 3 innocent men brutally killed and 2 others left for dead, What punishment could possibly fit Joanne Dennehy's heinous crimes?
Well, in the United States, of course, in a case like this, you only have two ranges of punishment. You're either going to get the death penalty or you're going to get life with no parole. In this particular case, Joanne makes it very easy for the ruling. And the ruling comes from a judge, and she pleads guilty and is sentenced to life with no parole.
This is the most severe penalty you can get in Britain.
The fact that she'll never see daylight again in the outside world is a huge comfort for the family. And whilst I don't measure success of any investigation on prison time, in this case, for Joanne Dennehy, it's absolutely the right thing that she won't come out of prison.
Sent to maximum security prison HMP Bronzefield, Joanne Dennehy would spend her first 5 years alone in a cell, 23 hours a day with no visits from family. Then in 2018, her daughter Cheyenne decided to finally pay her a visit.
I almost had a near enough meltdown going in because I was so scared. I was shaking, I was sweating, I was crying. I didn't know who was going to be in that room.
5 years after Joanne Dennehy was sentenced to life for stabbing 5 men in cold blood, Cheyenne made the difficult decision to go and visit her mother.
Even though I had people telling me that it's a bad idea and that it would only make me worse, my curiosity and need for closure, I knew where I was going to get that was with answers. So I went and visited her.
Cheyenne went from being told that her mum was a monster, was the most dangerous woman in Britain, to choosing to go and visit her in prison, which seems like a curious choice. Why would she do that? But actually, I think this desperation for meaning, this desperation for understanding, for reasons, for answers to why her mum did that, would have absolutely driven her to go and seek those answers.
I walked in, and I recognised her. She was completely different. Brown hair, gone. Piercings, more of them. Tattoos, more of them. She had the same frame, the same dress sense, but it wasn't my mum in a sense. And it's taken me a double take to realise who was sat at that table. It became very real at that point. All of the anger, all of the hurt, everything just disappeared, and all I wanted was my mum. And I just ran at her essentially, and cried for a while. It was tough, but it was nice.
But when it came to Joanne's crimes, Cheyenne was looking for answers. Would she get the closure she was hoping for?
I asked her, why them? And does it not come into your mind that it's not just a life you're taking someone's son, brother, child, you name it, you're taking it. And people that have to suffer that for the rest of their life, it's not fair. It's like me taking away your most prized joy. She said, I don't know, that she just wasn't happy and that she just flipped. But she was fully aware of what she was doing. And I think not only did it shock me, but it hurt. It hurt that she could say that to me. Although I've asked for the truth, but it still hurts. She doesn't feel remorse for what she's done, and I don't think she ever will.
After confronting Joanne about her crimes, Cheyenne made the decision to stop all contact.
It wasn't my mum that I was sitting across from. It's who she'd grown to be, and I didn't like who she'd grown to be. I didn't want anything to do with it. Like they say, a love that never changes its spots. And I think she's past the point of change.
Since Joanne Dennehy's conviction, the shocking news of Britain's notorious female serial killer went global. But was it Joanne Dennehy herself that caught the public's interest? Or was it the senseless nature of the violence she committed?
Why is Joanne Dennehy such a headline grabber? What is this all about? Here we have a young girl who's killing people on her own, literally physically killing on her own with a pocket knife, turning this whole world upside down.
You think, how have you committed the crimes that you've committed?
The Joannes of the world, they are evil people who did evil things to a bunch of victims that had no idea this was coming at them. And these are the ones that we need to remember and memorialize, and don't let what this person did define them as people.
All too often, the killer's narrative is the one that dominates. So, for me, I think it is about saying, actually, Joanne Dennehy, you are not in control of this narrative. Here is the real story. And people who are family members of serial killers, have that double challenge, not just establishing who they are, but establishing that distance from the person who's committed these horrendous crimes. We need to enable the survivors of these people to come through and to tell their stories.
Back then, it was a sense of, I'm not good enough. I'm ashamed to be who I am. And now I realise I'm my own person. And I can't be ashamed of who I am because of who she is. I'm not her, and I never will be.
Tamisha Shelton came from a close-knit Southern family.
Her mother, both of her sisters, her nieces and nephews lived right behind her.
But she was closest to her little sister, Katina.
She kind of felt like she was protecting her.
So she was thrilled when the sister
I'll put my headset on. No, this is not PvP. I would have probably been, what do you call it, greased on there. Alrighty. I did. I tried it one day and I got greased like a motherfucker. I was sitting on an RG and another person on an RG came, picked me up, took me sky high and dropped me. Yes, this is PvE. I'm actually out making horde keys because I run a horde key business on ARK, and I do pretty decent at it. Yes, official. Yes. Oh, I forgot. Element. Oh. Bad Queenie.
West Point, October 16, 2009. It was a typical
I do not know how I forgot Element. I don't believe it's 1 times right now. It's still 2 times. I think the event should still be going on. They fucked us over on 2 days of event.
Football teams. And like every other Friday night of the fall, most of West Point was packed into the stadium for local high school, cheering on their home team.
Legit had the game off on us for 2 days. Sad. Yeah, normally, except for the weekends, we get 2 times.
But at around 9 o'clock, the deputies rooting for West Point High were suddenly interrupted.
I have my other character in here, but
the caller was 31-year-old.
She is just here to keep it so that you're on smalls. Oof. You're on a PvP. No, thank you. I am good for PvP. I like to keep the places that I've built.
Tell 911 that he's let the style.
Ow. Getting bird. What's the bird be?
Not to touch.
All thoughts of football forgotten.
No, no. Go away. Go away. I don't want to get any work. I need to keep. I don't want to waste XP.
Moon Valley is a very
Ha
rural
ha.
area of a very rural community. A lot of dirt roads, gravel roads in that vicinity.
You can get out there and feel like you're lost, even if you're not.
Tanisha stayed on the line and did what she could to help.
She was trying to describe where the house was and giving the address and explaining where they were located.
And she was still on the line, giving directions to the first responders when Tanisha's little sister Katina arrived at the scene of the shooting.
On the phone with 911, we could hear a car pull up and hear someone get out and start basically screaming, calling out Danielle. It was real hysterical.
But how did Danielle end up outside of Tanisha's trailer? Was it simply a tragic accident? Or would a scandalous secret about Tanisha and her sister's boyfriend reveal that there was more to the shooting than she had let on?
Let's take a gander. Any more of those? No. Alright.
Born in 1978, Tanisha Shelton spent all her life around Westfield.
The Sheltons are all large families here in Cleveland. They're close with family and they're hardworking people.
And Tanisha appeared destined to become another hardworking member of the family. But after graduating high school and getting her associate's degree at a local community college, a sudden illness derailed those plans.
She had a seizure and went to the hospital for a long period of stay.
Tanisha recovered, but the episode had lasted.
No shit.
She was on disability and wasn't working.
But while her disability
Haha, can't catch me.
it did little
I'm the gingerbread man.
And while she never married, she did give birth to a son.
Her baby dad was back and forth with her.
Luckily, Tanisha could count on the support of her close-knit family.
Her mother, both of her sisters, her nieces and nephews lived right behind her on the same plot of land.
They looked out for Tanisha, and she looked out for them, especially her sister Katina. Key to a family and friends, she was 10 years younger than Tanisha.
Katina was the baby sister, so she kind of felt like she was protecting her.
Although Tanisha couldn't always be there for Katina. After high school, Katina actually left West Point and went all the way to Nashville, Tennessee to pursue a graphic design degree, which is how she met Danielle Young.
Danielle told her to met her at the ARK College down there.
Born in 1987, Danielle was a Mississippi native from a town 2 hours south of Westfield.
He was raised in Forest, Mississippi. It's a small country town, very quiet.
And much like Tanisha and Katina, he'd grown up surrounded by his immediate family, as well as numerous aunts, uncles, and cousins.
It was 13 of us, and my brother David is 39. They have 5 children, and the last 2 was the twins, Dominique and Daniel.
And all of them lived within a mile or so of one another.
It's our family learned we was on a farm. We grew up working hard, learning how to work hard.
We didn't have a cell phone in our life. You know, we basically living off the land. When we ate, we grew it. Our parents, when the chicken croaked, we gonna get up, we gonna be in the garden, break that ground.
Growing up, Danielle had 2 passions. One was hunting.
All my brothers, they love to hunt. I used to go with them sometimes. But they like to hunt a lot because my dad, he had all types of rifles.
And when they weren't hunting or working on the farm, Danielle and his brothers would typically be under the hood of a car.
They always loved to work on cars. They, the favorite thing they would work on cars all the time.
And he planned to turn it into his career.
He would say, when I graduate, I'm going to be an auto mechanic.
After graduating high school, it appeared that Danielle was destined to realize his dream.
He went straight to Tennessee, the NABC National Auto Visa College.
Everybody was proud of our young man leaving and fulfilling his goals.
It was while attending school in Nashville that Danielle met Tanisha's little sister, Katina.
College, they had a relationship. He brought her home. We met her. She was a nice young lady to me.
And she was obviously taken with Danielle.
You can hear it. There's just something about him. She was about him.
Everybody just loved Danielle because
He make you smile. Even on a bad day, he makes someone smile. He sees something wrong with someone. He would go to them and ask if they're okay. Joke or make them laugh or something, make a person feel better. And once he brought Katina home to meet his family, it was obvious what Danielle saw in her. She was a nice girl. She was a good person. She was kind of quiet, but she was sweet. And it wasn't any mystery why Danielle had brought Katina home to meet the family either. They was talking about getting married and everything. They was talking about getting in the house together. Whenever he graduated, he was talking about coming home, finding a job, so they could get started on what they was trying to do with themselves. They really loved her. This was gonna be the one. So he always said it's gonna be the one, Mom. By 2009, Danielle had finished school.
He come out like second in the class. His boys grade. He pushed himself. He really did.
And while Katina finished up her education in Nashville, Danielle focused on setting himself up in his career. He had went to Louisiana with his brother, and he was working at a shop down there. But every chance they got, Katina and Danielle would both return to Mississippi to spend time together, mostly at her sister Tamisha's trailer in Moon Valley. Her parents didn't allow the man staying in the house with the girlfriend. So that's why Danielle and T stayed at the sister's house. And since she'd recently given birth to a new baby, a daughter, 31-year-old Tamisha was more than happy to have her sister Katina and her future brother-in-law around to lend a hand.
He's working on comfort Tamisha, so that's just go back to show the type of guy I'm up here for one thing, but I'll help you out.
Still, while Danielle didn't hesitate to help Tamisha when she needed it was her sister Katina he came to see. And on the weekend of October 16th, when Danielle made the long drive to Moon Valley, he was more anxious than ever to see his fiancée.
He actually came up here for her birthday that weekend.
But the celebration would take a tragic turn. Coming up, Tamisha says the shooting was a freak accident. She said he was shooting a wreck home, and the boy was pretty safe. But something about the scene seemed off to the investigators.
If I see a raccoon, and 22 is not my weapon of choice.
At a little after 9 o'clock on October 16, 2009, sheriff deputies and EMTs raced out to a remote rural home on the outskirts of West Point, Mississippi, responding to a 911 call that had come in moments earlier.
That initial 911 call stated there had been an accidental shooting out on Moon Valley Road.
According to the caller, 31-year-old Tamisha Shelton, she'd heard a shot, gone outside, and found her sister's boyfriend, 21-year-old Danielle Young, lying at the foot of a tree.
The 911 operator tells Tamisha not to touch the body or to do anything to the body until EMTs arrive. She, at some point, starts talking to someone else who's walked up.
It was Tamisha's sister Katina, also known as T. She'd been dating Danielle since college. They was talking about getting married as soon as she finished her schooling. But would their wedding day ever come? You hear T policy like, no, what happened? No, he's not dead. When the deputies and EMTs arrived on the scene, they found Danielle exactly as Tamisha had described, lying at the foot of a tree, face down.
They found a handgun that was located where Danielle had been laying face down.
It was a .22 caliber revolver and appeared consistent with a single gunshot wound to Danielle's chest.
Those are small gunshots in a little space.
But it was enough.
The EMT tried to resuscitate him, but all their attempts were futile.
They wasn't getting a pulse from him.
Danielle was dead. And the Clay County Sheriff's Office had a mystery on their hands.
Maybe this was an accident, maybe it was a ricochet, or maybe it was a self-inflicted gunshot.
We didn't know exactly what we did, but this fact that somebody's been shot, whether it was self-inflicted or not, is grave concern for us.
And until sheriff's investigators figured it out, only one thing was certain.
Every case that involves any type of shooting whatsoever, they treat as if it may be a crime.
So mere minutes after the EMTs pronounced Danielle dead, the work of preserving the scene was already underway.
They collected all the evidence. Danielle's body was preserved by the coroner that arrived. They backed his hand up as well so it could be tested for gunshot residue at a later time.
And while they worked, the lead investigator got a brief statement from Tanisha.
The initial statement she gave to Chief Deputy Williams was that she was laying in bed watching TV. She had her newborn daughter with her in bed.
Tanisha said that Danielle and her sister had gone up the road to a mother. But then, at a little before 9, there had been a knock on her bedroom window.
She stated that Danielle came to her bedroom window, knocked on the window, and said he seen a raccoon in a tree.
And then, according to Tanisha, Danielle had asked to borrow a gun.
According to Tamisha, she said, well, come around to the door and I'll go get the gun.
She goes and get a 22 pistol, and she got her little secret raccoon brain so she can see it.
Tamisha told the police that Danielle had said sure, taking the pistol and headed off toward the tree.
She said once she gave the gun to Danielle that she closed the door and stayed inside. She said it may have been 2 or 3 minutes and she heard a gunshot.
Tamisha said she looked out the door and called Danielle's name, expecting Danielle to reappear with the dead raccoon. But when he didn't respond, she started to worry.
She called Danielle. So then she said she went outside, and that's when she seen him, Danielle, laying on the ground. Dirty making a noise, so she called 911.
The investigators also spoke to Tanisha's sister, Katina, but she had little to tell her.
Katina was at the home with her mama that night. Apparently, they heard the police scan that they had used a shooting out in the valley, so that's how they initially found out something had happened just right down the road from there.
Katina said that she had rushed down to her sister's trailer while Tamisha was still on the phone with the 911 operator.
You could hear her on the phone, hollering and screaming.
With Danielle's distraught girlfriend unable to add anything, the deputies widened their investigation. But when they canvassed a handful of nearby houses, they found that the neighbors were equally in the dark.
Some of the neighbors told them they heard a gunshot, but they really didn't hear anything else.
Which meant that the closest thing the lead investigator had to an eyewitness was Tanisha.
He wanted to take her back to the sheriff's office and do a longer interview at that time, and she said she didn't have any problems doing that.
I told the dentist to take her on to the station. I know she had on a house clothes. I told her family. I said she's going to need some clothes to put on.
Because the clothes Tanisha was wearing were all taken into evidence, so that the investigators could test them for gunshot residue and rule her out as a suspect.
From her statement, she was in the house. She wasn't wearing a gun when they fired. She didn't touch him, said she touched his foot. There shouldn't be any gunshot residue on your hands or on your clothes.
The residue test was a routine matter, as was the record check that the investigators ran on Tanisha.
We didn't find any criminal background on her. I can't recall in the 20 years I've been in this department going out to the shelter resident for anything.
Her formal interview didn't add anything either.
He asked her to describe what had taken place. Her story was consistent with the 911 tape, as well as the initial statement.
And once again, she explained that she hadn't seen how Danielle had been shot.
One of the things that she was asked about specifically was, were you outside when the gun was fired? And she said, no, I wasn't.
So according to Tanisha, all she could do was speculate about what had happened.
She said it was raining, and he had a gun in his hand, and he stood the fell in and out.
Or maybe he had fired at the raccoon and missed with fatal results.
Then he was shooting the red ball, and the bullet ricocheted out the tree and
possible explanation? In the early hours of the morning, after Tanisha finished her statement and went home, there was something about the incident that definitely bothered the investigators.
When going out, shooting between in the middle of the night, it just didn't feel right, to us.
And there was one thing in particular that struck the investigators as odd.
When we start sitting down looking at everything, trying to kill a raccoon with a 22 pistol is not. It's not a common thing,
All right, honey, you too. I hope you have a wonderful day.
Of course, Danielle hadn't really been hunted. Just taking a pot shot at an animal that had wandered into the yard was the only weapon available.
She gave the 22 pistol to Danielle because that's the one in the house.
However, even if Danielle had shot at the raccoon with the 22, what were the odds that the bullet would ricochet and hit him square in the chest?
Sometimes a scene will tell you a story, and we just felt this particular scene we were looking at not telling us the whole story.
It's all right, dear.
Adds up.
And according to Danielle's family, the suicide didn't appear too likely.
Get some rest.
He had dreams. He wanted to be a family man. He wanted to start his own business one day. He had worked hard to get to where he was at. He was making plans. He just wanted to take it first.
But if it wasn't an accident or a suicide, one possibility remained.
I believe this was a homicide.
Coming up, Danielle's family reveals a possible motive.
It was just, he had to.
And Tanisha changes her story.
That's why you gonna say something like this?
By the morning of October 18, 2009, it had been barely 24 hours since 21-year-old Danielle Young had been shot dead in West Point, Mississippi. The victim of what police were initially told was an accidental shooting.
They was told that he was trying to shoot a raccoon that was up in the tree and he shot himself.
At least that's what the woman who lived in the trailer, 31-year-old Tanisha Shelton, had told the investigators.
Danielle Young was dating Tanisha Shelton's sister.
But was Tanisha telling the truth? The investigators had some doubts.
From a person that hunt myself, I'm looking at, if I see a raccoon, the 22 is not my weapon of choice. So that kind of threw up some flags for us.
Their suspicions were reinforced when they talked to Danielle's family.
I said, you don't hunt with the pistol. Danielle know how to hunt. And he was brought up hunting. I don't believe he had tried to kill no pony, no tree, no 22 pistol.
The family also insisted that there was no chance that Danielle had intentionally killed himself, that he and Tanisha's sister Christina had big plans for their future.
They were going to get married. She finished her degree. And they were going to talk about marriage.
And there was no way that his relationship with her had turned deadly, either.
The family said, yeah, they would have arguments occasionally, but they were the typical arguments of kids that were 21 years old.
However, while the family said there was nothing unusual about Danielle and Christina, they did have some concerns about Tanisha.
One of the things that came up was in conversation with Danielle's family. The Young family, multiple people had told us that Danielle had told them in the past that Tanisha had made advances upon him.
I definitely believe that Tanisha had a crush on Danielle. She was trying to get him to get in bed with her.
And if what Danielle had told his sister was true, Tanisha hadn't been shy about it either.
She was getting naked and stuff, walking around the house. He thought that she would be on the couch and lingerie, She would be exposing herself.
According to the family, Danielle swore that nothing had happened between him and Tanisha.
He said that he never touched her. And he wasn't good at it because him and T didn't get married.
And now the family wondered, had Danielle's rejection angered Tanisha?
Hello.
That she'd taken her revenge
How are you, hon?
by murdering him?
It was jealous. It had to be even more.
I hope you're having a good day.
Danielle's family was convinced that Tanisha had killed him, but the investigators would require more evidence, especially the result of the gunshot residue test on Tanisha's hands and clothing.
At that time, all indications were that Tanisha had been inside during the entire shooting.
The gunshot residue test could reveal whether or not Tanisha was telling the truth, but getting the results from the crime lab would take time.
We have one crime lab that serves all 82 counties, and we frequently have to get in line and just wait our turn for our evidence to be processed.
So while the investigators waited for the results of the residue test, they asked Tanisha to come in and take a polygraph. And while she agreed, when she came in to take the test, it appeared that Tanisha was having a second thought before she was even hooked up to the machine.
There seems to be no signal.
When he spoke with Tanisha, for the first time we hear her mention that she had
I fell on.
a gun.
According to
Are you
Tanisha,
running away?
she had shot the gun on Wednesday, 2 days before Danielle
Oh,
was killed.
maybe not.
She said that there had been a dog in the area chasing her.
It is
her
a lag.
son, nephew, or
No,
somebody
server saved.
there in the area. She said that she fired the gun trying to scare the dog off.
Tanisha said the fact that she had fired a gun had previously slipped her mind during the turmoil that followed Danielle's death.
She started telling the story again, exactly as it matched up with the 911 tape. She heard the gunshot and she ran outside to check on Danielle that he was groaning.
However, as Tanisha wrapped up her preliminary interview with the polygraph technician, her story changed again.
She tells him that she in fact handled the gun and shot that gun on Friday.
And according to Tanisha's new story, she fired it just a few hours before Danielle died.
That should
Okay.
why you
Oh, tear it on. Bye.
something like this,
Was it because she was worried about what the gunshot residue test might reveal?
It was our interpretation at that time that the timing of those changes in her story were extremely relevant.
Alright, that round is over.
The polygraph would reveal the truth. But would the threat be too much for Tanisha to take?
We set up for the polygraph, and right before the polygraph, she had a seizure.
She had some health issues. She had seizures and various things.
The investigators called an ambulance.
She was taken to the emergency room.
And when she was evaluated and released within an hour, the investigators were left wondering, had Tanisha really been overcome by stress? Or was the timing of her seizure just a little too convenient?
I'm not a doctor, so I can't tell you what brands I'm on or not, but this particular day when you go on to take a polygraph that will ask you questions where you did this murder or not, you have a seizure. What's it say?
However, by then, the investigators did know one thing for certain. The medical examiner had ruled out any possibility that Danielle's death might be a suicide. The autopsy confirmed that Danielle had died from a single gunshot, but that wasn't all revealed.
The autopsy gave us the trajectory on the bullet and the body.
And according to the medical examiner, the bullet had entered Danielle's body from dead ahead, almost a perfect 90-degree angle.
She's seen hundreds of suicides, and her explanation was, in every suicide she's ever seen by gunshot, there's always some deviation. She's never seen one where suicide goes straight through the body at a 90-degree angle.
How you gonna try to turn your wrist to shoot yourself, right here? That's an awkward position.
But if Danielle hadn't fired the fatal shot, did that mean Tanisha was the killer? For the authorities, it was still too soon to say.
It took a while until we had sufficient evidence, which meant getting everything back we had from the crime lab.
It was a frustrating time for Danielle's family.
Many times I did call there to the sheriff's department and speak with Mr. Williams. He himself, and he would personally tell me that they were still working on the case.
And when, after months of waiting, the test results finally came back from the crime lab, one thing immediately stood out to the investigators. In addition to testing the samples brought from Danielle and Tamisha's hands, the crime lab also tested their clothes, Tamisha's for gunshot residue, and Danielle's to determine where the gun was found in relation to his body.
You can request that they make a determination based on the stippling on the clothing, whether or not there are burn marks from the flash of the muzzle.
And according to the crime lab, the scorch marks on Danielle's clothes were revealing.
He was shot with the gun pressed into his chest, into his clothing.
And tests of the clothing Tamisha had been wearing the night of the shootings were just as telling.
She had gunshot residue on her pajamas,
which meant she couldn't have been in the trailer when the shot was fired.
You have to be in the area when that gun was fired to get the smoke away from it.
And that wasn't the only place Tamisha had gunshot residue either.
It was in the palm of her hand, on the back of her hand.
All the evidence pointed to Tamisha as Danielle's killer.
Chief Deputy Williams at that time thought he had enough to go to the grand jury.
But an actual arrest would take time.
Our grand jury only meet twice a year.
And with the next meeting still months away, their prime suspect would remain free.
Tamisha just went on to live her life. She stayed in the same house, lived there close to her family.
Meanwhile, Danielle's family's frustration grew.
That was past. I felt like this case was once go, once out.
What I was feeling was concern for my auntie. The look that she told it, that she bared for herself, it wasn't something that you would wish upon anybody.
It wasn't until April of 2011, a year and a half after Danielle's murder, that the moment the family and the authorities had been waiting for finally arrived.
The grand jury returned a tribute, which basically meant that there was more than possible cause that she committed the crime.
Once she had been indicted, a warrant is issued at that time. From my understanding, she was told that it was there and came and turned herself into the sheriff's office.
Tamisha was finally in custody, but could the prosecutors make the charges stick? Coming up, will Tamisha's case ever go to trial?
I thought they would not let her go.
Or will the investigators uncover shocking new evidence?
We actually did a DNA test on her young lady.
On July 14, 2015, Tamisha Shelton finally went on trial for murder at the Clay County Courthouse in West Point, Mississippi. The 37-year-old was charged with killing her sister's boyfriend, Danielle Young, who'd been shot dead almost 6 years earlier, in October of 2009.
You watch TV shows, and it's like the crime happened, and next thing you know, they're in court, and the person is convicted when it comes to life. It don't work.
Which wasn't much consolation for Danielle's family.
I know they were frustrated, and we had a lot of conversations with them that were not pleasant to have, that were difficult to have. But we wanted to make sure that we were confident in what we were putting in front of the jury, and that we would strengthen our case in any way possible.
We was told that if there's any issue not found guilty, we can let her on the track, and that's why it took so long.
Just as frustrating for the family, Tamisha had spent almost the entire 4 years since her arrest out on bail.
The bond was set at $75,000, I believe. And shortly thereafter, she and her family were able to make bond, and she was able to stay at home awaiting trial.
Not only was she in her own home, the mother of two went on with her life as if she'd never been charged with murder.
She was dating somebody, and after this, she had 2 more children.
Which only added to the delays in bringing the case to trial.
Every time it was time for us to go to court, or they would change it. Either she was having a baby, or something else was going on.
Danielle's family had almost lost all hope.
I thought they would not let her go.
But finally, after years of waiting, it was time to find out. Did the prosecutors have enough evidence to send the mother of 4 to prison for murder?
The morning of trial, the last thing that Danielle's mother said was, "Do the best you can."
In his opening statement, The prosecutor told the jury that the evidence proved Tamisha had pulled the trigger.
She had these particles on the palms of her hands, on the back of one hand, and on both her pajama shirt and pants. She had to be in the area of the discharged weapon.
And yet, as the prosecutors pointed out to the jury, Tamisha had always claimed that she had been inside the trailer when the fatal shot was fired.
At no point did she admit that she was anywhere in the vicinity of that gun being fired.
Although once she realized that the investigators were testing her for gunshot residue, she had started coming up with explanations for why they were finding some.
We had been told that she had in fact shot the gun on Wednesday, and then that she had handled the gun on Friday but not shot it. Finally, she had in fact shot the gun earlier that same day.
The story basically changed every time they talked to her. And according to the prosecution, even if she was telling the truth, if she had fired a gun several hours prior to the shooting, it was unlikely that it would have skewed the test results.
During the course of those interviews, she also explained that she had cooked dinner for her family. She had taken care of her baby, the newborn, grabbing diapers, using wipes, things like that.
Could she really have done all that without washing her hands at least once?
There's no way she had gunshot residue on her from hours before.
But would the forensic evidence alone be enough to secure conviction?
We don't have to prove motive, but we also know it's human nature to expect that there's going to be some bow that we can tie this up with at the end and say, this is what happened, in order to satisfy the jury.
But why would Tamisha kill Danielle? After all, he was her sister's boyfriend, not hers. Which was precisely the problem, according to Danielle's family. They believed Tamisha acted out of jealousy.
Danielle told us that she was coming at him. She was trying to be with Danielle and he was like, he wasn't going to do that.
And the family was convinced that by remaining faithful to Tamisha's sister Katina, or T as everyone knew her, that Danielle further enraged Tamisha.
I feel like she was jealous of our brother and T relationship because he was a good guy. And he was talking about marrying T. She didn't have a man like that.
They felt like she was, I guess, a sperm lover or somebody that got her feelings hurt in this, and maybe that was the motive.
Or was it possible he hadn't been faithful?
She did have 2 children at home with her. One of those was a relative newborn. One of the things that came up, whether or not that child may have been Danielle's child.
Was it possible that Danielle had hooked up with Tamisha, only to turn his back on her? It would have made a compelling motive for murder, if it was true.
We actually did a DNA test on her young baby, but it came back that he was not the father.
The paternity test may have exonerated Danielle, but it left the prosecutors no harm as far as the rumors that Tamisha had become infatuated with her sister's boyfriend.
We didn't have anything that was substantive that could prove that. Any statements that the family had were hearsay from Danielle. We didn't have anything that led us to believe there had been any relationship other than those statements.
And since it was hearsay, the jury would never hear it.
If we had followed that line and introduced that as a motive, the concern is we lose credibility with the jury. We don't have something to back up what we present before them. The case will be over before we even get to closing arguments, and we didn't want to risk that.
However, that presented the defense with an opportunity, one they took full advantage of with presenting their defense.
The defense's position was why would Tamisha Shelton have killed Danielle Young? There appeared to be no ill will between the two.
After all, she'd let her sister and Danielle stay at her trailer, and he'd been helping Tamisha out, tinkering with a couple broken down cars she had parked in the yard.
He was trying to get those up and running.
And the lack of a motive wasn't the only thing the defense had to raise reasonable doubt. They also did their best to undermine the forensic evidence that provided the foundation of the prosecution's case.
Their argument was that it was self-inflicted, that he killed himself.
And they had a powerful witness to back up those claims, Tamisha's sister, Katina.
During her testimony, she tried to say that Danielle had tried to take his life when they lived in Nashville, that he had taken pills at some point.
Katina's testimony took the prosecution by surprise.
That flew in the face of everything that we had learned from Danielle's family.
But if it wasn't true, why would Katina lie for her fiance's accused killer?
Obviously, she's torn in two different directions. She very much cared for Danielle Young, I believe that. However, she also had a sister that she had known her entire life. Katina was probably doing whatever she could to protect and cover for her sister.
On cross, the prosecution did its best to contain the damage, pointing out that the bullet had entered Danielle's body at a 90-degree angle.
We argued with the jury that seemed far more consistent with someone placing the gun and pointing it straight ahead rather than the person shooting actually turning the gun on themselves and firing the gun into their chest.
And while Danielle did have gunshot residue on his hand, the residue on Tamisha was far more damning.
The gunshot residue on Tamisha was on the palms of her hands. It's common to see gunshot residue on the palms of the person who actually fires the weapon.
Danielle had gunshot residue on the back of his hand.
Did Danielle get gunshot residue on the back of his hand because he'd been trying to ward off Tamisha when she pulled the trigger?
If there wasn't any on the palms of the hands, it probably meant you weren't the person holding the gun.
That's what the prosecution claimed. But Tamisha didn't appear to be too worried.
Just sit there and it's calm. She won't take a stand to speak on her behalf.
Which meant that when the jury retired to reach a verdict, their decision would depend entirely on how they interpreted the forensic evidence.
For both sides, it was, this is what couldn't have happened, and this is what probably happened. Nobody could say, this is what happened.
Coming up, tempers flare as the jury struggles to reach a decision.
We could hear raised voices.
But what will it mean for Tamisha?
She was going to get out on this murder charge.
On July 17, 2015, almost 6 years after Danielle Young had died mysteriously outside a trailer, a Mississippi jury announced that we reached a verdict in the murder trial of 37-year-old Tamisha Shelton.
It came down to one of two people pulled the trigger on that gun. It was either Tamisha Shelton or it was Danielle Young.
It had taken the jury 2 hours to reach a decision.
They've got heated at times. We can hear raised voices, and you can't tell what they're saying, but there is always heightened anxiety once that jury goes out. You don't know what they're going to do.
But for all the prosecutor's anxiety, Tamisha appeared confident.
She stood there just smiling, like she didn't have a care in the world. I feel like Tamisha felt like she was going to get out on this murder charge.
But was her confidence misplaced?
The jury returned with a verdict of guilty on the charge of murder.
The courtroom erupted at the news.
They read the verdict in court. Her sister started hollering. She has kids. She has kids.
Although Tamisha took her conviction surprisingly well.
We didn't see tears. We didn't see any cries out or anything like that from the defendant.
Danielle's family was an entirely different story, however.
There were a lot of hugs and tears in that room after the verdict was read. It was just, it's over. He's free.
Although after waiting so long to see Tamisha convicted, the family's relief was tinged with more than a little bitterness.
No one should have to wait and suffer the life that our family have had to wait before justice was served.
The only question remaining was how long Tamisha would pay for her crime. And on July 20th, she was back in court to find out. She received a life sentence with the eventual possibility of parole.
The way she was sentenced, she'll have to serve until she's 65 years of age.
Although, even then, there's no guarantee she'll get out.
If Dr. Has can say so, she won't leave. Because you took a lot. I feel like she should sit in jail for it. She should not be able to get out.
However, despite all the pain Danielle's death caused the family, his mother has tried to forgive Tamisha.
My children. You know they have a lot of paper. I don't underneath that there are been feeling.
But even forgiveness won't change what's happening.
It's too late to come forward. All she'll do is tell the truth. Just so you really do.
In March of 2017, the Mississippi Supreme Court denied Tanisha shelter his appeal. Tanisha will be eligible for parole in 2023. Tanisha's 4 children went to live with them until her family.
She was an ambitious young dancer.
She was very blurry, the whole bit, and he was just spitting.
He was more than happy to bankroll the lavish lifestyle she'd always dreamed of. He wanted to do anything that would please her.
She downtown Chicago throwing champagne bottles out of Rolls Royce.
But the couple's high life comes crashing down in a hail of gunfire.
Spent casings all over, a body full of holes. It looks like a war zone. It did look like somebody went right up to midline.
The ensuing investigation will expose activities secret.
We started getting here.
This money that we were getting. Start with the mob hit.
After a lengthy investigation, authorities are left wondering if the truth will ever be revealed.
My immediate reaction was, when I get the whole thing, someone conspired with one of his profession to change his insurance policy. Was justice served? Not yet.
This is the 3 things for murder. Basic. Money, sex, revenge. That's it. Follow the money, as they say.
June 9th, 1982, Norfolk, Illinois. It's just after 4 a.m., and while most residents are sleeping soundly, 14-year-old Eva Hartman is just closing out a night on the town with her mother, Vi Cruz, and her stepmother, Deborah Hartman.
My mom and I went to dinner with Deborah. After dinner, Deborah was so relaxed and wanted to go to a couple of nightclubs to go dancing, so we tried to get into a couple clubs. I was only 14, and of course I didn't have ID. So we went to a couple of places till she finally knew someone and let us in, and we stayed out dancing till morning.
After closing down the club, Eva's mother drops her and Deborah off at their home for the night.
We walked into the house, the music was playing so loud. My dad's music. That was not normal. It was a very eerie feeling walking up those stairs.
As Eva makes her way up to her father's bedroom, she's stopped in her tracks.
I found my dad's body laying on the floor with bullet holes all in his body.
Eva quickly rushes to her 38-year-old father, Warner Hartman.
I'm like, we got to call 911, we got to call 911. All I remember is her grabbing my arm, us running down the stairs. They left at Deborah's suggestion. She said, come to Eva, let's go talk to the police. Where my dad lived is a very small town, and they've never had a murder in this town. My father was very well liked. I was so shocked. And the first thing in my mind is, we shot him.
Born in 1944 in Mannheim, Germany, Warner Hartman arrived in America in the early 1960s when he was just 19 years old. With just a few dollars in his pocket, Warner set up a second-hand stall at a Florida flea market.
Everyone loved him, his laugh, his smile, beautiful blue eyes that just lit up the room, very sociable, very friendly.
There at the flea market, Warner fell for 18-year-old Vi-Cruz.
'Cruz. She seemed to be a very, very sweet lady. 'Cruz. 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 ' very nice, very warm. Warner always spoke very highly of Vaughn.
The couple married in 1964 and soon had a daughter, Stephanie, in 1965.
It got tougher to earn a living and, support them in the way they want.
To support his family, Warner traded his second-hand stall for a position as a door-to-door electronics salesman. In 1966, the Harton family moved to Chicago, where Warner could finally realize his dream of owning his own store.
He opened up his first store and got huge. He put stereo equipment in private schools and police stations and boats.
Back when he was in business, you couldn't go to Best Buy and have an incredible car stereo installed. He was before his time, and I think that's why he was so successful.
In 1967, Warner and Vi added a new member to the family, their second daughter, Eva. As his family and his business grew, Vi began helping with bookkeeping.
My friend told me this guy was making money hanging on this. It was making big money.
He got the money and wherewithal to start living a different kind of life, which he did.
He liked to go to nice restaurants, he would travel.
Warner moved his family to Chicago's most exclusive suburb, Northbrook, and bought a ritzy home in one of the best neighborhoods.
You might call it ostentatious. It was big and fairly impressive.
He was very successful. He would take us to downtown Chicago and enjoy the food and his friends.
While Warner embraced the nouveau riche lifestyle, his humble wife Vi felt out of place.
One day he just told us that they were getting a divorce, and the next thing you know, my mother and my sister and I moved out of the house and got an apartment.
After an amicable split, Vi and the girls moved to Florida, leaving Warner alone in his palatial Chicago home. Now single and wealthy, Warner spent most of his nights out on the town.
Warner would oftentimes go down to the Stone Park area. Stone Park was a community that the bars stayed open 23 hours a day. They only closed at 1 hour. And it was well known for exotic dancers and the clubs.
In 1978, at one of the strip clubs, Warner was dazzled by a 24-year-old dancer named Deborah Silva.
Deborah, as I understand it, grew up in an abusive home, and the father would beat her. She quit high school at 15 to be a quote model, and she would teach dancing.
She looked a lot younger. She had that smile. Deborah could charm men. She had a thing. She was good at it. She knew how to do it.
For Deborah, Warner was different from the seedy men she usually met at the strip club.
I would think that most women would love to meet a successful, warm, nice, kind human being that would love them and provide a great lifestyle.
The couple married just 2 months after meeting, and Deborah's life changed forever.
She grew up with nothing and now has money and drove the Mercedes and the fur coats and the jewelry.
After a year away, Vi, Eva, and Stephanie returned to the Chicago area, allowing for Warner to hopefully see more of his teenage daughters.
My dad worked 7 days a week on all the holidays, Christmas, every single day, so we didn't get to spend a lot of time with him once we went to the store to see him.
One would presume that, everything was great from the outside. What a perfect life. How things began better. Okay, this guy's got it made. He hit the American dream.
But that dream was short-lived. On June 9, 1982, Warner's wife and daughter rush into the Northbrook police station and tell officers that the 38-year-old local businessman has killed himself.
I don't know how he got killing himself with bullet holes, laying in a pile of blood. I was in instant shock. We were together for a little bit, and then they separated us.
Moments later, officers arrived at Warner's home.
Don't know what you're walking into. So we went into the home, and we're on alert, obviously, had our guns drawn, and we're looking around. We cleared the first floor, we went up to the second floor, and then we found Werner Hartman laying on his back, obviously shot up, full of bullet holes. It was very apparent that it was not a suicide.
I would characterize it as resembling an assassination.
Coming up, was this wealthy businessman really what he seemed? Oh my God, he owed everybody money, and an unlikely suspect is revealed. They started getting here.
He couldn't help himself. He loved her.
When officers arrive at the home of successful businessman Warner Hartman on June 9, 1982, they are taken aback by the brutality of his death.
You could see all the bullets, some missed, some didn't, that went in their room, spent casings all over, a body full of holes, looks like a war zone.
It would seem to me that he was totally caught by surprise. Getting out of the bed. Pain.
Based on the pattern and number of shots, police suspect that Warner was killed with an automatic weapon.
I knew it was a gun with a clip with at least 20 or 30. It was a semi-automatic weapon that could, obviously hold a lot of rounds. We figured it was a Mag-10.
Judging by the nature of the line of bullet holes of this guy would be consistent with his mechanism of death. It did look like somebody would right up his middle. Whoever did it, I'm pretty sure.
Detectives arrive on the scene and quickly get up to speed.
He was outside the bathroom and heading for the bedroom, sort of like a hallway sort of area. He was shot repeatedly from the front and fell onto his back and was basically looking up at the ceiling.
It's very obvious that there was not burglary that gone bad. There was no forced entry. The house was not ransacked.
I've never read about a robbery going bad where someone shot 14 times. This can't be personal.
While investigators examining the crime scene find no fingerprints, they do uncover clues that suggest the glitz and glamour the Hartmans outwardly displayed was a facade.
In her house, it was a nice area, but the house was really a dump inside. There was piles and piles of late bills. Bills on the desk all over. We got unpaid bills, gas, electric, mortgage, car payments.
After wrapping up at the crime scene, detectives head back to the station to get more intel from Warner's wife, Deborah, and his daughter, Eva.
I'm in tears, freaking out. I'm beside myself. I am a total mess.
While Eva corrects herself, detectives sit down with Deborah for a formal interview.
She did not seem defensive at all. She did seem upset. Her statements to us were that she was in love with Mr. Warner, and that she was truly saddened by his death.
According to Deborah, she didn't have much to do with her husband's business, but even she knew that Warner was struggling.
He wasn't focusing on the business. It was starting to go down the tubes. He had built this great thing, and he wasn't being receptive to their customers.
Mr. Hartman and Deborah Hartman spent more than business was bringing in.
Deborah fears her husband may have turned to one of his customers with ties to organized crime for help.
The very cool thing was there was so much debt that he must have got money from the mob.
He wasn't paying it back. He thought it was a mob hit.
I would be surprised if there was some links there. It was juice laws, and maybe they were trying to get back at a burner. With Warner's failing business, an easy loan from the mob would have seemed like the solution to all his problems. But based on the crime scene, investigators immediately doubt that theory.
First of all, if it was a mob hit, it wouldn't be that messy. A mob hit would be stomach, heart, head, 3 shots. That's all to make sure he died. Secondly, mob guys are in business, right? So let's say Warner did borrow money from the mob. If they kill Warner, they're never going to get any money. None of that makes any sense.
14 shots. That's pretty personal. You don't need that many shots to kill someone.
Convinced the murder is personal, police give Eva and Deborah a gunshot residue test before releasing them. While the results will take a few weeks to come back, in the meantime, detectives call Vi Cruz, Warner's ex-wife, to tell her the news.
She was hysterical, and she just got in the car and rushed to the police station and just couldn't believe it when they calmed her down and she verified the story that she had been with Deborah and her daughter dancing around having a good old time out clubbing.
Vi says that after the divorce, she made peace with Warner and his new wife before moving to Florida. Then, a few months before Warner's death, Vi says he called her up and begged her for help with the business.
She came in and she was astounded to see the books showing all this debt. Oh my God, he owed everybody money.
Jewelry, furs, Rolls Royces, luxury car, luxury home, prestigious suburb. That's not a cheap lifestyle.
He was found nothing. He was from a guy that we all thought was, and it was basically no money.
Vi says that she told Warner that he needed to get his spending under control, but the problem was Deborah.
Deborah would, show up, get money out of cash register, and leave. She went to New York with her girlfriend, spent thousands of dollars, started going out to nightclubs.
She was spending his money to see downtown Chicago, throwing champagne bottles out of the little boys.
According to Vi, Warner confided that Deborah's spending wasn't the only problem in the relationship.
She had a boyfriend. His name was John Corbin.
Vi says that 30-year-old John was an out-of-work pro tennis player who had come into Warner's shop looking for a stereo when he locked eyes with Deborah about 6 months prior to the murder.
He was a lot younger than Warner. A lot. He was sort of tall, seemed like a fairly good-looking guy. Let's put it this way. He seemed more like her type than Warner.
He was a hunk. And Werner was, he was a nice man who loved her passionately. But she was young, and they took a liking to one another, shall we say, and they started having an affair.
According to Vi, Deborah lavished John like Warner had lavished her.
They were both driving convertibles. It was just like a scene from that movie.
Allegedly, Warner put up with the affair, even allowing John to move into his home with Deborah.
John was staying there, and my dad was sleeping on the couch. That was like the most bizarre thing to me.
There were various allegations of infidelity and arguments regarding property. So it was a conflicted relationship.
Warner felt, though, that eventually Deborah would get tired of John. And she'd come back to him.
She had her hook in his beat. Couldn't help herself. He loved her.
However, according to Vi, Warner's hope to reconcile his marriage began to waver. It seemed Deborah had her sights set on John, leaving Warner to make a difficult decision.
Werner did file for divorce against Deborah and tried to recover some of the property he had given her, names, cars.
That created a lot of tension, fights, big ones.
There had been some incidents at the house
where the police were called. While investigators begin to look into Deborah's alleged relationship with John Corbeck, on July 4th, 1982, investigators get the results from the gunshot residue analysis that was performed on Deborah and her stepdaughter, Eva Hartman.
Deborah's hands did not show any gunshot residue. Ava's showed gunshot residue.
Mine came out positive from the gunpowder. It was the most horrifying experience. I just lost my dad, and on top of all that, they thought I was involved.
Detectives are faced with the disturbing theory that Eva might be the killer, which makes her mother and stepmother potential accessories.
Somebody would have to cover for her if she did, because she was with Deborah and or Vi all the time. So she had an alibi, unless that alibi was also false, would be, providing a cover up for her.
Detectives call Eva to the station for an interview. When confronted with the results of the test, Eva becomes hysterical and swears that she is innocent.
She was very confused and delirious. She was very traumatized. She hadn't had sleep.
Because she was upset, we felt that perhaps she was unable to give us as much information as we thought she might have.
Coming up, investigators pull out all the stops to get to the truth.
Sometimes people suppress things subconsciously that they don't know about, but they get hypnotized.
We went into the office and they turned off the lights, and I just sat down. I like to see the movies.
It's been nearly a month since Warner Hartman was murdered in his home, and detectives are desperate to know if his daughter, Eva Hartman, may be involved in his death.
Anytime you fire a weapon, certain powers and elements are given off. One of the reasons to test is to determine if that person had or had the opportunity to have a gun in their hand. In Ava's case, gunshot residue got on her hand.
Though Eva is adamant she is innocent, detectives decide to take an unusual approach to find the truth.
If you lost all your other avenues, sometimes people suppress things subconsciously. I've seen it, and sometimes it works. Sometimes they see things or hear things that they don't know about, but they get hypnotized.
At this point, I was willing to do anything. So I was very cooperative. I did everything that they asked me to. We went into the office and they turned off the lights where it was, darkened. And then the person who was hypnotizing me, and I just sat down, kind of like you see in the movies, and he kind of just had you relax.
When the psychologist questions Eva about Warner's murder, it becomes obvious that they have hit a wall.
In spite of its abilities to relax people and get people to remember things they might not otherwise remember, in this case, wasn't really generating the memory that we wanted to know about.
They had nothing. There was basically nothing. She didn't seem like she was involved.
I did everything. The hypnosis, everything they wanted me to do, go over. And at that point, it's something finally confirmed I've been telling the truth.
That 14-year-old girl didn't spend her father's house. Okay?
Detectives have to find another explanation for the gunshot residue on Eva's hands.
If she saw him laying there, she might have stepped over and grabbed him. You can get a transference. And there was enough residue in that body, trust me.
I had touched all the walls and walking up. And my dad. So that's why I had gunpowder on me.
Back at square one, detectives ask John Corbeck, the boyfriend of Warner's wife, Deborah Hartman, to come to the station for an interview.
He had no criminal record that we knew of, that I knew of at the time. He had never been arrested.
He had an alibi. He said he was having dinner with his boss. The boss and his wife corroborated it.
When John's alibi checks out, police have no choice but to release him.
It's a perfect alibi. You just don't know what you're looking for, but you cover all your bases.
Detectives begin reaching out to those connected to Warner, including his friend and attorney, Richard Columbek. Richard details a disturbing conversation he shared with Warner just days before his murder.
He called up with Mr. Columbus. I'm scared. And I'm like, what? What are you scared of? He said, I overheard my wife and her boyfriend talking. They didn't know I was there, and they were talking about how to kill me. And I said, if you're at the house, leave the house. Immediately go to the police or call the police. And he said, I'll do it, and I'm really scared.
Police have no record of Warner filing a report with them, but the story finally gives them what they need. A suspect.
When someone calls you and says, my wife and boyfriend are plotting to kill me, and they subsequently get killed within a day or two, it never occurred to me that anyone else could have done it.
Looking for a solid motive, detectives contact Warner's insurance company for details about his life insurance.
Listen, the three things for murder, basic. Money, sex, revenge. That's it. Those are the three motives. It's not rocket science. You just follow the money, as they say.
There were two insurance policies. It was also discovered that there was a third insurance policy that apparently was issued on Mr. Hartman's life.
I think it would be almost $1 million if you total up the policies. And one of them, I believe, was double indemnity. If you die not from natural causes, you get twice the proceeds.
If Warner was drowning in debt and considering divorce, detectives believe Deborah and John had only one option to keep up their lavish lifestyle.
There's your motive right there. It's huge. We think now the shoes are low. It's time to start focusing on more than the past.
Detectives contact Deborah for a second interview, but they are directed to her newly hired lawyer instead.
She wouldn't make a mistake. And at that point, nobody was making a mistake against her.
Police couldn't find enough evidence that could stand up in court. There were no eyewitnesses to the murder. They really didn't have enough to go on.
After months of running down evidence, leads begin to fizzle, and the case grows cold. Deborah collects her insurance, and she and John part ways.
Deborah stayed in the house for a while, but she couldn't afford it, and so she moved to a much more modest place in the adjoining suburb of Deerfield.
Nobody had been charged, but everybody assumed that they just two did it. And I think it was just so outrageous that nothing had happened.
However, after 2 long years, in 1984, authorities finally catch a break. In a seemingly unrelated case, ATF agents arrest gun runner 58-year-old Ken Canal, who was trying to sell undercover agents illegal guns.
It was this career criminal. The guy lived in jail, in and out of jail. It's no big thing to him.
In one of the many undercover recorded conversations with Ken, he mentions firing a unique gun in his basement, a MAC-10, the same kind of gun used to kill Warren Hartman.
A friend of his started working in a gun store, the gun shop, and he was very knowledgeable about guns. So they gave him this MAC-10, I believe. Ken, in his basement, tried it out, and it just kept firing. It was very rare, and you didn't see them very often.
Another state policeman, but wow, that's the same kind of gun that was used in Furnace murder.
As detectives work to connect Ken to Warner Hartman's murder, they make a shocking discovery that changes the course of the investigation.
Ken Cannell was John's former roommate.
Coming up, detectives get an unlikely ally.
He was very crafty and a seasoned criminal. Or what am I going to get out of this?
But can he be trusted to deliver? He was supposed to incriminate the others. She left them a little gift of $3,000. 3 years after businessman Warner Hartman was gunned down in his home, investigators suspect that convicted gun runner Ken Canal may be tied to Warner's unsolved murder. On May 9, 1986, detectives arranged for an interview with Ken. They said to him, "Oh, so what do you know about Warner Hartman?" He was a little startled, and he was like, "Whoa, I don't know about that." Ken's reaction convinces police that they are on the right track. But Ken isn't the type to talk. He was very crafty and seasoned criminal. "Oh, what am I going to do?" So he was willing to help as he saw it. Officers say that nothing Ken says will be used against him if he tells them what he knows about Warner. Ken agrees. He said John contacted him, and they asked him if he killed Vernon.
It was a 380 caliber automatic pistol and promise of large sum of money to shoot the husband.
And he said yes at first. So they gave him this Mag 10, I believe, and Ken, in his basement, tried it out.
He crawled into a crawl space under his house and test fired the gun, which, according to him, was strictly when you pull the trigger on full auto. The magazine empty at once.
When stopped spewing bullets, he thought, "I don't want to put something like that." He said, "Forget it."
He had cold feet leaving the gun back. He said, "It's not a job for me."
Before the interview with Ken is over, investigators ask him to pay Deborah a visit while wearing a wire.
We say, if you wear the wire and do what we ask, then your sentence will be lighter.
So he agreed to wear a wire and go talk to Deborah. In May of 1986, Ken visits his old friend Deborah at her home in Deerfield, Illinois. They were hoping they'd incriminate her, and that would be really good for any case. But somehow they didn't trust him. I mean, he's kind of a slippery type. And they went to the house, Deborah's house, and they saw him go in. He was supposed to be getting her to incriminate the others. But instead, he said to her, so that was the end of that. They never got to incriminate herself, and then they knew he was not the best witness to have, because he was going to try to help his friends. Without Ken's testimony, the investigation stalled in the beginning. That is, until 1988, when detectives decide to take a second look at the paperwork for Warner's life insurance policy. They had an expert look at it, and the technician would say, that wasn't Werner Hartman's signature. If the documents had been forged without Warner's knowledge, detectives suspect that Deborah must have had help.
We believe Deborah conspired with one of his professionals to change his insurance policy, and we didn't know which one it was.
Looked at phone records, and they found evidence that she had been making a series of calls just prior to the murder to John, of course, and then the insurance agent, ARK Ascended. Detectives confront 52-year-old Harvey Lupton at his office. Harvey collapsed immediately and dissolved, and agreed he'd been part of the scheme. Harvey tells police that Warner had contacted him in March of 1982 to tell him that he was divorcing Deborah and wanted to take her off his life insurance. He said, "I'm changing them to my daughters. They will be sold in insurance." Not long after, Harvey says he received a visit from Deborah, who was dressed to the nines. She sidled up to him and said very, innocently, "I'd like you to change this one policy and just have me as the sole beneficiary." She left him a little gift of $3,000. And she also kind of, been very suggestive, sexy, and
he was getting all kinds of illusions about the time he could spend with Jeff.
Harvey says that everything went smoothly until he received a phone call from Warner in early June.
Warner got to notice that his policy was changed. And then he called him, and said, hey, you got to change this.
He said, I want my daughters, Eva and Stephanie, to be the sole beneficiaries. And Lipton promised he'd change it. Instead, Harvey says he called Deborah to warn her that her husband was catching on.
If you look at the totality of the situation, it appears that she was instrumental in trying to plan his murder.
I think if he never would have changed the policy, my dad never would have been murdered.
Coming up, detectives call in the big guns to close the case.
When the federal government comes after you, they don't lose.
And a long-awaited trial makes front-page news.
It was headlines. It was big. She dressed up like she's a little schoolgirl, and didn't do anything you can't prove it.
In January 1989, nearly 7 years after the murder of Warner Hartman, police have zeroed in on his wife, Deborah Hartman, as the crime's mastermind.
There was just not enough clues because they cleaned up so well, and obviously this was a planned murder, and they did a really good job at covering it up. It just went stagnant.
It took a long time. It took 7 years for them to finally pull it together. They're trying to pull together enough threads to have a case that'll stand up in court. It really didn't have enough to go on.
Though state prosecutors don't have enough evidence to bring murder charges, federal prosecutors, on the other hand, do find a reason to become involved.
The FBI fully get involved in a federal law has been violated. Illinois State Police stepped in when it appeared that an insurance fraud, which, if the mails are used, can become a federal crime. That's when the feds got involved.
They got down for mail fraud because they mailed a fraudulent document in the mail. They forged the life insurance policy. When the federal government comes after you or puts you under the microscope or investigates you, they don't lose. They got the money, the time, and the resources.
The federal case had to do with the actual insurance policies. That's really what's in. And the fraud that took place in both obtaining the insurance policy and paying the insurance policy becomes a federal crime because it affects what's the fine.
I understood the fact that law enforcement and the prosecutors, of course, wanted to prove everything, but you have to go with your strongest case because you're not going to get second shot at it. The reality is they didn't have the evidence necessary to prove who committed the murder.
On January 20th, 1989, Deborah Hartman, her ex-boyfriend John Corvick, John's former roommate Penn Cannell, and Warner's insurance agent Harvey Lipton are arrested and charged with wire and mail fraud.
I got a phone call, and it was the happiest news ever because I just thought that they were gonna, that they got away with murder, and nothing was gonna happen. And there was just nothing we could really do. They did not have a murder charge, yes, but at the same time, you have to look at the good.
In November 1989, John and Deborah are tried together. Though they aren't on trial for murder, evidence from that night is allowed to be presented as the motive for the fraud. Prosecutors start by saying that Deborah was a gold digger who risked losing her meal ticket in a divorce.
Deborah did not want to go back to the life that she was once doing. Now she's different, she has everything, she wasn't willing to give all of that up. It was enough motive to murder my father.
She was in a room, and when the money was gone, she had to come up with something. His insurance policy was there, and that was paid.
Prosecutors believe that after John's former roommate Ken backed out of being the trigger man, John agreed to do the shooting himself.
She knew how to track men and ensnare them and use her powers in that way.
I mean, John was sticking with her just like one of them. So he went along with the program just to make sure that she got her money and got it.
Prosecutors allege that on June 8, 1982, Deborah went out with Warner's daughter and ex-wife, while John snuck into Warner's home with a MAC-10 machine gun.
He was shot 14 times in his head and throughout his body. And then while the body is lying there, he then drove him again.
Prosecutors say that John then fled the scene to solidify his alibi, allowing Deborah to return home and play the shocked widow.
You stuck a 14-year-old child. You had her walk up the stairs when you knew that body was around the corner. You knew I was going to find my dead body. That is a full sick person.
After the prosecutor's powerful argument, defense attorneys remind jurors that although there is evidence that John and Deborah benefited from Warner's death, there is no evidence that they actually killed him.
They were sitting there, she dressed up like, like she's a little schoolgirl. I didn't do anything, you can't do anything.
Deborah was so paying over into it. She had on her walking coat, her hair done off, her face, her makeup.
Can't prove who the murderer was, who shot whom, where's the gun. They could never find the gun.
After a 3-week trial, the jury returned with a verdict on December 15, 1989.
And she was very astounded when they found him guilty. Hours to come up with the verdict. So those 10 women and the 2 gentlemen, I think, saw through things very quickly.
John is sentenced to 16 years in prison, and on March 12, 1990, Deborah receives her sentence.
Deborah was sentenced to 22 years in prison.
I really think that Deborah was more shocked than anybody because she just thought
Although Deborah isn't found guilty of murder, there is hope that one day she will be held accountable for the crimes that many believe she orchestrated.
Was justice served? Not yet. Maybe one day we'll get the breakthrough to bring the rest of the case.
She should be in prison for life for the murder of her husband. He was the author, the producer. It was all done because of her. He married the devil. He just didn't know it for that.
Deborah was abused, and this guy was, just wanted action, that led him to his death.
I'm sorry that you went so soon, Dad. You were so young, and I love you and I miss you, and I wish you were still here with us, and I wish that you could have met your grandchildren. You have 5 of them. I love you, Dad.
In 1990, Ken Canal was sentenced to 20 years in prison for mail and wire fraud. Harvey Wolfkin was sentenced to 2 years in prison for in 2002, after serving 12 years, Deborah Hartman was released. Her current location is unknown. The murder of Warner Hartman remains an open case. A pair of restless world travelers find comfort in each other's arms.
They had a great relationship. They just adored each other and loved each other.
She was just having a good time, being out and about with him.
You could tell that he was in love with her.
But their romance comes to a screeching halt one hot summer day with a most gruesome discovery.
They smelled this horrifying smell.
The body was covered with flies and maggots. There were bullet holes in the shirt.
Blood tears were found on the door, consistent with trying to escape.
Investigators slowly uncover a twisted story of lies, intimidation, and unbridled rage.
There are allegations of ties to the mafia.
Threatening to burn their houses down, threatening to kill them.
You didn't see anything. You didn't hear anything. That's all you know. Anything.
As police finally zero in on the killer, they uncover disturbing secrets about this seemingly picture-perfect romance.
Anyone who would commemorate the murder of another person has some serious issues.
July 26, 2016, Kenosha, Wisconsin, an idyllic town nestled on the southwestern shore of Lake Michigan, between Milwaukee and Chicago. At 11:30 a.m., a municipal crew prepares to repair a sidewalk on a quiet lakefront street. The crew leader wants to advise residents of the work and approaches the nearest house.
They were going to be doing work on the sidewalk area, and they had stopped at the residence. At that point, he had noticed a strong odor coming from the residence.
The terrible smell is unmistakable.
We were out doing our sidewalk inspection, and we were trying to get a hold of a resident by knocking on his door, and we see like lots of flies in the window and a stinky smell coming up from this air conditioner, and we're concerned he might be dead in here.
Moments later, patrol officers from the Kenosha Police Department arrive.
Once getting to the sidewalk surrounding the residence, the odor that was coming from the residence was very pungent.
The doors are locked, so the officers have to find another way in.
There was one window adjacent to the front door that was unlocked, and it was that window that they were able to kind of push up and access the residence within about 5 feet of that location. They saw the body. The body was very corroded. There was a lot of skin slippage. It was covered with flies and maggots.
The body appears to be that of an adult male.
You couldn't tell who it was. You just the decomposition factor, so took care of that. You know that he's been there a while.
They don't know who the victim is, yet it's clear how he died.
There were what appeared to be bullet holes in the shirt.
The officers call for homicide detectives and a crime scene unit. Once they arrive, they begin processing the scene and discover a driver's license belonging to 51-year-old Michael Guyan.
We believe that the body that was located was Michael Guyan's.
If it is Michael, how and why did he meet such a horrible end?
This case will stand out in my memory. It was pretty startling for me. A lot of what we thought turned out to be not what we expected.
Born in Chicago in 1965, Michael Guyan was the oldest of 4 siblings.
Michael liked to be by himself the majority of the time, other than his relationship with his family. He is described as being very intelligent and having a very high IQ, very analytical and methodical in how he had things done.
He enjoyed riding his motorcycle. He liked to hike. He liked to travel. He would take pictures frequently of everything.
In 1996, Michael met a woman named Jamie, who worked in the burgeoning field of biotech.
They were never married. They had a son together. He was a stay-at-home dad for a number of years to his son.
During that time, Michael and Jamie started investing in real estate, especially in the North Chicagoland suburb of Kenosha, Wisconsin.
He was a property manager, and he collected rent, and he managed the rental properties.
In 2010, Michael and Jamie decided to end their romantic relationship, though they remained business partners. Ultimately, Jamie and their son moved to Seattle, but Michael remained in Chicago.
It was easiest for them at the time to just keep the residences in her name, and Michael was able to manage the properties here in Kenosha.
Not long after Jamie left town, Michael met Army vet and world traveler Donna Matthews, who was a bartender at the time.
She was a little bit of a tomboy, but she was also really pretty. There was something about her. She didn't have to get dressed up to be pretty.
Donna grew up in Michigan, the only daughter in a busy home of 5 siblings. She loved her 4 brothers, but after high school, Donna wanted to see the world, so she joined the Army, hoping to do just that.
She was always on an adventure, like the next adventure. She'd go traveling. That's all she ever talked about, was how much she loved to travel.
While stationed in Germany, Donna fell in love and got married. When she was discharged, she returned to Kenosha with her husband in tow.
He was a very attractive man. He was a good guy, a very good guy. I always thought she had the ideal marriage.
But after the birth of their 2 daughters, Donna began to bristle at the traditional roles her husband requested.
He was more like, I want to come home and I want dinner on the table, I want the house cleaned, and she didn't like that man to tell her what to do. She wanted a little bit more out of life than just being the stay-at-home mom and cooking and cleaning. So I think Donna was starting to get a little restless.
In 2010, Donna mustered up the courage to file for divorce. The couple's eldest daughter lived with her father, while Donna retained custody of their youngest.
Her relationship with the girls and the father are still very good. He was a really good dad, and Donna's a great mom. So I don't think that the separation was too traumatizing for them, because I think in their eyes they still saw that their parents still loved them.
While still a loving mom, Donna was eager to spread her wings as a single woman.
She seemed really fun because she had been so confined as a stay-at-home mom. We went out a lot, we went to the bars a lot, and everywhere that we went, the guys just fell all over her.
Donna was easy on the eyes. I mean, she was a pretty attractive woman. She had a certain charm that would kind of pull you in a little bit. She would smile and brighten up the room.
It was at this point that Donna crossed paths with Michael Guyan. His intelligence, charm, and shared love of travel swept Donna off her feet.
She had said initially that she was attracted to him for his intelligence, that he was a collector of moments, and that she found attractive about him.
It started off well, and they had a great relationship. They just adored each other and loved each other.
He fell for her. There was emotion behind what he was saying and doing. I love you. I'd like to spend more time with you. I would like to be with you.
After they dated for 5 years, Donna began to feel claustrophobic in the relationship.
Donna was more of a free spirit. She had been settled down. I don't think she liked that life. Why would she settle down with one person? It seems that the relationship changed in July of 2015. There was a lot more arguing between the two of them. I think what she found appealing earlier in the relationship, she was now resistant to, in terms of him wanting to spend a lot of time with her, wanting to be together, I think more than she wanted.
That summer, Donna told Michael she craved more freedom, and that she and her daughter were leaving Kenosha in search of a fresh start.
They were going to travel around until they found a place that they loved, and that's where she and her daughter were going to settle.
Michael had come to the house, and Michael said that they had broke up. He said, well, I need your help to get Donna back.
But she wanted to end their relationship.
With Donna firmly decided, the former lovers began relearning how to live life on their own. Now, a body found in a Kenosha home leads police to believe that Michael's life is over. Coming up, detectives piece together Michael Guyan's terrifying final moments.
The deceased was in a relaxed position and was ambushed.
And they learned that for all his charm and intelligence, Michael might have had a dark side.
Stalking her, texting her repeatedly, calling her repeatedly. She, to go to lady, would not find her.
Michael Guyan and Donna Matthews were once an adventurous couple, always on the go. Now, Kenosha, Wisconsin police investigating a shooting death have found Michael's wallet and ID next to a badly decomposed body.
Because of the state of decomposition, they have to take some extra steps to identify.
As detectives wait for the coroner to transport the body for autopsy, they search the scene for evidence.
No murder weapon was found at the house.
However, investigators do recover 3 .38 caliber projectiles. This discovery helps paint a picture of how and where the victim was shot.
There was a chair that we believe that he was seated on.
There was blood on the chair, and there were bullet holes that were discovered in the chair itself.
It looked like the deceased was in a relaxed position and was ultimately ambushed or surprised.
The evidence shows the victim's final moments were spent in a desperate attempt to save himself.
The body was found positioned close to the door. Blood smears were found on the door, consistent with him trying to escape, but not succeeding, and falling to the ground near the door and dying there.
Officers that responded to the scene were able to determine that both doors were locked and secured.
You can oftentimes tell that the house has been tossed or ransacked or whatever. There was none of that here.
His wallet was still there. It didn't appear to be a robbery gone wrong.
As the crime scene processing wraps up, investigators hope the autopsy will shed further light on what happened.
The body was sent to the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's office.
We weren't sure that it was Michael Guyan. There have been very good clues that it was him.
With the autopsy and official identification underway, detectives move their work outside.
We were able to speak to neighbors.
No residents report hearing gunshots recently. They explain to detectives that Michael Guyan and his ex-girlfriend Jamie own several properties on the street.
He resided in one of the properties, and the others were rental properties.
The neighbors who knew him said that he seemed pleasant in their interactions with them, but he was quiet. They didn't know much about him.
They indicated that he was always on the go.
It would not have been unusual for people to go a long time without seeing Michael. He kept to himself. He wasn't very social.
A neighbor had indicated to us that she last spoke with Mr. Guyan on July 4th, roughly midday.
Neighbors explain that Michael had been staying at one of his and Jamie's rental properties, where the body was found, while he renovated his actual residence, which is just a few doors down the street. Perhaps that home contains more evidence.
We are taking a search warrant for the other residents to determine if somebody may have entered that residence.
In Michael's living room, detectives find a potential clue.
There was a vase that had a gun that was wrapped in a bag that was located tucked inside the vase.
To find it hidden in the vase was strange to us, absolutely. I can't answer as to why that gun was placed in the vase.
However, the gun is a .380 caliber, so it can't be the murder weapon, which was a .38. But the discovery leads police to wonder, was Michael afraid of someone and kept a gun for protection, but had it hidden in the wrong house? On July 28th, the day after the body was found, the medical examiner completes the autopsy, lifting a single identifiable fingerprint from the corpse. Detectives compare it to Michael Guyan's known prints on file due to a minor arrest record.
I identified one of his fingers to a known set of standards cards that he had produced at another agency. So, with the fingerprint that we recovered at autopsy, that's how we identified scientifically who he was.
However, the advanced decomposition of Michael's body means one fact remains uncertain.
We believe the date of his death to be around July 4th, 2 to 3 weeks prior to his body being discovered. However, we couldn't give a definitive time frame on that.
Still, that estimation fits with when neighbors last saw Michael. Unfortunately, nothing from the autopsy helps identify the shooter. Seeking more information, detectives tracked down Michael's ex-girlfriend and current business partner, Jamie, who lives in Seattle, Washington.
We were able to make phone contact with Jamie, who indicated to us that she and Michael did own homes in Kenosha together. She indicated to us that they were at one point dating when they had a child in common. However, she and Michael were currently not dating or in a romantic relationship of any sorts.
Jamie tells investigators that she hasn't heard from Michael in several weeks, which is out of character for him. While she doesn't know of any specific threats against her business partner, not everyone was a fan of Michael's.
He was very methodical in how he had things done. He wanted it done his way, and if someone did something a certain way that they thought was right, Michael would get angry because it should have been done a different way.
Jamie explains that she hasn't seen Michael in person in more than a year and is unable to provide any additional information. The detectives decide to reach out to Michael's more recent girlfriend, Donna Matthews.
Detective Hagen sent an initial phone call to Donna Matthews, who was living in Hawaii at the time.
Though she's some 4,000 miles and 4 time zones away, Donna explains that friends in Kenosha already told her the news.
She knew Michael's body had been found.
Donna also admits that she isn't entirely distraught by this news.
According to Donna, she was harassed and stalked and emotionally and psychologically abused by Michael.
Donna explains that over the course of their relationship, Michael became more and more obsessive, and when she finally broke up with him, it only got worse.
He wouldn't accept the relationship was ended, according to her. According to Donna, that was when things took a turn. That was when he became more obsessive. He would start to stalk her or post pictures of her or would call her incessantly. Donna told me he was controlling. He was mean to her.
Donna says that when she tried to put even more distance between them, Michael's behavior went from mean to downright menacing.
Donna said that he told her often that he had a connection to organized crime and that he knew people who could kill his family members.
Coming up, Donna alleges months of terror at Michael's hands.
Why aren't you doing something about this? Why aren't you arresting this guy?
And a surprise witness emerges with a frightening tale.
When he came to the police department, he was very nervous. He was sweating.
Investigating the murder of Michael Guyan, Kenosha, Wisconsin authorities have been speaking with Michael's most recent girlfriend, Donna Matthews, who lives on the Hawaiian island of Maui. In doing so, detectives have uncovered a stunning new twist to the case.
Donna had alleged that Michael was involved with the mob.
Donna says that after she ended their 5-year relationship, Michael threatened to call in a favor with his mobster friends to have Donna and her family killed. Donna says that at that point, she filed a formal report with the Kenosha Police Department. But according to Donna, her complaint fell largely on deaf ears.
When Donna talked to the police officer about it, he didn't arrest him. That was horrifying to me. If this is serious, why aren't you doing something about it?
With no proof of abuse and Michael denying the allegation, all police could do was issue a restraining order against him. Donna explains that in September 2015, she and her daughter fled to New Orleans. But that wasn't far enough.
Michael had sent her a text message with a picture of the place where she and her daughter were staying. So she believed that he had stalked them to New Orleans, so they had to leave.
Donna claims that over the next several months, she and her daughter moved several more times, but no matter where they went, Michael kept stalking them.
He found her in Colorado. He found her in Arizona. He found her in North Carolina.
She told me that he would just show up. And I just thought, wow, that's really scary. He followed her wherever she went. She couldn't get away from him.
She had reached out to the Central Police Department previously, and her version was that nobody had been taking her seriously or attempting to help her.
Hoping finally to be free from his grasp, Donna moved all the way to Maui and took precautions in case Michael saw him.
She sought a restraining order against him. My understanding is that she was at a bus stop. He showed up on the bus stop. She called the police. He was arrested and was released on the understanding that he would leave the island.
Once Michael left Maui, Donna says she felt safe. Until one night when she was checking a social media account.
She told me that he had posted some naked pictures of her on Facebook.
A couple of them were her in the shower. Some were in a shirt that was unbuttoned with no bra. Some were her sitting in an office type of chair, the bed behind her.
When you do pictures like that for somebody, that's supposed to be between you and that person. So if he did post those on Facebook, I can understand why she would be upset.
Donna also tells police that less than 3 weeks ago, in early July, she received heartbreaking news that required a trip back to Kenosha.
Her mother was dying, and she needed to get home to see her mother before her mother died.
Donna worried that Michael would find out she was in town, but to her relief, she never saw him. And when her mother passed away on July 7th, Michael didn't appear at the funeral.
She indicated that the messages from Michael had stopped towards the beginning of July, immediately thereafter, July 4th.
Donna says she has no other information. Detectives in Kenosha subpoena Michael's phone and computer records to look for any connections to organized crime.
But there was no evidence to suggest any real true connection to the mob at all.
We also reached out to the Chicago Police Department as well as the FBI, the Organized Crime Division. The name of Michael Guy was nowhere to be found.
Next, detectives reach out to Donna's family in Kenosha, whom she claimed Michael also threatened.
Donna had been telling her family members that Michael was threatening to burn their houses down, threatening to kill them. And so they were worried.
There was maybe 3 brothers in town, so I just went door to door trying to locate them. And we ran into Derek Matthews. We asked him if he would come down to the police department and talk to us. He came across as just a nervous guy, kind of fidgety. He brought up Michael Guy, and he explained that Donna had an on-again, off-again relationship with him, that he didn't like him.
Detectives questioned Derek about where he was on the night of July 4th, the last day Michael Diane was seen alive.
On July 4th, Derek said he was going to meet some people at a local bar instead of staying in. Derek denied knowing about Michael's death. Derek denied being around Michael's rescue. The initial interaction with Derek was very short. I walked away from that interview saying he needs to get talked to again.
Had Derek Matthews murdered his sister's ex in order to protect their family? Before detectives can dig any deeper, a man named Josh Taylor comes forward, ready to talk.
We had a resident in the gang that needed to speak with the detective involved in the Michael Guyan homicide.
Josh Taylor lived downstairs from Derek Matthews. He was a friend to Derek. They were very close.
A detective I talked, and I said, how many times was he shot? And he said, well, how do you know he was shot? I said, it was a revolver. It was a 38. And he said that information has not been publicized.
He firmly believes that he had information about who committed the homicide.
Josh says Derek confided in him about his sister Donna's troubled relationship with Michael Guyan and dropped an unsettling hint.
He was growing very concerned about the situation with Donna. Derek tells me that if nobody is going to help Donna, then he's going to be the one to help Donna. I said, what exactly does Donna need help with? And he said, getting rid of Michael Guyan. People say all the time, God, you know that person. You never think that person's going to go through on it.
Josh explains that he and Derek planned to watch the fireworks on July 4th, the night police believe Michael Guyan was murdered.
It was time to go to the fireworks. And I said, well, we're going right now. I said, let's lock up the house and go. And Derek comes out and says, I'm going to go out for a drink. Derek's dressed all in black, and he runs upstairs, grabs his bag, comes back out, and says, I'm serious, don't wait up for me. Hops in his car and leaves. Well, the whole time, on the inside, you have that little voice that's saying, this isn't right.
Josh indicated that after July 4th, that Derek's whole demeanor had changed drastically. He went from being very fun and caring to kind of being more to himself.
After July 4th, every time I saw him, it looked like life had been sucked out of him a little bit more. Something was eating away at him.
Then Josh learned about Michael Guyan's murder.
I had a very bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. I called Derek, and I said, Derek, Michael Guyan is dead. He was silent. I said, Derek, what did you do? Derek responded to me, you didn't see anything, you didn't hear anything, that's all you know. And he hung up the phone.
Josh also provided us with information that Derek owned a revolver. That was a 38 revolver. So a lot of the information that he provided was very consistent with the investigation thus far.
Based on Josh's statement, Kenosha detectives secure a search warrant for Derek Matthews' home.
In his kitchen, he had a golf bag, and inside the golf bag, we found some ammunition. We did locate 38 special ammunition with 5 rounds missing.
Detectives are increasingly convinced that Derek was somehow involved in the murder. But in order to obtain an arrest warrant, they're going to need concrete proof.
We needed to gather some more information. We didn't believe the flight risk at that time.
Detectives asked Derek's housemate, Josh Taylor, to play a crucial but risky role in the investigation, secretly recording a conversation with Derek.
And I said, okay, so you'll do it. I said, yes. And I said, I'll get him to talk about the situation.
Coming up, will the crime's prime suspect come clean?
See, here's the thing. You're a family to us, okay? If you didn't do it, then you need to say that.
After the murder of Michael Guyan, detectives in Kenosha, Wisconsin asked Josh Taylor to wear a wire and record a conversation with his friend and housemate, Derek Matthews. Derek is also the brother of Michael Guyan's ex-girlfriend, Donna Matthews. Josh agrees to help police.
It's hard for me. I've never done anything like that before. So Derek and I had a conversation. I explained to him that he wasn't the person that did, in fact, kill Michael Guyan, that he needed to say it.
During the conversation, Josh suggests that maybe Donna was the killer.
See, here's the thing. You're a family to us,
Okay? If you didn't do it, if she did it, there is two totally different set of protocols there.
Like I said, if I'm protecting my sister, I'm just as guilty as she is. Like I said,
I'm looking eye to eye. But you didn't do it.
I didn't do it.
Detectives believe Derek knows more about the crime than he's confided to his housemate. That same afternoon, police called Derek into the station for another interrogation.
He was very cooperative. You could tell he wanted to be cooperative. He wanted to speak to us.
That's when Derek starts to come clean. He explains that he knows who killed Michael Diane, his sister Donna.
Derek told us that Donna had told him that she needed to get rid of Michael because Michael was going to post some very embarrassing and humiliating things about her on social media, and that would ruin her life, and she would never be able to be employed again, and she would lose friends and family as a result.
Derek says Donna asked him to save her by killing Michael.
Well, and 100 times. But she was so upset. I just could not let her hear English.
Derek tells detectives he finally agreed to assist her.
She flew secretly into town on July 4th, but she did not tell any of her family that was happening.
That was a day earlier than Donna told friends she would be arriving for her mother's funeral.
So I brought my sister back to my house in the hotel room. And I went upstairs. My weapon was there.
Derek admits he gave his sister his .38 caliber pistol loaded with 5 live rounds and drove her to Michael's neighborhood.
Derek explained to us that the idea was that she was going to shoot him during the fireworks, and the fireworks are going to muffle the gunfire. After the fireworks, Derek indicated that after the fireworks were over, she sent him a text message indicating that she was done. I told her where I was, and then said I was serious. What did she say to you at that point? Well, she said she said, shut up. That's what she told me. She gave me that thing. And I wanted to do something. Why did you do that?
Derek stated that he threw the bullet casings in the lake and then hid the gun. There was nothing for us to believe that he wasn't telling the truth. He was charged with first-degree intentional homicide, party to a crime, use of a dangerous weapon.
After formally charging Derek, detectives set their sights on Donna, who's already back home in Maui.
I walked out of the interview, and one of the bosses asked me, are you willing to go to Maui? Which wasn't a hard decision. We were going to just try to find Donna. We arranged for 2 detectives to fly out from Maui to speak with her. When we touched down, there's an FBI agent there, and there was 2 Maui detectives, and as we got there, we were finding out that she had just left. Her flight left about an hour before we touched down.
I was taken aback that she left Hawaii. It seemed kind of suspicious. One would think that she was running.
Working with the FBI, detectives uncovered Donna's flight number and destination.
Her flights did indicate that she was going to Seattle.
We reached out to Seattle Port Authority, and at that point, the district attorney's office was able to enter a temporary warrant for Donna's arrest for this incident.
While U.S. Marshals positioned themselves at SeaTac Airport to await Donna's arrival, Kenosha detectives continue their investigation in Hawaii, learning important information from Donna's colleagues at the bar where she works.
We know that she had asked people to kill Michael for her. We know that she had offered to pay people money.
One coworker says that once Michael was dead, Donna celebrated in a very cold-hearted and very noticeable way. It's a tattoo of a sea turtle. It's got the date of July 4th on it, and then it's got like a heart and a peace sign. And she said that it commemorated when she became free of this relationship.
Anyone who would get a tattoo like this to commemorate the murder of another person has some serious issues.
Police in Kenosha, Wisconsin believe Donna Matthews murdered her ex-boyfriend, Michael Guyan. But before they can arrest her in Maui, they discover Donna has fled on a flight bound for Seattle. They notify U.S. Marshals, who make a beeline for SeaTac International Airport.
When her flight gets touched down, we'd only been there 4.5 hours, and she was taken into custody.
Derek Matthews pleads guilty to second-degree murder and agrees to testify against his sister. Donna Matthews fights the charges, and on June 26, 2018, her trial begins. Prosecutors open by spelling out the events that they believe led to Michael Guyan's murder. It started shortly after the death of Donna's mother, when Donna flew into Kenosha on July 4th, 2016, a day earlier than she told family she'd be arriving for the funeral. Donna then borrowed her brother's .38 caliber handgun, and just before the holiday fireworks were scheduled to begin, she had Derek drop her off near Michael's home.
She snuck into the residence, hid until Michael came into the residence, sat down. She jumped out, unloaded the weapon, 5 shots, until Michael fell to the floor. He was still moaning, so she hit him in the head with the gun.
Prosecutors support their theory with the sworn testimony of Donna's brother, Derek. They also submit nearly 6 years of text and Facebook messages between Donna and Michael, messages they assert are proof that Donna's claims that Michael had repeatedly threatened her are a fabrication.
We were specifically looking for that type of evidence. Was there any message where he talked about burning down homes? Was there any message, even a vague, veiled threat to hurt anyone in her family? And we found nothing.
All of the threats that he was going to kill her or kill her family members, there's no proof of that.
And Donna's own texts and direct messages prove she lied about Michael's stalking, too.
She, after their breakup, had very much portrayed to her family and friends that she wanted nothing more to do with him, but the record of text messages shows that they really did continue to talk to each other.
She would tell family and friends, don't tell Michael where I'm going. However, in messages with Michael, she would indicate to him where, in fact, she was. They were in New Orleans, they were in New Mexico, they were in Colorado.
Then, before she flew to Hawaii, telling her family that she was trying to get away from him, she stayed at his house.
She was so far from a domestic violence victim. There was no learned helplessness. There was no fear of him there.
Prosecutors surmise that when Donna got a restraining order under false pretenses, Michael defended himself by posting screenshots of their sexually explicit text messages and the semi-nude photos Donna sent him.
He told her, I know you've been telling your friends and your family these terrible things about me. You started this by telling them these lies about me, and now I'm putting these pictures and these pages of our sexting so that people will see that you were lying about me.
This whole piece was about Michael exposing her on Facebook to her friends and family.
When it's the defense's turn, they call Donna to the stand. hoping she can convince the jury that she killed Michael purely out of self-defense.
She says a lot of the threats that he made were verbal rather than in writing. She referred to Michael a number of times as her Terminator, that he wouldn't give up, that he just kept coming at her no matter what she did. She felt helpless to get out of the situation.
On cross-examination, prosecutors worked to pick apart Donna's self-defense claims.
For a self-defense claim in Wisconsin, you have to have an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, and that just wasn't present here.
She's got a life in Hawaii. She's away from him. Why come all the way back home and ambush him to take his life?
After closing arguments, the case comes down to one final question. Michael Guyan might not have been the picture-perfect boyfriend, but did that give Donna the right to murder him? After 2.5 hours of deliberations, the jury returns with their answer to that question.
Donna was found guilty at trial of first-degree homicide. The only reaction was of Donna Matthews. She turned around and started screaming at the Guyan family and yelling about Michael. She yelled that he was an animal and that it was the family's fault. I think to see that side of Donna was very telling. Michael shouldn't have died because of this mutually toxic relationship with Donna Matthews.
Death is not the answer. You're not the executioner, you're not the judge.
On August 31st, 2018, the judge sentenced Donna Matthews to life in prison. On September 14th, 2018, Derek Matthews was sentenced to 7 years in prison for his role in Michael Guyan's murder.
For more information on SNAP, go to oxygen.com. They were a beautiful couple, devoted to their faith and their young son.
They were very happy, very much in love. We were all content. No real big dreams, just trying to be happy,
But then, a brutal shooting shatters the happiness they've built together.
Heard gunshots, heard her scream. I heard them execute her.
This tragedy is only part of a terrifying crime spree.
We learned of another homicide in Yangtze County.
Straight, why did you shoot?
At the scenes of these horrific crimes lie unsettling clues.
It showed me what was written on the wall in there. Trust in Jesus.
The path to justice leads police to a cluster of believers with a twisted take on religion.
They believe they had angels telling them instructions about this extreme possession of people's souls by an evil satanic influence.
If you have demons in you, you're total.
They believe these people were total and they needed to die.
It's just sort of simple chill up your neck. Let God be that judge. It's not your job to eliminate people.
Grants Pass, Oregon, a small community off Interstate 5 in the southwest corner of the state. On November 5th, 1988, just before 10 p.m., Evelyn Drake is watching television when a pounding at her front door startles her. Outside is her neighbor, 31-year-old David Bloom.
I was bleeding, hurting, and she answered the door, and I collapsed on their living room floor.
Blood pours from a gunshot wound to the back of his shoulder as David pleads for help for his family. Evelyn immediately calls 911. When Grants Pass police officers race to the scene, they find David delirious from blood loss.
I was fading in and out of tunnel vision, so things would go dark. Everything was kind of in the background.
Before he passes out, David begs police to go to his house to check on his wife, 32-year-old Lynn Green, and his young son, Nathaniel. Officers burst into the Green home next door and discover a terrible scene.
There was a body in the front room area, and that turned out to be Mrs. Green. She was deceased.
Then the officers spot Nathaniel.
The child was sitting in the high chair right in the dining room.
He's been shot. Against all odds, Nathaniel is still breathing. The officers try their best to comfort the young child until an ambulance arrives. It's a heartbreaking start to a horrifying investigation.
It's bad enough when an adult is shot, killed, or injured, but when somebody shoots a child, that's really bad.
Born in California on November 5, 1957, David Green was part of a loving and strictly religious Seventh-day Adventist family.
We're a Protestant organization founded in 1844, mainly on the belief in the whole Bible, Old and New Testament together. If the Bible doesn't talk about it or back it up, then it's not part of the church.
Seventh-day Adventists have strict dietary restrictions and a belief in good and evil that perhaps is not mainstream Christian belief.
In 1977, David was working towards a dental technician certification at La Sierra University, a Seventh-day Adventist school in Riverside, California. In chemistry class, he locked eyes with a beautiful freshman named Lynn Sapienza, who was studying to be a teacher.
She was a very pleasant and happy, cheerful person, giving and generous. And so I waited for her to get out of class one day, and I asked her out.
Lynn was Roman Catholic, but they quickly found commonalities in their faiths and love in their hearts. The couple dated throughout college. When David graduated, he decided to move to Grants Pass, Oregon, where his parents had moved a few years earlier.
I just left her. I think she was upset about that, and so we would communicate every day on the phone. Finally, she says, well, you know, if we don't do this, I'm going to go out with other people. So I thought, oh, wow, okay, don't want to lose her.
David asked Lynn to make a real leap of faith, marry him, and join him in Oregon. The couple tied the knot on April 12, 1981.
It was a beautiful day, beautiful sunny day. We were both just enjoying the day. It was like the perfect day with wind and the sun and, you know, and you're in love.
After getting certified to teach, Lynn converted to the Seventh-day Adventist Church and made the pilgrimage to Grants Pass.
Lynn Green was very highly thought of, not only within the SDA community, but within the community in general, in terms of her personality.
David and Lynn joined a prayer group started by David's father.
Well, you have to have guiding principles. We were trying to base it on truth, what the Bible says.
Although a new member, Lynn soon became a charismatic leader.
Lynn was sort of the rock of this group in terms of her ability to attract and interrelate with people. Everyone I ever came in contact with thought the world of Lynn Green.
Soon, Lynn and David decided part of their spiritual path was to help some of David's childhood friends who had also moved to Oregon, Deborah and Sharon Halstead. David was brought up in the same church as Deborah and Sharon, as well as their brother Michael.
The Greens and the Halstead families were about 4 generations of Seventh-day Adventists.
Every now and then they would come over to our house and visit, play with the kids, you know, hide and seek or stuff like that.
While David adhered to the church's teachings, the Halstead siblings drifted away as they became adults.
They had their issues. They had a lot of kids in their family. Some didn't turn out as well as others. So we knew it was troubled.
Michael worked as a ranch hand in Yamhill County, Oregon.
Just kind of an ordinary guy, a little reclusive, but lived up here and worked up here on the ranch.
Deborah had been tempted by the glossy allure of Hollywood.
She used to work as more or less a secretary and stuff with recording contracts, studio work.
At 27 years old, Sharon had defied her father and eloped with a blacksmith named Tex Shively, who was more than twice her age. The couple had 2 sons, Harry and Leo.
My grandfather disapproved of the marriage in the first place. I believe age difference, the fact that my father was not religious, he was not a Seventh-day Adventist.
The couple's different backgrounds eventually drove them to divorce in 1984. Sharon and the boys moved to Grants Pass, Oregon, to be near her parents, who had followed the Green family to that area.
When we moved down here, she was really scrambling. We were getting some sort of help from the state. We're on low-income housing.
Deborah felt unfulfilled in the City of Angels, so she moved from Los Angeles to the quiet of Oregon to live with her sister Sharon and the boys.
That kind of created, in a sense, a little more stability. Used to having mom and dad, at least aunts here now.
Hearing that the Halstead sisters were in town, David and Lynn Green's prayer group invited the women and Sharon's boys to join, offering emotional support.
They would get together and pray. It was peaceful.
Those meetings had a tremendous impact on my mom and my aunt.
In 1985, David and Lynn welcomed little Nathaniel.
When your first kid enters the world, it's a rush, very emotional.
Even with a young child in tow, Lynn faithfully poured energy into the prayer group. And by 1988, the group was still growing.
We were all happy and content. You know, we had plans for him, just trying to be happy, you know.
Those plans would be destroyed on David Green's 31st birthday, November 5th, 1988, when David and Nathaniel are shot and Lynn is murdered in their own home. As EMTs rush David and Nathaniel to the hospital, detectives arrive to begin processing the scene. They start by examining Lynn's body.
Because of the entry wound in the top of her head, we thought it might have been execution style. It's shocking when you learn that a child has been shot. It motivates you to work harder, to look harder into the answers for the case.
What kind of evil monster could be behind such a brutal shooting? Coming up, detectives discover their first clue in a crime scene that becomes more and more bizarre.
The only thing that was there was what was written in the bathroom on the wall. Those words, trust in Jesus.
Very unusual. It's sort of out of a crime thriller.
On November 5th, 1988, Grants Pass, Oregon police are working the scene of a heartless triple shooting. Lynn Green is dead, and her husband David and son Nathaniel are in critical condition at an area hospital. Checking Lynn's body, investigators note that in addition to the head wound, she was also shot in her chest. Gunpowder residue suggests that both shots were from point-blank range. The young mother had been executed.
This was pretty shocking to the community to have a family shot, all 3 of them. You know, you're talking population of about 15,000 people at that time. It's pretty shocking.
Although the Grants Pass area is fairly rural, it is no stranger to crime due to its location on the only major highway between San Francisco and Seattle.
At the time I was on the police department, we had one of the highest crime rates there was in the state of Oregon, mostly because we're on the I-5 corridor. You get a lot of people that are not locals that
come into the area and commit crimes.
Could a drifter have killed Lynn Green in a burglary gone wrong? As investigators process the scene for clues, they discover a cryptic message scrawled in the Greens' bathroom.
Written on the wall in there was trust in Jesus. Looked like it was done with lipstick.
Well, the writing on the wall is very unusual. We don't see that, at least in my experience. It's sort of out of a crime thriller.
Why this would be written on the bathroom wall, and then you go and you shoot people that live there. Didn't make any sense at all.
A meticulous search turns up very little in the way of evidence.
You had the projectiles from the shells that would be in the bodies of all three of the victims. Other than that, then there wasn't very much there. And Lynn's purse was missing.
When detectives search for more clues among Bibles and other Seventh-day Adventist materials in the home, they discover Lynn Green's journal.
We were able to obtain a diary that was about 175 pages, as I recall, and through the writings we were able to sort of track the daily activities of the Greens.
Inside, investigators find passages describing religious rituals and apocalyptic prophecies, which the Greens prayer group must fight against.
There will ultimately be an Armageddon-like issue, a battle between good and evil, and over time there was an evolution of this concept of speaking with angels.
People sit in a circle, and there'll be one person that can speak with an angel and help other people out with their problems.
They wanted to believe in this intermediary between God and them.
Did these rituals have something to do with the trust in Jesus message in the bathroom?
The religious overtones and what appear to be a motivation for this are very unusual. I don't even know that I've read anything that approaches this.
As the investigation continues, more detectives are brought in, and they are given specific things that they need to do. So other detectives go and talk to neighbors, get the full information from them.
Although one neighbor reports hearing gunshots, unfortunately, no one saw anything that could help investigators. Whoever attacked this family vanished without a trace and is still out there.
I know there was a lot of anxiety about the neighborhood perhaps being endangered if there were crazed killers and, some kind of additional danger to other people.
Law enforcement wants to take the people into custody that are involved. Really bad.
As investigators work, they get an update from doctors at Rogue Valley Medical Center about Nathaniel's condition.
They went in from the back and removed the bullet from his spinal cord. He was on the edge for a while there. I believe he had stopped breathing at one point, so they had put him on a respirator. I had to lean on God to help me through this. But you can pray all you want that he fix things and make it all better, but ultimately it's up to him. So let it all go. I let go. Within that hour, they pulled the tubes out, and he started getting better from then on.
Sadly, Nathaniel's life will be forever transformed.
He's totally paralyzed, and now he's got a different life than most people, and it's not the life that most people want. That was hard. It was hell.
Doctors tell investigators that David's injuries are also severe.
He was shot in the back. I believe it's up more towards the shoulder area. The bullet had injured a nerve in my left shoulder, and the part of the bullet ended up in my chest, about here. The other parts in my lung cavity, pleural cavity. I lost 2 quarts, and then my lung filled up with fluid, so it was a hard time breathing. Almost didn't make it. They didn't want to take the chance of removing the bullet, doing more damage than would have already been done.
Doctors tell detectives that David is finally stable enough for a formal interview.
He was in like a shock situation that he couldn't believe this actually took place. This isn't happening. I'm in a bad dream. I want to wake up. You know, you can't escape the pain. You're in shock at first. You're numb. You can't think.
Immediately, the loving father and husband struggles with what he did when he saw an intruder with a gun.
I remember he was feeling huge remorse about his decision to leave the house.
I don't know. You know, could I have grabbed the gun? Possibly. Would they have shot me while I grabbed it? Possibly. I don't know.
But I reminded him that there were no good choices at the time. Had he stayed, my belief is that he would have been shot and killed along with his family members. Had David chosen to stay, we might never have known who did it.
It was really important that we get information from him. He's the only person that could tell us who the perpetrators were, who the people were.
Coming up, as David shares his story, a disturbing motive for the attack begins to surface.
It's not a mainstream Seventh-day Adventist belief.
They were becoming warped and twisted in their thinking.
They thought he was an oracle of some kind, and when he was giving instructions, they were coming from God.
In Grants Pass, Oregon, investigators talk to David Green about the tragedy wrought on his family, which left his wife, Lynn, dead. David explains how the night of November 5th had begun.
It had been my birthday, so we just got home from my folks' house. It was time for Nathaniel to go to bed. Lynn was reading a bedtime story. He was at the table.
David tells detectives that just before 10 p.m., their friends Deborah and Sharon Halstead arrived unexpectedly. With the women were Sharon's two boys, 9-year-old Leo and 12-year-old Harry.
The Greens knew the Halsteads through a long-term family relationship. The Halstead parents were good friends of the Greens' parents.
David explains that the Greens and the Halsteads had a history of getting together as part of their prayer group. David admits that some of the group's beliefs were unorthodox.
It's my understanding that the Green Halstead prayer group would have been not a mainstream Seventh-day Adventist belief.
They got off into a splintered group from the church. And for some reason, they believed they had angels, and the angels were telling them instructions.
Certain people in the group would have an angel they could talk to, and someone would bring up a problem they're having, and that person would ask the angel how to solve this problem. And then this person would tell them what the angel told them. We were of the belief that everyone had the capability of doing it. You just had to focus on your thoughts. So talking to the angels was something that had been going on for quite some time.
According to David, the Halsteads were convinced that 9-year-old Leo was especially capable of receiving messages from angels.
I remember them coming over, oh, Leo can hear really well.
They thought he was an oracle of some kind, and when he was giving instructions, they were coming from God.
David tells police that during earlier meetings, he and Lynn talked to the Halstead sisters about Leo. He and Lynn were concerned because, although most of the group recounted peaceful messages from angels, the messages the Halsteads claimed Leo received didn't sound like the God they knew.
They came over to the house and was talking about things which I thought were pretty outrageous, stupid, from the mind of a 9-year-old.
The Halsteads became involved in this belief system, a belief in this possession, extreme possession of people's souls or bodies by an evil, satanic sort of influence.
According to David, the sisters claimed Leo could identify who was possessed by evil, and God gave them permission to steal from those people, or even destroy them.
We disagreed on that. You shouldn't judge people. Let God be that judge. And it's not your job to eliminate people. They were becoming warped and twisted in their thinking. We did our best to keep the boundaries. We were trying to separate from them. They disappeared and got quiet for a while, and we were glad.
David tells detectives that on November 4th, just the night before the shooting, the Halsteads visited the Green home, and when they left, Lynn believed they had stolen her purse. Then, on November 5th, the night of the shooting, Sharon, Deborah, and the boys reappeared. David and Lynn were immediately wary.
They were acting a little odd. They didn't want to sit down. They didn't want to make themselves comfortable. They were kind of milling around.
Soon, Deborah and the boys asked to use the restroom.
3 of them immediately go into the bathroom. Lynn is suspicious of them, goes into the bathroom.
And then she saw the writings inside. Trust in Jesus.
Lynn says, I don't know what you guys are doing, but you need to leave.
According to David, in one wicked instant, things went from strange to terrifying.
Deborah grabs the phone, so I couldn't make any calls. And that's when they produced the gun.
Sharon had the gun, and Harry was just jumping around, hollering that the gun is loaded. The gun is loaded.
The first thought I thought was, okay, I need to tell someone what's going on. I didn't have a gun. We didn't have cell phones back then.
David had known the sisters most of his life and never expected they would actually shoot anyone. He hoped he could get help before anyone got hurt.
I realized we needed help at that time. That was first and foremost. So I ran out to get the neighbor across the street. While I was running out the back door, they shot me. I fell to the ground. While I was running to the neighbors, heard gunshots, heard her scream. I heard them execute Lynn.
David Green told us that after the shooting, he saw the Halsteads depart in a red truck.
They were lifelong friends. They had known these people for a long period of time. He didn't understand why it took place.
Following the interview with David Green, detectives raced to track down the Halstead family.
They found out where the people lived, and they went to that location. They started a surveillance of that location there.
At the Halstead house, investigators spot a truck matching the description of the one David saw after the shooting.
They found a red dually pickup parked there, and they ran the license plate on that. It had come back stolen.
We learned that that was related to the homicide in Yamhill County.
Grants Pass detectives call the Yamhill County Sheriff's Office, 230 miles to the north.
We got the call that the truck had been located in Grants Pass, and that got the ball rolling.
Yamhill County detectives explain their case began 2 days before the Green family shootings on November 3rd, when they got a 911 call from a ranch hand named Michael Halstead. Michael is the brother of Sharon and Deborah Halstead.
Mike Halstead came home and he found his apartment all messed up.
There was condiments from the refrigerator just strewn throughout the apartment, on the walls, all over the floors and everything. And there was some messages indicating that maybe Michael might die.
The writing that was found in Michael's residence, as I recall, said, "You're dead, Michael. JC."
Michael was so disturbed by the message that he went to check on his fellow ranch hand, 58-year-old Marston Lemke, who lived in a nearby trailer.
And that's when he found Mr. Lemke in a trailer, brutally murdered with multiple gunshot wounds.
Although Marston Lemke had been killed, Yamhill detectives believed Michael was the original target due to the message on the wall. At the time, detectives in Yamhill did not know what the initials JC stood for. But now, as Grants Pass and Yamhill investigators share information, they believe it might stand for Jesus Christ.
Time was of the essence in terms of trying to get the Halstead sisters under control.
We have a stolen vehicle in front of the house that's been involved in a homicide just a few days prior to this shooting that took place this night. And so now you have at least 2 adults involved, 2 minor children. You don't know how many weapons are going to be involved. You don't know what type of mental attitude they're going to have.
Coming up, the Halstead sisters force police into a standoff.
We ended up calling the SWAT team in.
And the truth finally comes out when the other victims in this case, the killer's sons, get a chance to talk.
It was the steady progression of my mother feeling that she was doing God's work in doing this.
Investigators in Grants Pass, Oregon, have surrounded the home that murder suspects Sharon and Deborah Halstead share with Sharon's kids, Leo and Harry.
We were concerned with resolving the thing peacefully without danger to other people.
We ended up calling the SWAT team in. They assisted in getting the neighborhood cleared.
At 5:30 a.m. on November 6th, the arrest team makes their move.
We ended up calling them and telling them that the residence is surrounded by police and that we need to have people come out.
What we didn't know at the time was whether any resistance would be met by officers who were making the arrests. Halsteads came out along with boys and offered no resistance. I expected them to at least be surprised, and there were just blank slates as far as I was concerned. The Halsteads were taken immediately into custody.
At the police station, detectives tried to question Sharon and Deborah Halstead.
I went in and tried to talk to them, and they wanted an attorney, so I just told them they were under arrest for murder in Yamhill County.
Grants Pass authorities also charged the sisters with assault, attempted murder, and murder for the attack on the Green family.
Sharon and Deborah might have the answers, but they're not talking.
However, 9-year-old Leo and 12-year-old Harry are willing to share their heartbreaking story, accompanied by a court-appointed lawyer. According to the boys, it all began with an announcement that Leo had a gift.
Glenn Green had said that I, had the power to see angels and talk to God.
The boys say that after that, Sharon and Deborah began coaching Leo.
I remember being asked all these questions, if there was an angel present or if I could see one now, just asked repeatedly over and over and over, and I just wanted to go out and play.
There was a lot of pressure on my brother. It seemed like our daily lives revolved around him being able to see and hear angels. My brother never, ever said that he could see and hear. He was told that, and he's convinced that he could see and hear just simply by being told this by adults. He felt obliged to give them what they wanted.
They're leading Leo on. Sharon especially is leading Leo on as to what needs to be said.
That's when they apparently came up with this concept of people being totaled.
If you have demons in you, you're totaled.
It started off with the justification that certain business owners were totaled.
Anybody that was demonically possessed, it was okay to steal from.
It was as if the Halstead sisters decided to fabricate communication with God to play out their sociopathic fantasies.
Investigators were able to verify that there were multiple episodes of tire slashing, stealing of motorcycles and an ATV, all with this justification that they were battling evil people.
After that, the whole mess just spiraled out of control.
It's just a steady progression into worse to worse to worse. The steady progression of my mother allowing us to stealing things, to assaulting people. And they were big leaps, but they were still leaps to murdering people.
According to the boys, their mother and aunt coached Leo that their brother Michael was totaled, and so were the Greens. The boys say that on November 2nd, 1988, their mother and aunt drove them up to the Yamhill County farm where their uncle Michael worked.
They believed that my Uncle Mike was controlled by the devil. This person's controlled, so they're no longer human.
I believe the basic idea is that when we went, it was with the intention of my uncle being killed.
When they arrived, Michael was not home.
My mom was a little bit upset that he wasn't there, but the four of us trashed his place. And I wrote on the wall.
Sharon and Deborah realized that although Michael wasn't home, Marston Lemke was.
There was nobody else on the farm but him. Walked back to the trailer, and she knocked. And Marston Lemke opened the door and asked her what she wanted. And that's when my mother took the gun and shot him several times. He said, "You shot me. Why did you shoot me?" It was a horrible sound. He was screaming, very high-pitched sound. And my mother just continued firing until he was no more. Pretty horrible thing. I'd never heard or seen anything like that in my life. So it was very shocking. I was scared.
The boys say that they stole the red pickup from the farm and fled in it, parking the truck at home. That's when the sisters set their cruel sights on David and Lynn Green. After stealing Lynn's purse during a visit on November 4th, 1988, the family returned the next night with more devilish plans.
She believed that they were totally controlled and possessed by the devil. I know that she was going there to do harm. My mother planned this out. This was a premeditated murder. That's all there is to it.
I recall the gun coming out and them sort of wrestling over it. And I recall seeing Dave Green run past. I recall seeing my mom go after him. She followed him to the back door and leaned out the back door and fired at him.
I remember Lynn fighting. She was fighting to defend her son.
I heard a shot, and Lynn fell to her knees, and sort of just like a reflex of the second shot, and that one hit her in the forehead, and there was just blood everywhere. Nathaniel was sitting at the table, started screaming and waving his arms, and my mom, she just turned and shot. And I was just in a daze, like it was, I don't know what just happened.
After my mother did this, she went to McDonald's and ordered food. That's where my mother went afterwards, and then she went home, went to bed.
It just sort of sends a little chill up your neck, thinking that a person can do that and not have any remorse at all. None whatsoever. After shooting a little child.
Leo and Harry were taken off by investigators to be placed in foster care. I think they were all tangled up in a pretty bizarre, malevolent web.
Coming up, Prosecutors fear the deadly sister duo might not serve prison time.
We were worried that there might be a defense related to insanity.
And Sharon's children struggle with what their mother has become.
She has yet to accept responsibility for her actions.
In Grants Pass, Oregon, David Green has to break the news to his toddler son Nathaniel that the shooting that left Nathaniel paralyzed also killed the little boy's mother, Lynn Green.
The hardest thing for me to do was to tell him Mama wasn't coming back. Mama was gone. That was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. I had to do that in the ICU. He was all tied up with beeping, blinking things. He said he was resilient, so he would get through it. And many times he's stronger than I am.
The Greens' longtime friends Sharon and Deborah Halstead now await trial for the murder of ranch hand Marston Lemke and the triple shooting of the Green family. The alleged motive, a twisted belief that angels told them to do it.
I believe that it was a sense of importance, this egotistical moral high ground feeling that she got, like she was doing God's work in doing this.
One of our concerns the whole time was how the defense might spin this delusional thinking that they were in.
On January 20th, 1989, the Halstead's lawyers announced that they intend to pursue an insanity defense, which might get the sisters out of any prison time.
They certainly knew the difference between right and wrong, and they were able to control themselves and conform to the law had they chosen to do that, but they didn't.
However, on May 12, 1989, Deborah Halstead surprises everyone by changing her plea to guilty of conspiracy.
Under the system that existed in Oregon at the time, Deborah got the full measure of the penalty she could have received for conspiracy to commit murder.
Deborah's sentence, 20 years in prison, with the possibility of parole in 9 years.
At the time, I wished it had been longer, but she'll live with herself, too. I hope she finds the right path in life.
A few months later, on August 16, 1989, Sharon Halstead also makes a sudden change. On the condition that the death penalty is taken off the table, she pleads guilty to attempted murder, murder, and aggravated murder. Yet Sharon still refuses to take responsibility for the crimes. Unbelievably, she continues to place the blame squarely on the small shoulders of her then 9-year-old son, Leo.
My mother did this and said that my brother directed her to do it. That is not true. We never wanted to go and kill anybody or hurt anybody. I don't know how she can minimize her role when she pulled the trigger.
The judge wanted to make sure she never got out. He gave the maximum.
She has a sentence of 75 years. That's, in essence, a death sentence for her. Sharon will never get out.
Sharon's sons will forever carry the burden of the twisted things their mother made them do at such a young age.
She has yet to apologize as far as I know. And it's difficult because on one hand, I have to love her for bringing me into this world, but at the same time, I despise her for what she did. If I could travel back in time and stop that from happening, I would. I really would. What happened with Marston Lemke, a man that's working on a farm, minding his own damn business, and that happens to him, that's shocking. Just one night, just like that. I detest everything she did.
I think that the most tragic part is Nathaniel being stuck in a wheelchair. He is a kid sitting there eating his food and got shot and ended up in a wheelchair. That's horrible. That's really horrible.
Lynn was a loving, caring, sweet, gentle person, creative. She could have done so much good for children if she became a teacher. That was her love, to create a good legacy and a good mom, doting. Yeah, she could have benefited a lot of people. I don't think there's an answer sometimes. Evil exists, that's all I can say.
Deborah Halstead was released from prison in 2008 and moved back to California. Sharon Halstead remains in prison. She has been denied parole multiple times, including in 2018. Nathaniel Green recently graduated from Southern Oregon University with a degree in communication.
For more information on Snapped, go to oxygen.com.
This program contains actual 911 calls from Chagrin Valley Dispatch in Ohio. Some of the recordings have been altered to protect the privacy of those involved. Hi Snap listeners, we're bringing you a special bonus episode today from Oxygen's hit series, 911 Crisis Center, returning to Oxygen on Saturday, September 3rd at 9 p.m. Eastern and Pacific Time. You can also watch full episodes live on Oxygen every Saturday or on demand on the free Oxygen app by clicking the link in our description. Enjoy!
911, what is the location of your emergency? Help me! I need some help! Okay, what's the address, ma'am? Yeah, that's it! What's going on at 50? Ma'am, I can't hear you when you're screaming. What's going on? I came off to work. He's on the ground. Oh, no, mama. How old is he? 78. Okay. Is he not breathing? Can you start CPR with me? Yeah. Okay. Don't wait, ma'am. We're going to get the squad on the way, okay? So I need you to do CPR. I need some help. Ma'am, I need you to put your hands on his chest. Can you hear? Put your hand on his chest, in the center of his chest, okay? Put the other hand on top of it. I want you to count with me, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4.
You can move. I set up.
Wait, is he talking? Yeah. He's breathing. That's the most important thing. He's going to be okay, all right? We've got help en route.
I've been working at Chagrin Valley Dispatch on night shift for a little over 3 years, and I love it. This job is not for everyone. It's a lot of pressure on us. When we answer that phone, it could be the difference between life and death.
He's jumping in the lake to kill himself.
Are you bleeding? Okay, and how many shots did you hear?
I am a single mother. I have a daughter. She is 16 years old. And being a parent has definitely helped me working here.
Why do they feel like their kids can ride their bikes in the street?
That's not illegal. That's where they're supposed to ride.
We have to use the mommy voice when we're on the phone with the callers.
Do not hang up. I need to get this information. Hello?
You have to find a balance between assertiveness and empathy.
Oh, I love my job. I love my job. I love my job. Oh, here comes Anson. You here till what time? Depends on what happens. Yesterday, I said the Q word, thinking we'll get some action in Euclid and Maple. Within the next 2 hours, I got 3 OVIs.
That's because your dumbass said the Q word.
Dispatchers are extremely superstitious. The Q word is quiet. As soon as someone says that word, everything blows up in dispatch.
It was a bad accident.
Engine 13, Engine 2, both en route.
Garfield Heights, Bedford Heights, Valley View have all been called.
We're going to get a squad right over to you. Aaron's going to be all right.
Being on a night shift, we generally get more violent calls. Bar fights, shootings, robberies, domestics. It could be anything.
Police dispatch. I hear gunshots. Got shots fired. I got it. Oh my gosh. My boyfriend is shooting off a gun in the house. I heard a gunshot and I ran upstairs. I said, what happened? And he says, oh, I just shot a hole in the ceiling by accident.
Okay, is anybody in the home still?
No, I'm in my car. 394, the caller should be locked in her car in the driveway. I'm coming out to the car, see what she's doing.
Okay, lock your doors. Are you able to get away from the area?
No, because his car is blocking me in the driveway.
Okay.
I heard another gunshot. Now I see him in the backyard. Well, let me take care of this for you.
He has a gun with him right now, and he's in the backyard.
Caller said he's in the backyard. He's in the backyard.
Domestic calls can go from a simple yelling match to a shots fired call to an actual shooting call where we have a victim.
That wasn't accidental because there was 2 shots. Accidental is 1.
Okay, I've got my officers on the way. I'm going to have you stay on the phone with me until they get there.
Okay.
Do you know why he has a gun with him right now?
I just caught him cheating on me 2 nights ago, and I told him I'm leaving, and so he's upset.
Can you see him from where you are right now?
Not at the moment.
You last saw him at the back of the home, correct?
Yes.
Has ever done anything like this before?
No.
It always feels like it takes officers forever. It may only take 2 minutes, but 2 minutes can feel like a lifetime in a situation where somebody has a gun and could be hunting you down.
You know, if you see him again, I want you to tell me immediately whether or not you see a weapon in his hands. That's really important, okay? Okay.
I have to stay on the phone with that caller until her officers arrive on scene. That I'm freaking out along with her. If I start to panic, then there's no control over the situation. All right, very good. Go ahead and let the officers help you, okay? You did a great job.
Okay.
All right, bye-bye. I'm glad it ended well. Medic 62. Was emergency.
So I lost my dog on the freeway. She was in the car. When we got off of Bishop Road, she was not in the car.
So you think that she just hopped out of the window somewhere at night?
Yes.
What kind of dog is it?
Old Eagle.
Poor doggy. Ain't no telling where he is now.
Okay, if we get any calls, then we'll give you a phone call, okay? Bye-bye.
She had the window all the way down on the freeway?
Yeah.
What is your priority?
How do you not notice that?
And not watching would be calling the police on me because I'll be on that freeway searching high, low, stopping cars and everything. Check it, make sure you pick my dog up.
We have a very large variety of departments that we dispatch for, and you never know what you're going to get.
I have had my dog fall out of the window before, though. Oh, Libby. I'm so mad right now, I don't know what to do. Like, common sense is not common anymore.
Police and fire, this is Arnold.
Yes, can I get a fire department at Boulevard?
Is that a house or an apartment?
A house is on fire. Up at the top, second floor is on fire. Like
Second, what color is the smoke?
It's brown.
Do you know if anybody's in the house?
Yes, people in there right now.
How many people are in the house?
I don't know. I'm calling right now.
How many people are in the house?
I don't know.
All right, we're on our way. Thank you.
Start calling, please. I got it. Call out your city. I'll call Bedford Heights.
They'll call Valley View.
At Chagrin Valley Dispatch, we dispatch for 17 police, fire, and EMS.
Yes, Maple Heights. I think we're good.
A structure fire is all hands on deck. I need everybody that's available. If you have wings, please use them at this time.
Dispatch Maple Heights, all stations, all apparatus.
Bedford Heights is Maple.
Radio 552 at 555.
Yeah, second floor, brown smoke.
Don't know many.
And we need a truck.
Fire can get out of control really fast. The quicker you get your apparatus there, the quicker you can get everything under control before something else bad happens.
I have 2 officers on scene. There's 1 person still in the house.
Okay. PD on scene advisor, so 1 person in the structure.
Weird.
All of the smoke contained on the floor.
Yeah, something's wrong in Wrongville. A fire starting upstairs in a bedroom raises multiple red flags. Either someone has been careless or it was deliberately set.
Think that someone set this house on fire? We don't know if it's a candle or if somebody fell asleep smoking a cigarette, but I just have a gut feeling that something's wrong here. Units on the boulevard. Do we know if that house has been evacuated?
Smoke is too thick. We can't get up there.
Copy. The smoke's too thick. They can't make entry upstairs.
Delta to come in. They were bringing a victim out the front door from the second floor. In progress for continuing search.
Okay. Yep.
I threw the victim's information in there.
They're just confirming that they're bringing a victim out, so there was someone inside the home where the smoke was. Oh, that's sad. When they said they were pulling them out, I didn't think it was good. It's always sad when a life is lost. I just say my prayers for myself and for them, and remember that I have a job to do, and get ready for the next person that may need me. Police dispatch, this is Charlene. How may I help you?
He is conscious and alert. Dispatch cleared.
That's good. Thank you.
You can post it at the police department at ours. You're welcome. Bye.
Say the Q word, Libby. Say it to Abby.
Shut up.
Don't be scared of Abby.
Knock it off. If I say the first, you say the last part. Essence, if you do it and it happens to me, I'm leaving and you're staying.
I didn't say it.
Essence and I connect in a weird way. Having that genuine friendship, it helps you work better together. And Essence is definitely one of the people that I can rely most on.
Abby, you want parts in this?
No.
You don't even know what it is.
No, you're up to no good.
That's the big one.
Police and fire, this Abby.
I just opened up my door to my neighbor. She just barged in saying somebody's trying to kill her.
Caller states a female barged into his apartment and said someone was trying to kill her and has a gun.
Do you think there's any truth to what she's saying?
No. She's under an influence, drug, whatever. She's freaking out.
Okay, so this is just because she's high or under the influence of something?
Yes.
What do you think she's on? Can you tell?
PCP. Yo, you need to calm down.
Radio 90 and 82. I have a welfare check. She appears to be high on PCP.
Do you know her name?
Hey, no, you need to calm down.
That's my cousin. Look at the welfare check. It says somebody's trying to kill her.
Is it really your cousin?
I'm sorry.
Even though we have 17 communities, a lot of us live in the area, so it's not uncommon that you will pick up the phone and it will be someone on the other end that you know.
Oh my God, this is great.
Okay, I know. We're almost there.
Yo, get away from it. Come back in here.
My best friend, Essence, is sitting right next to me, and I can feel her pain. It just added an extra level of stress that it was going to have a bad ending.
You better not jump out the window. Calm down.
Debbie, she just said she's going to jump out the window.
You better not jump out the window. Calm down.
Now she's stating she wants to jump out the window and she is near a window at the moment.
Oh my goodness. Sounds like she may be suicidal.
Hello? Hello? Alright, they hung up.
Disconnected you? Okay.
Yeah. When you lose connection with the caller, so many things can happen so fast. I was thinking, oh my God, did she really jump out the window? I have such anxiety not being able to contact me and not being able to know what she's doing. Yeah, I'm trying to call back again.
Okay, see if they can let us in.
Are they on their way there, Debbie?
One unit just got there. The other unit will be there shortly.
I'm trying to find a phone number for her, Debbie. Here's a number for her. Do you want to call her, Abby?
Yeah. I'm trying right now.
It's difficult. I'm not allowed to just barge in on someone else's phone conversation. Our protocol is that whoever answers the phone, they remain on the phone.
Okay, hi, is this... Hello?
Yes.
This is Yuko Police. Can you tell me where you are?
11.
Okay, are you by yourself? Hi, is this... Hello?
We're still trying to get in the building.
She stopped talking to me. Hello?
She stopped talking?
No, I think it sounds like she just put the phone down.
Can you still hear her at all?
I can't hear her. I hear other people in the background. Even though she said she's cool, I know that she's not okay. So we're still going to go and respond and check on her welfare. I'm trying to call back again. Hi, we're trying to get to... Do you know what apartment she belongs to?
She's right across from mine for me.
Can you let us in the building?
Yes.
Debbie, tell them to buzz. I got a hold of the guy whose apartment she went to. Okay, thank you for buzzing us in.
It's difficult knowing that your family member is in trouble and there's nothing I can do right now for her. I just feel helpless. That was an adrenaline dump and I didn't even take the call. Jesus.
I'm sorry.
It is scary not knowing where my cousin is. Police aren't able to locate her. They're not able to talk to her, so we don't really know what's going on with her right now.
The kitchen can be our safe space. It's a second away from the room, from the phones, from the radios, and sometimes you just have a minute to make yourself feel better.
That's one of the things that sucks about working for cities where you know a bunch of
Where
people.
you know someone.
Yes.
Especially if they're family.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. It's an amazing feeling to know that you have someone who has your best interest at heart and wants to make sure you're okay. Go tell Candy I need a couple months off.
No, I'm not going to tell her, because she's going to know it's coming from you.
No, she won't.
Yes, she will.
I think she'll believe you.
No.
911, what's the address for your emergency?
I need an ambulance. Baby, I don't know what, he's foaming at the mouth.
How old is he?
She's 2 weeks.
Okay, is she crying or anything?
No,
Are you holding her?
my mom is holding her.
Okay.
Radio 17 and 109. I'm diverting you guys for a full arrest of a 2-week-old baby. Baby's foaming at the mouth.
17 radio, huh?
Okay, is she breathing?
Yeah, she's breathing.
Okay, all right, that's a good
They have no hard time, though. Y'all hurry up, please.
Ma'am, they're on the way. Does she have any medical condition that you know of?
No.
No. I can hear the mom in the background and she's panicking. I'm a mom myself, but I can't think about that when I'm focusing on giving CPR to someone else's child. We have to push that to the back of our minds.
Okay, she's still breathing?
Yes, but she's having trouble. She's turning red.
All right, I'm going to walk you through CPR. Okay, why don't you lay her flat on either a table or on the floor? Can you do that?
No. She said lay her flat on the table or on the floor.
Radio 17 and 109 for in progress with CPR.
All right, she's on the floor. Okay, you're going to kneel down next to the baby, and you're going to place 2 fingers on her chest, okay, in between her nipples, and we're going to push down 1 to 1.5 inches, okay?
Infant CPR is a delicate process. We use 2 fingers to get air and blood flowing. We're not using our whole palm. That could hurt the baby.
Okay, and I'm going to count with you, and we're just going to keep going until they get there, all right?
Okay.
Okay, you ready? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Any changes? She's still foaming at the mouth. Okay. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Any changes? He's still foaming at the mouth. Okay. Let's just keep going, okay? 1, 2, 3. A young baby is susceptible to so many different things. When we take the call and a baby's not breathing, the baby could be choking, they could be having a seizure. All I have to focus on is getting that baby breathing again. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.
Mouse, I have an officer on scene.
I have an officer on scene. He's going to come in and take over CPR, okay? Yes. Is the door unlocked? He's there and he's taking over? Yes. Okay, all right, and the squad will be right in as well, okay? They're following him in, okay? Okay. All right, go ahead and hang up with me, okay? Let the officer take over.
Yeah, good job, Mouse. I just have another officer that got on scene.
Okay.
Radio looks like conscious.
Copy. Baby's conscious. Yay!
Yay!
Woo! Good job.
Any call dealing with a small child hit close to home for myself and my team. A lot of us have small children. We can relate to what that parent is going through. Good job. Thanks, girl.
All right. Just another day in dispatch world.
Day in the life.
Saving lives and taking names.
Right.
I'm cutting me a little small piece.
Is it healthy?
No.
We are all a family here.
You're not allowed to have any.
I'm gonna get some anyways. We have formed that connection with each other.
It's a tropical cake. I made it myself.
Oh my God.
They're really addictive.
We're in that dispatch room for 12 long hours together.
Dispatchers, if you leave something on a table somewhere, we're gonna eat it.
There's definitely nights you look at the clock and you're like, I don't know if I can do this.
Can I smash the cake on you? You gotta put on your big girl pants and keep on moving.
You have to be able to trust the people that you're sitting next to. You have to have each other's back. Whoa! Because you can't do it alone. And you never know what you're going to have to deal with.
My son was in the living room watching TV. He's not there. Hey, stop!
Give me a description of your son, please. What color is his hair?
Like blondish, brownish, like a light brown. He has brown eyes. He's small. He's maybe 35, 38 pounds.
Dispatched to Bedford unit. Female stated she was in the bathroom when she came out. Her son, 5 years old, was missing from the home.
Hey, stop!
Okay, relax. I need you to stay really calm, okay?
What was he wearing? He was wearing a red sweatshirt and blue boxers. Hey, stop! Hey, stop!
Okay,
Hey,
how long ago? Are you there?
Oh my gosh, he's in his bed! He's in his bed! Hey, stop!
His bed?
Oh my god!
Ma'am?
Oh my god! He's in my bed! He has the pillow over his head!
Bedford unit. She's located him in the home. He is okay. He was laying in parents' bed.
Thank you, I'm
All
so
right.
sorry. I'm
No
so
problem.
sorry.
Don't worry about it. We're happy that you found him, okay?
Okay, thank
All right. Bye-bye. Panicked, as I would be if my 5-year-old went missing. She was okay. He was apparently asleep in her bed.
Thank goodness.
So best possible outcome.
I'll take those count any day.
Hey.
I've been a dispatcher for 12 years. I really like dispatching because no 2 days are the same. You're helping people in what can be the worst moments of their lives. Today is my last day. I was promoted, so I'm going to be moving to our sister center.
Hey, Christian. Good, how are you?
I've worked with some of these people here for several years now, so it's tough to leave.
And you're not gone yet. I still got one more day with you, chick.
Thank God.
What?
You wore green.
It's St. Patty's Day.
None of these schools did. Because they're lame. Betty, that looks so good.
We're a tight-knit group, mostly all women, and it's tough to have a girls' night out, so we take the opportunity to celebrate whenever we get a chance. You guys, manja, eat while it's hot. You gonna have some meatballs and pasta?
I don't eat meat.
Oh! Well, have some of that other.
Eat the sauce, Mara.
St. Patty's Day used to be one of the funnest holidays until I started dispatching it.
Hopefully, it won't be too much of a show because it's St. Patrick's Day. 911, what is the address of your emergency?
My bar is turned upside down.
Is anybody in your bar hurt?
I have a gentleman on the front lawn of my house, and he's drunk, and he just threw a beer at my house.
Oh boy.
These people are trying to keep me out of this forest, and they're just being completely mean to me.
Get a ride. Please don't drive. You're not sober. I'm gonna hang up now. Bye-bye.
I hate drunk people when I'm not drunk.
Well, where's your emergency?
I'm at St. Tavern. I have an argument outside of the bar. I think that there are guns involved. I need somebody to get here now.
Did you see guns, or what makes you think that there are guns involved?
I heard people talking about them.
How many people is it out there?
Negative Bedford units respond to a disturbance. She hears people talking about having guns and people getting shot.
Oh my God. They're shooting.
They're shooting there, Matthew. I just heard it.
Okay. Negative Bedford units. Shots fired. When Essence screams that their shots fired, it instantly goes to another level. We need help there now.
Get in the kitchen. Get in the kitchen. Get in the kitchen. Get in the kitchen.
Nobody was shot?
I don't know. We're not going out there.
Negative Bedford units. Shots in the parking lot. I don't know if anybody's hit.
They're on their way. And what do you hear now?
I'm not looking.
I know you're not out there, but like, are they in the front parking lot or the back parking lot?
They were in the front.
Front parking lot.
Okay.
I have a woman locked in the kitchen and a guy outside with a gun that he's fired already. It is scary. All I can do is remain calm, stay on the phone with the female, and count down the seconds until the officers get there. They're on their way.
Well, come back down Northfield. The cops are here. They're going after us.
Okay.
All right, one of the barmaids stayed and took off up Northfield. I'm going to check up that way for it because they're the ones shooting. I got him in their driveway. Going in Northfield. Pretty sure we got one nail.
What happened here?
That just escalated.
Yeah, it escalated really quick. It's hard to come down from those types of calls, but police dispatch, we have to just answer the next call and keep it moving.
911, what's the address of the emergency?
I'm at the Crazy Horse on Miles and Rich.
Okay, what's going on?
I was getting a lap dance, a $100 lap dance. My hard-earned money, I just got paid today. My penis came out of my pants on accident.
Okay.
I apologized profusely. I put it back in. It was not intentional in any way, shape, or form, and they're not giving me my money back.
Where's the crazy horse?
Bedford Heights.
Are you there? Okay, that's not in my jurisdiction. Hang on just one quick second. I'm going to transfer you to Bedford Heights.
I need an explanation as to how one's penis falls out of their pants.
And then what causes you to call the cops and be like, they're not giving me my money back? I'd be like burying my head in the sand and leaving.
Yeah, I would run out the door. Yeah. And be like, oh my God, I hope nobody's seen me ever again.
I'd put my penis back in my pants. It just fell out. It just fell out. Oh, I can't with this job some days.
Police dispatch, can I help you? Solon, this is Twinsburg with the transfers. Male states he thinks his wife's going into labor. Go ahead, sir.
Sir? Sir? How far along is she?
She's about due date is next week.
Next week?
I think I can see the head coming out. This is kind of emergency.
Okay, just stay with me.
Dispatch to Medic 1343, Engine 13, Medic 43, Engine 13. Need you both to respond. Bonneville Towers.
Is she laying down on her back?
No, she's sitting on the toilet right now.
Is she able to get on the floor?
Can you get on the floor? Yep, I can get her on the floor.
Okay, go ahead and do that. Try and keep her as comfortable as possible, okay?
Okay.
If she needs to push, that's what we're going to do, okay?
Okay.
There's a lot that can go wrong in childbirth.
The cord is not wrapped around the neck at all, right?
I can't really see the neck right now.
Okay.
I have to be able to anticipate all of the things that can go wrong. Is mom okay? Is the baby moving? Is the baby breathing? It's just a very high stress situation.
They're on the way. Just don't pull the baby out, okay?
Okay.
If you have a clean cloth or towel or anything clean to wipe the baby's nose and mouth, then gently guide the baby out and support its head, okay?
Okay.
Because at this point, baby's coming out, right?
Baby's coming out. You're okay. You're okay.
Is she okay?
The head is out.
Head is out? Okay.
Yeah. Baby's purple.
Okay. Can you simulate crying?
No.
Try rubbing the sternum and see if the baby will cry at all.
She's not all the way out yet. Just her head.
Okay. See if you can help her guide the baby out all the way.
Keep pushing. You're okay. You're okay.
Okay, how is she doing?
Baby's coming out.
Baby's coming out? Okay.
Yeah. The umbilical cord's around her head.
Okay, don't pull on the cords, but I want you to try and loosen or unwrap the cord so it's not choking the baby, okay?
Yeah.
Is the baby moving now?
No.
No?
No.
Not at all? Is baby crying or anything?
No. She's breathing a little bit.
She is? She's breathing?
Just a tad. Just like a couple of gasps. Just hold on. You're fine.
Can you turn the baby on its side?
Yeah.
Okay. Usually, you can dry her off with a towel to stimulate crying, okay?
Okay.
Just keep trying to stimulate her, okay?
Am I doing what?
Like keep rubbing on her back, trying to dry off her back with a towel, anything to touch or stimulate her to get her to cry.
Is the ambulance almost here?
Yes, they should be almost there. They're doing the best they can, okay?
Yeah, I know.
How's her breathing now? Did it get any better or no?
Yeah, she's starting to cry.
She's starting to cry. Okay, I hear her. Okay, good. Keep her doing that, okay? Just keep touching her, touch her back, do all of those things, okay? We need to just keep her crying. That's good.
Come on. Okay, she's breathing.
You're both on scene 1812.
We have an officer on scene. They're coming in, okay? It's a little girl?
Yeah, it is.
All right. You did a great job, okay?
Holy.
I know. You'll be able to breathe again in a minute. All right, congratulations, okay?
Oh, man, thank you so much.
Okay. All right, you're welcome. Bye-bye.
Yay, Christine!
That was nerve-wracking. A lot of our calls that we take are really just a lot of bad things that happen to people. So a call like this really helps me keep going. You know, I'm making a difference. I brought a life into the world. It's a good feeling. It is the first time I've delivered a baby over the phone or in person.
We love babies.
Now you get your stork pin.
Anytime we deliver a baby, it's an awesome deal. We're trained in every life-saving protocol from CPR to delivering babies. Congratulations.
Oh my God.
We very rarely get calls like these, but when we do, we're ready.
911, what is the address of your emergency?
I need it now. He's trying to break down the door.
Who is trying to break down the door?
Just that, man.
I have the officers being given the information. Who is at your door?
I can't hold the door much longer.
I need to know who is outside the door.
He's my brother-in-law.
Why is he trying to break down the door?
Because he wanted to put his hands on me and I stabbed him.
You stabbed the male? What did you stab the male with?
A knife.
Do you have the knife in your hand right now?
No, man.
She stabbed him today or previously?
Did you stab him right now, or did you stab him earlier?
Stab him.
Okay.
Eunice responding to Clement. Female stated she stabbed the male with a knife. Have a scar going with.
Answer, listen, I need you to listen to me. Did you just stab him right now, yes or no?
No, maybe 10 minutes ago.
She stabbed him about 10 minutes ago. Where on his body did you stab him? Okay, take a deep breath. He's not there any longer, is that right? He's in the house? He's upstairs in the home?
He's actually upstairs in the home.
Okay, I hear children in the background. Are there children in the home with you right now? It's just him yelling? Okay.
501 copies. Husband's arriving.
Copy. I have 2 officers arriving.
Listen to me, please. Take a deep breath. Just listen to what I'm going to ask you, okay? Officers are on the way. They're outside right now. It's really important that you do not have the knife in your hand, okay? You need to put that down.
She locked in the upstairs bedroom. After she locked herself in the bedroom, we got a.
Are you locked in the bedroom right
we got
now? Yes
officers
or no?
there.
Yes, she's locked in the bedroom. Okay. And is the knife in the bedroom with you right now? No. Okay, she does not have the weapon with her.
Copy.
Are you there? Essence, can you all verify officers are with her? I think she put the phone down. I can't be sure. Are you there?
I just had one female detained.
She's detained, that's why.
Okay. Domestic calls are one of the hardest calls that we can take. It doesn't matter what side of the story we're hearing. We don't take sides on the call. Our job is to obtain as much information without judgment, without precedent. We never know the full story until the officers get there.
He was conscious and alert when they got there, and he was talking to them, so he was taking the metro. She's fine to stay on the floor. You just need to keep an eye on her and try to keep her on her side in case she throws up, okay? I keep thinking, like, isn't it a Wednesday? Forgetting it's St. Patrick's Day. 911, where's your emergency?
Hi, there's an apartment fire right now by Tungsten Drive in Euclid.
911, where's your emergency?
Hi, I'm on Brett Avenue, Euclid. There's a fire.
911, what is the address of your emergency?
It's a fire.
Okay, where at?
Hi, this is Christine with the Euclid Fire Department. I need a crew to respond. It's an apartment complex.
When a call comes in for an apartment fire, it immediately is more dangerous than just a house. You've got hundreds of people that could be evacuating this building at the same time in a panic, so it's really important to get the fire department dispatched out as quickly as possible.
Can you see flames? Yes or no?
It's a lot of flames.
What color is the smoke?
Red and black.
Black smoke means that it's a toxic fire, and those kind of fires can spread very quickly.
Okay, so what was that noise?
Everything is busting. Everything is breaking.
911, where's your emergency?
Yes, I'm in Euclid house fire.
This is a house. There's no house in that area.
This is an apartment. This is an apartment, right?
Yeah, it's an apartment complex. He gave the wrong address.
It's an apartment.
It's a baby stuck in the house. Trying to climb out the window.
The child's trying to jump out the window.
911, where's your emergency?
Yes, I'm in Euclid house fire. Ambulance, it's a baby stuck in the house. Trying to climb out the window.
A child's trying to jump out the window. Okay, what apartment is the baby in?
It's in, yes.
Police dispatch from Chino.
Fire dispatch.
We have help on the way.
You gotta send fire people, bro.
Yeah, we've got everybody in the house. Did you see a police officer out there yet?
Yes, I see a police officer.
Can you wave him down and point to the apartment?
He's here. He's at the apartment. He's just in his car. Yes, I'm here.
Please, the child. Please, please, get him in. Everybody else.
Is that person in the apartment still?
Everybody got out. They got him out.
Okay, you're sure? Everybody's out now?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, child is out.
There's a baby in one of them. He's safe.
Thank goodness.
Squad on 260.
If you want to grab the cake. Where is she?
Way in the back.
Alrighty. She has no clues.
No, I know.
What are you doing? This is for you. What? Why I'm gonna see you. I don't care. I'm really shocked. Don't cry.
Congratulations,
Don't cry. Christine has the same kind of heart I have. She has a big heart. She has that mommy heart where all she wants to do is mommy you and make sure you're okay and you're having a good day. I'm the same way. All right, Mooch, the cake is officially cut. Woohoo!
I seriously want to see you stick your face in that flower.
I'm sticking my face in that
You
flower.
have to.
Give me a glass of wine and then I'll stick my face in the flower.
You're leaving us. You have to do what I say.
No. I'm happy that Christine is promoted. If anybody deserves it, it is her. But it's like that child going off to college. You want to see them grow, go, prosper, but it still hurts.
Bye, love you.
I am going to miss Christine terribly. Terribly. Goodbye. Bye. Bye, Chris.
A late-night house fire puts 3 roommates at the center of a gruesome crime.
There was so much smoke, they went to go put out the fire and tripped over the body.
It's grisly. Blood spattered all over, trail of blood.
They poured gasoline on him and set him on fire while he was still alive.
This was by far the most brutal murder case I ever worked on.
Shocked investigators sift through the evidence and uncover a mountain of lies.
I had to reopen a murder investigation.
You see the crime scene photos and the autopsy photos. That never goes away.
She told him something that lit him on fire.
The rage that was demonstrated, it was just beyond imagination.
April 7th, 2010. It's just past midnight when dispatchers in Stockton, California receive an urgent 911 call from local resident Drew Payette.
Mr. Payette said, "My house is on fire." Wasn't panicked, but it was urgent.
Drew gives police dispatchers the address, but he also explains to them that he's no longer at the house.
He told us he had come home, saw the fire. He immediately ran down to one of the local convenience stores and called the fire department from there.
Drew returns to the house while firefighters race to the scene. As soon as they arrive, first responders rush into the inferno and immediately notice something suspicious.
The front door was open. You could tell where the door jamb had been broken, like someone had kicked it in.
Firefighters battle to bring the blaze under control.
One of the things they do is they ventilate the roof so that the smoke and the heat can dissipate.
While working on the ceiling, they make a gruesome discovery.
There was so much smoke and no visibility that they literally tripped over a body.
The body appears to be male, and he is clearly deceased.
There was no saving him. So as soon as the fire department's responsibilities were done, they called in law enforcement.
Responding officers questioned Drew Payette to find out who the victim might be.
We find out who's living with Drew, which was Valerie Nessler and Jeff Wheely. So our concern was to find both of them. When we got a description of Jeff, we all suspected that that was Mr. Wheely in the house.
Jeff Wheatley was born in 1961 in San Jose, California, less than 100 miles away from Stockton.
We had two other sisters. He was the only boy, and I think a lot was expected of him, and he had to put up with a lot of female energy. We were all really strong, opinionated women.
With such strong influence from his sisters, Jeff had no trouble relating to the opposite sex.
He was just funny. He's always smiling and always cute. And so he had women after him his whole life. He was a rascal. Didn't graduate from high school. He was a bit of a wild child.
He needed a little bit of discipline in his life, so he decided to go into the Coast Guard.
While in the Coast Guard, Jeff began the first of a string of failed marriages.
I got to the point where I would say, Jeff, you don't have to marry them. But he wanted that so bad. He wanted family. And they never lasted very long. He'd get married because he'd fall in love with their children, because that's how bad he wanted a family.
Jeff crisscrossed the country for decades, bouncing from girl to girl and career to career.
After the Coast Guard, he tried a few different things. He owned a restaurant.
He was a truck driver. He also went to nursing school, but none ended up working out.
Jeff was someone who tried a lot of different things in his life, gone a lot of different directions.
Gosh, he lived everywhere. Alaska, and then he was in Astoria, Oregon, and then I believe he went to Georgia and came back to the Bay Area. He was in San Jose again, and then to Lodi.
In 2010, another failed relationship brought Jeff to Stockton.
He had broken up with a girlfriend that he was living with in Lodi, and he needed a place to live, and an acquaintance of his, Drew, offered him a room to rent in his house.
Drew's mother had let him stay there, and then Drew had brought some friends in to live with him.
Jeff was only living there a couple of weeks when Valerie moved in.
Unlike Jeff, 25-year-old Valerie Nessler only knew the tough streets of Stockton.
The part where Val grew up was East Stockton, and that's a pretty rough area.
Valerie and a lot of her friends, they live in a trailer park right around the corner from the school over there.
When you live and grow up in Stockton, especially where she lived, you have to be scrappy and you have to be able to stand up for yourself. She was really good at that. But the thing that I remember most about Val growing up is her smile.
Valerie's tough yet tender father was her role model.
I always thought of Valerie as a daddy's girl. Just the way that she would look at her dad. He had a really big heart. Valerie really took on that persona like her dad.
She was kind of an anomaly. She stuck out a little bit as a more tender-hearted kid who she was trying to find her way through.
Valerie loved making people feel good, making people feel better about themselves, being there for people.
In 2005, 20-year-old Valerie was blindsided by tragedy. In one unimaginably dark moment, her father took his own life.
He shot himself. It was a shock, of course. It didn't make sense. Her dad held everything together, and so that devastated Valerie.
I went to the service for her father, and it was an emotional time.
Less than a year after her dad's death, Valerie learned that she was pregnant. When she and the baby's father broke up, Valerie was left to raise the child on her own. But Valerie's loneliness and grief vanished the first time she held baby Chloe in her arms.
She had Chloe, and she kind of felt like for a minute she forgot about her dad and her heart was full.
But just 2 months after the birth of baby Chloe, fate dealt Valerie yet another dreadful blow.
Valerie went to go check on Chloe in the bedroom. She said she wasn't breathing, and she tried to do CPR and get her to breathe, but she had already passed.
Her child had died of SIDS.
She was broken. There was no Valerie left. She just wasn't the same at all. It devastated her after, losing her father and then her baby. It broke her. You couldn't be more broken.
Valerie soon found her own way of numbing the pain.
After losing Chloe, she got into drugs really heavily, and that was it.
From the depths of despair, Valerie continued to seek guidance from those around her.
I got in touch and went to lunch, and we talked about the struggles of losing a child and how to move forward and how to get through it.
With help from friends and family, Valerie did her best to move forward. And by February 2010, she was looking for a fresh start.
She started working at San Joaquin County. She was working for WorkNet. She was doing clerical work.
That's when Drew Payette rented Valerie a room in his home, just down the hall from Jeff Wheatley. The 3 roommates forged a fast friendship.
They were all 3 living in the same house, and everything seemed to be going well. They were sharing the bills, and it looked like a pretty good living situation.
But by April 7th, only 2 months after Valerie moved in, their home is host to homicide detectives in the aftermath of a deadly fire.
I was assigned to the homicide unit, and it was my week to be on call, so I got called out to go view the scene.
Even for seasoned homicide detectives, the scene is especially horrific.
The fire had put off a lot of heat, but not a lot of fire. There was just a lot of smoke damage throughout the house. If you walked into the living room, to my left was the body. His head was facing away from the door. To the right, there was a blood trail against the walls, as if someone with a rag had smeared blood on the walls.
It's grisly. Blood spatter all over, trail of blood.
We started analyzing the small details of the crime scene. It was horrific, and I want to find who did this. I want to find who did this and held them responsible.
coming up. The crime scene yields a trove of ominous clues.
A sawed-off shotgun that had 2 shells that were discharged, and there were 2 kitchen knives that had blood on them.
And an autopsy reveals horrific details about the manner of death.
This was a case where someone had been burned alive.
On April 7th, 2010, detectives in Stockton, California are sifting through the ashes of a gruesome homicide.
The fire department was called to the house, and it was the firefighters who found the body.
The home is shared by 3 roommates, Valerie Nessler, Jeff Wheatley, and Drew Payette, whose mother owns the home. As for the victim inside, detectives have their suspicions.
Drew told us that Jeff Wheatley was one of his roommates, so that's how we suspected that was Jeff. He was shot with a shotgun in his face and his shoulder. You could see the shotgun pellets that would hit the wall and the cabinet. So clearly there was a shotgun blast in the kitchen. There was a struggle.
They found a gas can. There was accelerant evidence all over the place. Clothes, wall, floor. It was inescapable.
You could clearly see that he was stabbed. I didn't know how many times. He was murdered in a very horrific way. There is just no doubt in anybody's mind that this wasn't somebody who was personally enraged who had to commit that.
A blood trail leads police to other rooms and more clues.
There was blood, like someone was cleaning up in the bathroom.
Police were wondering if it was blood from the victim or if it was blood from the perpetrator.
We thought whoever we were going to catch could have a cut on their hands, and we were going to have a DNA profile on that blood.
A pair of gloves was found, and those gloves had blood on them.
Then, police make another startling discovery.
Towards the kitchen, there was a garbage bag that was just sitting there, very out of place.
The bag's contents give detectives their first clues about the killer.
In the bag was absolutely a treasure trove of evidence. It had a shotgun in there, a sawed-off shotgun. The gun had 2 shells that were discharged, and there were 2 kitchen knives. Both of them had blood on them.
Also, a bag of clothing was left in the house. Whoever committed the crime decided not to take it with them.
It had men's clothes in there and boots that had blood on them, like someone was using these boots to kick somebody and now they were changing their clothes. I think they're planning on taking it all, but I think they panicked and just left it all there.
Crime scene techs swab and tag the forensic evidence and turn the body over to the medical examiner. But veteran police know that for the time being, they're on their own.
DNA takes months. So there's the processing in the house that we were doing everything from the accelerants to DNA to processing for fingerprints and all the forensic evidence that gets done.
With crime scene investigators continuing to gather evidence at the house, the medical examiner attempts to confirm the victim's identity.
He called wanting me to identify Jeff's tattoos. I told him about Jeff's tattoos. He called me back and said, yes, it's him. I'm just trying to put my reaction into an emotion. I was heartbroken.
The autopsy details the utter brutality of the crime.
He had stab wounds, 32 of them, all over his body. Some were very pronounced, very deep in the thorax. He was stabbed in the eye, across the bridge of the nose. But there were about 12 stab wounds in the side of his head that were very shallow and very close together, as if somebody was taking a knife and just repeatedly stabbing.
One particular post-mortem detail shocks even seasoned investigators.
My forensic pathologist had tested the carbon monoxide levels of Jeff Wheatley's blood, and it was elevated, and he had microparticles of soot in his esophagus down in his deep lung tissue. So we had solid forensic evidence that Jeff Wheatley was alive as he was being burned. The shotgun blast would have killed him. The stab wounds alone would have killed him. But being burned alive killed him. You just looked at, quite frankly, the carnage that whoever did this exacted on Jeff Wheatley. And there was no doubt that this was personal. So obviously we're going to start looking for people who have got a motive to be enraged with Jeff.
Who could possibly want Jeff to die so horrifically, and why? With still no sign of the third roommate, Valerie Nessler, detectives begin to worry.
Where's Valerie? She's one of the roommates. She's living at this house. And where is she? Is she dead? Is she been hurt?
Detectives turn to live-in landlord Drew Payette for answers.
The first thing we want to do is interview the occupants of the house. Drew's statement was, I left the house. Came back a couple hours later, the house was on fire. He said, I went back to the convenience store and called the fire department.
Detectives then ask Drew about his activities prior to leaving the house, and they are stunned by his response.
One of the things that Drew Payette had told us was that he had got a call from Valerie to get out of the house. So we assume that Valerie knew something about this case.
Though Drew has dropped a potential bombshell on the investigation, police remain cautious of trusting him completely.
You start casting a little bit of suspicion on him. Who's he protecting? Is he protecting himself? So we were always a little skeptical of Drew, but we wanted to talk to Valerie.
While officers scour the city for Valerie, detectives develop theories based on the location of the crime.
Every good neighborhood in Stockton has a bad neighborhood a few blocks away. And where the house was, it's just a few blocks away from a street which has historically been associated with a certain amount of violent crime. And there seems to be a lot of gang activity in town and a lot of drug trade. The location of the city on both the I-5 and 99 freeways, I think, is a contributor because that plays a role in drug trafficking.
Could Jeff be involved in the neighborhood's shady underbelly? A search of police records reveals minor drug busts in Jeff's past.
He had had a medical condition, and because of that medical condition, got involved in illegal drugs.
While he was in the Coast Guard, he had a bad fall and hurt his knee pretty bad, and he had his first knee surgery. And then he had another fall, re-injured his knee. He became addicted to pain pills. Then the VA took him off of pain pills, and he resorted to street drugs. He tried really hard a few times, and there were times where he was clean, but he always fell back. It affected his life in every single way. Financially, ties with the family. He got arrested a couple of times.
Could Jeff's small-time drug use have really led to such a violent death? Detectives hope the answer lies with Jeff's missing roommate, Valerie Nessler.
Finding Valerie was primary. We needed to talk to her, find out what her side of the story was.
Coming up, detectives track down Valerie.
We confronted her with, wait a second, you warned Drew to get out of the house.
And details of an alleged kidnapping begin to emerge.
They weren't going to let somebody who was a witness live.
In April 2010, investigators in Stockton, California are looking into the brutal murder of 48-year-old Jeff Wheatley. The most immediate concern is locating Jeff's missing roommate, Valerie Nessler.
Forensics was off. It was all sent out for the crime lab. So our concern was to find her and confirm she's okay, and two, take a statement from her.
Late on the evening of April 7th, Detectives locate Valerie alive and well and bring her to the station for questioning.
We told her that Jeff was dead, and she was emotional. She initially said she knew nothing about it.
Then, detectives ask about the call she supposedly made to her live-in landlord, Drew.
We confronted her with, wait a second, you warned Drew to get out of the house.
That's when Valerie changes her tune.
She said, I was in the house. Two guys come barging through the door, kick down the door, and I run. I was so scared, I ran.
The question for detectives is, why would someone be targeting Jeff?
Clearly, whoever did this to Jeff came with extreme prejudice. They weren't going to let somebody who was a witness live. They were prepared to kill Jeff, so we sat there going, there's got to be something more. We thought she wasn't giving us the full story.
Pressed for descriptions of the assailants, Valerie admits she did recognize one of the men as someone who runs in her same circle.
She mentioned the name AJ, and then we put together AJ Perryman.
Detectives hope finding AJ will shed some light on what Valerie has told them.
They were all suspicious of Valerie's story from the beginning, but they had nothing to hold her on, so they had to let her go.
Detectives immediately issue an APB for AJ Perriman, and it's not long before patrol officers are leading him into the station. Before they begin the interview, detectives run a quick check on AJ's car.
Detective George ran the license plate, and sure enough, Officer Sariram of the Lodi Police Department had stopped the car that night while the fire was going on. He didn't write a report because all he'd found was a meth pipe.
Investigators start their interview with AJ by questioning him about the traffic stop the night of the murder.
AJ Perryman said, I picked up these guys. I didn't know what had happened.
But since Valerie has already pointed the finger at AJ, police believe he knows more than he's letting on.
So we process his car, and all the carpets are gone, and the car's been bleached out. I mean, it's been washed clean. Inside, why are you cleaning your car out unless you knew what had just happened or what that car was involved with or the people in your car? So to me, that was significant to pin part of the culpability on AJ Perryman. We had arrested him, and that interview ended like that. But we still got to develop the physical evidence.
Detectives then turn to Officer Nick Sariram to get more information about AJ Perriman's traffic stop the night of the murder.
I was on patrol, just a normal night, and I noticed a car that seemed to be trying to get away from me. From there, I just got behind the vehicle. It made a quick U-turn, pulled onto a side street in a residential area, and the front seat passenger ended up running from the vehicle.
Experience dictated Sariram's next move.
I know it's important to stick with the car, make sure there's no threats in the car, and then just try and gather as much intelligence as to who ran and why.
Officer Sariram tells detectives that when he spoke to the driver, AJ, there was another passenger in the vehicle.
Sitting there in the rear passenger seat was Valerie Nessler. She said she just fled and hunkered down and hid somewhere. Well, now we've got definitive proof that she's lying about that.
Sariram ordered Valerie and AJ to identify the man who ran.
He said, what was the name of the guy that fled? And I forget the name she gave him, but she gave him a fake name.
When his vehicle search turned up drug paraphernalia, Sariram's experience led him to one conclusion.
My presumption was that the passenger who ran had a warrant. I didn't think it was anything major.
News of this traffic stop cements Valerie Nessler as a key suspect.
We knew she lied to us on the April 7th interview. So she was lying before, she's lying now. What else is she lying about?
Investigators turn up the heat on Valerie.
She was brought in for further questioning. Just, your typical, hey, we need to clarify additional information.
Valerie admits there is more to the story. She tells detectives that after AJ and the other man killed Jeff, They kidnapped her.
She was now changing her story in that not only they come in and busted the door and she fled, she says now they busted the door and now they took me with them. And I fled in the car with them.
She also reveals the real name of the second male attacker, the man Officer Sariram watched sprint from AJ's car during the traffic stop.
She gave up in that interview a guy named Robert Turner.
Like Valerie, Robert Turner was a child of tragedy.
Robert has 2 brothers and a sister. He is the baby of the family. His father died when he was 5 years old, and I know that impacted him.
Robert's older brother, Moose, did his best to fill in for their absent dad, until, in 1994, Moose died from a gunshot wound.
Robert was like 16 years old, and it was very sudden and tragic.
Everything looked like it was an accidental discharge.
It affected my Uncle Robert a lot because he had already lost his father, so now the oldest man of the family is gone now too. He stayed with me. Then he was working like 2 jobs. He was doing really well. And then I believe he got laid off of 1 job, and then he pretty much gave up. He started hanging out with that crowd and started doing drugs.
Valerie, AJ, and Jeff all ran in the same circles because they all partied together and they saw each other a lot.
Now, Valerie Nessler is implicating Robert in a heinous crime.
Valerie told detectives that Robert was one of the men who had killed Jeff Wheatley.
A record search confirms that at least part of Valerie's new story could be true. A 33-year-old Robert Turner in their database fits her description to the letter.
We put out warrants for Robert, and we had people looking for Robert Turner everywhere.
A bolo for Robert Turner goes out to all surrounding counties.
I was at home with my kids, and I received a phone call to turn the TV on because my Uncle Robert was on the news. He was wanted for murder of a man in Stockton.
Coming up, a cornered fugitive makes a cry for help.
I could hear like a desperation in his voice. He sounds almost hysterical, upset, remorseful, lost.
And a motive emerges.
They could have believed he had been responsible for the death of Robert Turner's brother.
Detectives in Stockton, California are getting to the bottom of the brutal slaying of 48-year-old Jeff Wheatley. Jeff's roommate, Valerie Nessler, told police that A.J. Perryman and Robert Turner killed Jeff and kidnapped her. But in the eyes of detectives, Valerie is walking a tightrope between witness and suspect.
The detectives, Detective George and Villanueva, they're like, she's good for this. Let's arrest her. And I'm like, well, we don't have enough yet.
Meanwhile, the hunt is on for 33-year-old Robert Turner.
We had Shasta County Sheriff's deputies looking for him up there, driving past his old places of residence. We had people driving past and marshals looking for him down in Stockton.
I just watched the news as much as I could to find out what had been going on. I was shocked that he was wanted for murder.
Finally, detectives receive the news they've been waiting for from their own switchboard.
Robert Turner walked into the detectives building and turned himself in.
In custody, Turner confesses that a phone call to his family gave him the courage to surrender.
My Uncle Robert called me and was crying. I could hear desperation in his voice. He sounded almost hysterical, upset, remorseful, lost. I told him to turn himself in.
But his family's help is the only thing Robert will admit.
He had invoked his right to remain silent and didn't say anything.
To investigators' relief, Robert didn't have to speak in order to demonstrate his guilt.
We were looking for somebody who had a cut on his hand. And Robert Turner turns himself in. He's got that cut across his finger that was very deep and consistent with thrusting a knife down, hitting a hard object like a bone, and then having your hand slide down. Before we even had the DNA back, I knew we had our guy.
Police are convinced that both Robert Turner and Valerie Nessler are directly involved in Jeff Wheatley's murder. But until conclusive DNA evidence comes back from lab analysis, they can only hold Turner.
In about 2 months, we had what we believed to be the balance of the forensic evidence.
Finally, in mid-June, blood swabs taken from the murder weapons confirm what investigators believe about the wound on Turner's hand.
The knife had Robert Turner's blood on it from being cut during that stabbing process. That's unassailable forensic evidence, so I felt very confident in our theory of the case.
Another big break in the case comes with the lab results from the latex glove found in Valerie's bedroom.
DNA analysis would show that not only did the glove have Miss Nessler's DNA on it, but the blood on it was Jeff Wheatley's. We're pretty excited. We are vindicated that we're going to go forward and we're going to hold these people responsible.
As for Valerie and Jeff's other roommate, Drew Payette, the evidence is conclusive.
Drew's story checked out, and clearly as we were developing the forensics, nothing pointed towards Drew.
With Drew Payette cleared, Stockton detectives bring Valerie in on June 23rd for what they hope will be her final interview.
We already had a game plan that we were going to press her, and we were going to confront her with the forensic evidence.
After going over her story once again, investigators spring their trap.
The detective slid a picture over to Valerie of Jeff in the house, how we found his body. She started screaming and crying and wailing. And then, like a fountain, she just turned it off. It was the most fake scream and cry I'd ever heard. And I knew she was crumbling. From there, she said she had participated in it and she had stabbed him.
But Valerie's confession comes with a caveat.
She said, I only stabbed him a couple times, and she completely tried to play up that I was fearful of Robert Turner and A.J. Perryman, and if I didn't go along and do what they said, that they'd hurt me. She clearly is trying to put all culpability on Robert Turner and A.J. Perryman.
Just what was Valerie's role in the killing? And why did Jeff have to die in such a gruesome and painful way? According to Valerie, the answer lies in her friend Robert Turner's tragic past.
Valerie Nessler and Robert Turner had developed a theory that Mr. Wheatley had been responsible for the death of Robert Turner's brother many years before.
According to Valerie, Jeff told her he'd killed a man the same year that Robert's brother Moose died.
There might have been some allegations that the victim at one point had been bragging to Valerie about a killing that he was involved in 1994. And Valerie ended up telling Mr. Turner that the victim had said that. Mr. Turner then theorized that the victim killed his brother. And at that point, came up with a plot to kill him.
Robert knew he and Valerie couldn't carry out their plan alone and reached out to A.J. Perryman for help.
Mr. Perryman appeared to have some loyalty to Mr. Turner and was at least protective.
By the time the interrogation ends, Valerie is in handcuffs.
She's immediately arrested and booked for the murder of Jeff Wheatley.
Coming up. Prosecutors fight to disprove one killing in order to get justice for another.
I had to reopen a murder investigation.
And a gruesome play-by-play in court leaves a jury stunned.
The DA brought out a knife that was bent completely around.
They poured gas on him as part of that torture process.
By June 2010, detectives in Stockton, California have 3 suspects in custody in the brutal murder of 48-year-old Jeff Wheatley. But in order to convict them, prosecutors need to be confident of the motive.
My Uncle Robert did believe that the victim was involved with the death of my Uncle Moose.
Prosecutor Mark Ott now has 2 investigations rolled into one: Jeff Wheatley's murder and the 1994 death of Robert Turner's beloved brother, Moose.
I had to reopen a murder investigation. I had to bring all the forensics back, bring all the detectives. I wanted to prove that Jeff Wheatley had nothing to do with that killing.
Investigators quickly discover that Jeff Wheatley wasn't even in the same state as Moose at the time of his death.
According to Wendy, his sister, he was in the Merchant Marine in Atlanta, Georgia, so clearly could have never been part of that.
By June 2011, San Joaquin County prosecutors have secured murder indictments against both Robert Turner and Valerie Nessler.
I did a double jury, one jury to decide Robert Turner's fate, one jury to decide Valerie Nessler's fate. You put on the exact same evidence. I had to do Alan Perryman's trial after I did Valerie and Robert's together.
Prosecutors carefully walk the spellbound jurors through exactly what happened on the night of Jeff Wheatley's murder.
Brought out a sawed-off shotgun. He brought out a knife that was bent completely around, and brought out a gas can.
3 of the defendants kick in the door. They immediately go to the right, and Jeff is in the kitchen. I believe Robert Turner immediately fires 2 rounds from a sawed-off shotgun. It hit him pretty solid. It knocked him down. It didn't kill him right away, so they needed to do something about that. There was a kitchen drawer where all the steak knives were kept. They got those knives and proceeded to stab Jeff. Robert Turner took the kitchen knives and tortured him to try to get him to confess to killing his brother 10 years earlier. Then they poured gas on him as part of that torture process.
Jeff survived the torture, but there would be no way to survive what happened next.
They flipped the match on him, and he goes up in a fireball.
Prosecutors present proof that Robert Turner's twisted attempt at justice was directed at the wrong man. They allege Valerie got the ball rolling when she convinced Robert that Jeff killed his brother Moose.
She had spun up Robert Turner about Jeff Wheatley killing Moose to be part of the drama.
There was a kind of folie à deux between the two of them that just spun and spun and spun and magnified and resulted in this terrible crime.
Valerie takes the stand and points the finger elsewhere.
Valerie Nessler's defense was that she was under duress. The defense attorneys, they want to do everything they can to focus on Robert Turner and not focus on her.
She said that she was forced into it, that if she didn't participate in the stabbing, that they were going to hurt her.
Then, in the middle of the trial, a jailer intercepts a note within the courthouse holding cells.
It was a note from Robert Turner to Valerie Nessler that said, if you put $10,000 on my books, I'll get on the stand and say I did it all. You had nothing to do with it.
They read it in court, and he told her she was like a sister to him and he would take the fall. So if she was innocent, there's no need for him to say, I'll take the fall.
Valerie's already weak defense crumbles.
You're saying you're afraid of this guy? You're saying that he's the evil one? That you're not working with him? You're still working with him. And so I use that incredibly powerful evidence against Valerie Nessler that she wasn't afraid of him, that this wasn't a duress type situation.
On July 20th, Robert's jury announces their verdict.
Robert Turner was convicted of first-degree murder, but I had special circumstances alleged that were found true, which gives him life without the possibility of parole. So Robert Turner will never get a parole date.
A few days later, Valerie is also found guilty and sentenced to 26 years in jail. The possibility that Valerie may someday see life outside of prison sours the victory for Jeff's family.
She got less than she deserved. She should have gotten the same sentence as Robert Turner.
This was by far the most brutal murder case that I ever worked on. They're all brutal. They're all terrible. A loved one is no longer with us, but the rage that was demonstrated, it was just beyond imagination. It was so terrible.
It's hard to mourn and be angry at the same time. Now I think of Jeff with happy memories, but I think of that trial and I have a lot of anger at them. How stupid and unnecessary and ridiculous.
Valerie Nessler is currently serving 26 years to life at the Central California Women's Facility. She will be eligible for parole in November of 2027 at the age of 43. A.J. Perriman was found guilty of second-degree murder and was sentenced to 15 years to life. The official cause of Robert's brother Bruce's death remains an accidental, self-inflicted gunshot.
For more information on Snapped, go to oxygen.com. Danielle Parker was an attractive, outgoing woman.
Danielle loved to dress, loved to show off. That was her thing.
And her wife, Crystal, was a successful and popular East Point, Georgia police officer.
She loved helping people, loved getting out in the community, interacting with people.
Together, they seemed like the perfect couple.
Crystal supported Danielle 100% in whatever she wanted to do in life.
But their 6-year marriage would end with a tragic discovery.
Crystal had a bullet hole to the back of her head.
We were very concerned about a cock killer at large.
Was someone from her past trying to settle a score?
There's a possibility that someone she arrested was angry at her and wanted to get back at her.
Or would a surprise witness change the entire focus of the investigation?
Would it be crazy?
And reveal a betrayal that led to murder.
This relationship was over. She had to have snapped.
East Point, Georgia, July 7, 2013. This community of 30,000 tucked between downtown Atlanta and the sprawling Hartsfield-Jackson Airport has struggled in the past.
At one point, it was a very highly drug-infested area. It has had a lot of renovation, a lot of changes in it.
And 34-year-old Crystal Parker deserved at least a little of the credit for those changes. As an East Point police officer, she patrolled its streets.
She loved helping people, loved getting out in the community, interacting with people.
And since she had recently bought a house in East Point, she called it home, too.
She lived in a suburb of it, so she was very much a part of the community in which she policed.
Once in East Point, Crystal and her wife, 30-year-old Danielle Parker, had established a comfortable routine, including a regular Sunday night dinner at home with an elderly friend.
Every Sunday, she would come to Crystal's house. They would watch movies together. This Sunday was no different.
But when their friend arrived that Sunday evening, she knew something was wrong.
She noticed the front door unlocked. She opened the front door, saw the back door completely wide open. She asked if anybody was home. She received no response. She goes searching for Crystal, feeling something wasn't right.
Why wasn't Crystal answering? And where was Danielle? The friend's worry turned to fear as she moved deeper into the house and noticed a disturbing odor. And to her horror, when Crystal's friend reached the master bedroom upstairs, she found the source of the odor.
She finds Crystal on her bed with blood coming from her head.
Crystal's friend called 911, but there was nothing the first responders could do. The veteran police officer was dead.
Crystal had a bullet hole to the back of her head.
And it didn't appear to be self-inflicted.
There was no gun nearby, there wasn't a suicide note, and there was no indication of suicide.
But if it wasn't a suicide, who would want the police officer dead? Was it a random home invasion or someone she arrested out for vengeance? Before the investigators could even begin to answer those questions, they would have to solve another, even more urgent mystery. What had become of Crystal's wife, Danielle?
Question for you, and then I'm going to leave again because I'm listening to a podcast. 1,000 R1 seeds. Is that 10,000 Texion good for a good deal on that? Yeah. Times 1,000. So 100 times 1,000. Let me look it up. Okay. So it is a good deal. All right, I'm going to bid on it then. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I just gotta figure out which Discord that was in again. That was Wonderlands. I probably won't bid any higher than the 10,000 though. Probably not. I'm not tech rich yet. I'm not tech rich yet. Because I'm not. I do not. I do not. 60. I got like 60K. No, it's not. I'm poor. I need more. No, it's not. I need like 10 dayfuls to be rich. I like these studs. All the Alright, well, I'm gonna hop out of here because I don't want to bother you with my podcast that I'm listening to, so I will talk to you later. You too.